Block 1. Audiobook title, I'll Be the Grand Duchess, 01-83, by Kinmiko. Chapter 1, Romance Novel. In a romance novel, they obviously will have a female protagonist. What kind of person is she, you ask? Well, there are many kinds of heroine. The sweet and kind heroine, the gentle and cute heroine, the brave and energetic heroine, the merciless and strong heroine, the cool and smart heroine who can solve a crime. Those kind of female protagonists are not only loved by the male protagonists, but they are also loved by the readers. Why? Because she's the protagonist who can only open the heart of male lead. What about male protagonists? He is the same as female protagonist. There are many kinds of male protagonists. A smart and cunning male lead, a cold-blooded psychopath male lead, a strong and cold male lead, a possessive and crazy male lead, an outgoing and energetic male lead. However, the third and the second one is the popular one among the 5 types of male protagonists, or the 5 of them get mixed into. What about the plot? Reincarnation story, time travel story, revenge story, rom-com story. The either girls who reincarnated or time traveled, and asked the male lead to marry, engaged with them for 6 months or 1 year. The cute daughter of the emperor, the at-home game player, the villainess. Then, what about the side characters and the villainous? Second male leads, he's pitiful because female lead can only choose one guy unless it's a fucked up R18 reverse harem novel. The villainess, she was hated by everyone inside the novel, including the readers. She hated the female lead, either love the male lead or thirst for his power. She's a bitch who can't understand that male lead and her will never ended up together. Not to mention, the female lead's loyal dog cough cough cough. Second male lead would always appear to get rid of her, but only the male lead or the female lead can kill her or else she won't die. That's how the fantasy novel, webtoon worked. They appreciate how hard work the villainess is. By work means the way she tried to break male lead and female lead apart. However, there are chances for the villainess to redeem herself, to either let someone reborn inside her or to time travel. The first option seemed bullshit. Why let someone else took over your body and let them have your happiness? Just time travel. Don't be an idiot. Though I may say like that, I'm also excited to become a villainess. I hate the idea of taking over someone else's body then for their happiness, but I'm still excited to become them. The complicated feeling that I can't get out of my head. When I died, I was sure that I will reborn inside a certain villainess because female lead would read a novel then reincarnated. But it's a different story for me. I have read way too many novels and webtoon. Who knows what kind of villainess will I reborn in? A life of a 16-year-old girl died by falling off the school building, not because of suicide, not because of bullying, but because of fighting. I was pretty sure I will reincarnated inside this novel called I Still Miss You Till This Day. A typical romance novel but with 3 love interests. Daddy, degrees. Number 1 is the Archduke of this empire. He is the cousin of the Archmage. He is the hybrid of Type 2, Type 3 and Type 4. A psycho yandere cold-blooded. Daddy, degrees. Number 2, the emperor of this empire. Whatever it is, he is the boss of Daddy number 1 and he has the mixture of Type 1, Type 2, Type 4. Daddy, degrees. Number 3, the Archmage and the cousin of Daddy number 1 and the subordinate of Daddy number 2. Well, not really. This daddy is the master of a wizard tower but only served under the emperor during crucial events. He has the same mixture like Daddy number 1. In conclusion, these daddies are crazy. Why call them daddies instead of male lead? Because they have the face of a sugar daddy. What about the female protagonist? What about her? Just like any other female protagonist, she is brave, strong, sweet. The female protagonist doesn't need a man to depend on. But that's make the male protagonists want her because she's different from other girls. Bruh. And the villainess? Surely, you wouldn't expect who is the villainess. The villainess is none other than the female lead's friend. Someone who has the beauty and brain is the opposite of female lead who is rather lazy and dislike to make herself look beautiful and ladylike. After making sure she has pushed the female lead off the cliff, the villainess acted very pitiful like a lotus bitch and begged for attention. However, the female lead has an extreme good luck so she's survived and went missing for 5 years. The villainess has achieved what she wanted, to marry the Archduke. However, marriage with the Archduke is different from what the villainess thought. Even after the absence of the female protagonist, The male lead still missed her. During those 5 years, Archduke kept searching for her. Second male lead and third male lead also searched for her. Meanwhile, female lead lived with the magical creatures and learned powerful magical spells. The villainess was ignored by the male lead even if they are husband and wife. After the return of the female lead, the villainess tried to kill her once again, but since female protagonist is invincible and because of the plot armor, she executed her fake friend and married the male lead and even have a good relationship with the emperor and the archmage. I was sure to become the villainess, but right now. Right. Young miss is doing very good. You must eat a lot to become a beautiful young lady, just like your mother. Who the fuck is this? Forgive me if this story have many mistakes. I hate to say this, but this story isn't translated. I found people kept saying my stories are translated. This is my original work except some pictures that I will be using in here. I didn't copy anyone. If you think that I copied some Korean novels or copying other works, then no. I haven't read original reincarnation on Wattpad for 1 year now, so if you find my work is similar to some works from different writers, it's a freaking coincidence. And I can't read Chinese, Japanese, Korean, so the percentage of me copying their works is 0% unless they also have similar story to mine. Because there isn't enough family-related novel, this stupid author of yours right here have spent her time, because I'm useless, searching for a new content, and boom. My brain is dead because of overthinking. Enjoy this shitty story. Ulmo, Kin. Chapter 2, Adeliana Ivan Valentine. Young miss, please eat a lot because if you don't, young miss will stay as a baby forever, which is fine by me. She flinched at what the woman said. She's panicking right now. Wasn't she supposed to become a villainess? So why is she in state? She wanted to speak so badly, but all that came out from her mouth is baby noise. Ahaha, miss, are you trying to say something? The woman clapped her hands excitedly, waiting for her to respond. Where am I? WHO am I? That was what she wanted to say out loud, but she can't speak. Gah. Did she reincarnate as the villainess when she was a baby? The woman picked her up and wiped her mouth with a soft handkerchief. She pat her back and waited for the baby to burp. She burped and now has returned safely to her cradle. The woman hummed and rocked her cradle for her to fall asleep. The little girl need to give up. She can't stand this sleepiness. The girl soon falls into a deep sleep. Inside her dream, she saw 2 people fought. The woman was screaming at the man while the man only gave her a cold glare then leave the room. Her crying woke the baby up inside the cradle. That woman seemed to realize what she has done. She slowly crawled to the cradle and hugged the small baby. Hush, mommy is here, don't cry, Adele. I dropped the bunny inside my hand with shockness. Just how long has it been since I came to this world? Who is Adele? Who were they? The villainous parents? To be exact, I have arrived in this world 10 days ago. Every day, there is only one person who would feed me and look after me, and that is Margaret. She would feed me milk and sing me a lullaby. Despite having the fact that I used to be a 16-year-old girl, I still falls asleep listening to a lullaby. Even if Margaret acted like a mother, I know that she wasn't my mother in this world. However, there is still something that is bothering me. The villainess wasn't someone who had a terrible childhood. She wasn't mistreated by anyone either. The one that mistreated other would be her. So why do I only have Margaret looking after me? I'm pretty sure the villainess is the daughter of a marquis. They won't lack any servants to look after one baby. The villainess was loved by her parents, so why haven't I seen them yet? The only explainable reason I had inside this baby's head is I am not the villainess. That's okay. I will still grow up and see how the events unfolded. Every day, I would drink my milk and exercise so that I could grow up fast. I'm still curious about my parents, but I eventually forgot about them as I continued to live my baby life. So, how fast can I adapt to live here? As soon as I woke up inside this world, I was seen to fully adapted to this lifestyle. I don't have anything to lose in my first life, so I don't really care about it. Maybe the school will try their best to contact my parents, but it would be useless since I have none. I didn't even have a smartphone or a regular cheap phone, so I don't miss anything from that world. Young miss, the Duchess is back. Are you excited? Margaret opened the door, but she spoke so oddly. Jesus, stop talking like I could listen or reply to you anyway. I could only listen to whatever she said with my blank expression. The Duchess is back. Is she my mother or my boss? Because I doubt my status inside this house now. I can only assume that I was the daughter of the busy head maid or something. Because if I was the daughter of this Duchess, there would be countless maids looking after me. A pleasant-to-hear voice caught my interest. Margaret shut her mouth and bowed to the master of that voice. Good to see you return safe and sound, Duchess. Margaret. How is Adele now? Yes, Miss Adeliana is healthy and happy. She has taken her meal without any problem. Margaret continued to report my actions and my growing progression to her. Does that mean I am the daughter of this Duchess? The face. I need to see the face. I moved around and ended up rolling to the other side of the cradle, causing pain on my shoulder. I shut up and tried my best to hold back tears. Ugh, why does baby can easily get hurt? Fortunately, only tears spilled out. There weren't any loud crying. However, the sound caused by me earlier must have caught the Duchess and Margaret's attention. They stopped talking and all their attention now is on me. Oh my goodness, what make you cry like this? Young miss, are you alright? Margaret panicked once she saw the pitiful state of mine. She picked me up and touched to see where did I get hurt. Because the pain has already disappeared, I didn't react to her touch. You didn't get hurt anywhere, so why did you cry? No, I did get hurt earlier but I just wanted to cry. What's wrong? The Duchess asked Margaret with worries filling in her pleasant voice. Maybe the young lady is crying for Duchess. Why don't you try and hold her? Margaret said merrily and hands me to the Duchess. Nonsense. Adeliana is just a baby. She won't remember my face. I can't lift my face because I was held against the Duchess' chest. I want to see her face. May I see your face? Who knows? Maybe she remembered your scene. Lady Adeliana has good memories. She doesn't cry even when I was gone for 4 hours. Enough with the chatting. I want to see the face of my mother. I tug her cloth for attention and it works out well. I have successfully gained her attention. Who may you be? I might recognize you from novel lore. Adele? The Duchess has platinum blonde hair, accompanied by a pair of a lovely amethyst eyes. Just like an angel sent by heaven. The Duchess gave me a smile that could destroy one empire. Baby, what's wrong? Yeah, there is absolutely something wrong about you. Because, why do you have the face of the villainess from that novel? Chapter 3, The Illegal Couple. I seriously have way too many ideas of who this is. Haha, it's crazy how I think she looks similar to the villainess and me. Haha, my brain really a good checking. Well, Dr. Brain, where are you? I need a checking ASAP. Adele, did you miss me a lot? The woman that is now has become my new mother kissed me on cheek. I just met you today and I don't even know you properly. SK. Even if you're my mother, I really don't know how to miss you after 10 days of not seeing you. Lord, just how do you sleep at night with that chest size? I'm surprised that she doesn't show any problem with back pain despite having hentai women chest size. It's not big as hentai women but it's still noticeable. And yes, I was quite cultured back when I was on Earth, which doujinshi did I have not read. If times £8 and yet I have a top reader reward, then I would have received 20 of them. The woman continues to rock me in her arms but I didn't succumb to sleepiness again. After all of those non-mentioned training arc, I have finally defeated sleepiness. She gave me a kiss on my cheek before putting me back inside the cradle. I crawled around the cradle and played with the rattle toy out of boredom. She watched me playing by myself with a small smile on her face. Just as then, a knock on a door interrupted the sound of rattle. She faintly said come in and the door cracked open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her. Duchess, His Excellency will return tomorrow. His Majesty have prepared a celebration for His Excellency. I have prepared the tea for you in your room. Please leave young lady to Margaret. I'll call her back. The middle-aged woman said without showing any sort of expression on her face. The Duchess nodded her head and leaves the room. The middle-aged woman watched her left the room. When the Duchess left the room, the middle-aged woman turned to me. Her shadow leered over me. The middle-aged woman gave me a cold look and muttered enough for me to hear. These days, you have become more and more like that evil woman. She traced her cold finger over my skin and grabbed my chin. If it weren't for you, the Archduke would have killed your mother long time ago. Who would have thought that he's actually have mercy because a devil child was growing inside her belly? Grow up. Young lady, you need to grow up to realize that you have no family at all. Grow up faster, Adeliana Ivan Valentine. There isn't anyone who will stand by your side in the future. The only way to get someone you love is to become a person like your mother, Aphrodite. The only way to get someone you obsessed over is to become like your father, Aries. I wish you all the best to become someone else who will grow up to become a different person. Be different from your father, Aries Ivan Valentine. Don't be foolish like your mother, Aphrodite Roland Valentine. May God shall lead and crave a path of light for you. The middle-aged woman stepped backwards, and into the shadows. She's disappeared, and I have never seen her coming out since then. I was lost in my thoughts. Now come to think of it, this is the first time I have ever heard my full name. My new name was Adeliana Ivan Valentine. My name was Ria. I was a student who studied in 10th grade. I had no last name because I was an orphan. The only device I had for a living was a cheap laptop. The only place I had once called home was my dormitory. The highest score I got in math was 78, but I cheated until the I-day. My teacher still turned blind towards this. Ah yes, my teacher is an actual Buddha. My most favorite at-home games were Mystic Messenger. Even though I have failed to finish Jumin's route every time was because I borrowed my friend's phone and she would finish it before me, and she would always ruin my plan to get Jumin Han's bad ending. I love Lucien from Mr. Love Queen's Choice very much, but my love for his alter ego is even higher than Mount Everest. He may be a little dick, but I still love him. I love Beelzebub from Obey Me because he's too precious. He doesn't deserve a fan like me, Obel. I long for thee. I love Light Osakamaki because he's a little bitch. I stan Yang from Pyofil Banzu. Why? Cause I have an illness called I simp for arsehole little bitches. My favorite food was Korean spicy rice cakes with cheese. My favorite drink was Pepsi. My favorite place was the Forbidden Rooftop. My favorite movie was 50 Shades of Grey, and don't you even dare have such thought of me watching it with someone, not even a girl. I don't have a favorite period. Oh wait, break time. The last thing I did before I died was eating my first time and last time Hawaiian pizza. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. That time, I was standing on the top of the Forbidden Rooftop, and the reason why I could get there was because I had the key that I stole from the teacher. My 2 roommates were chasing after me for the last slice of pizza. That princess girl really liked it. The other girl, she's probably done with everyone's shit, so seeing that princess girl chasing after me seemed fun, so she joined in. Because there weren't any protection on the rooftop, the 3 of us fell off the building with no winner. I saw the pigeon making a very disgusted face when it saw the pineapple pizza. Honestly, it was a golden moment. I could already predict what the headline on the news would be. 3 high school girls fell off the building because of the last slice of pineapple pizza. Just how funny would it be? I have reincarnated into this world for 10 days now. I lived, eat, and sleep without any problem. And now I have finally learned my parents' names. My mother is Aphrodite Roland Valentine. She is the villainess of I Still Miss You till this day. My father is the Archduke of this empire. He's the male lead of this novel. His name is Aries Ivan Valentine. And who am I? I am Adeliana Ivan Valentine. There was no mention of her in the main story or the side stories. She doesn't even exist in the first place. So why am I getting teary again? I have lived finally for 16 years without any parental support or love. So why am I getting upset and depressed? That woman is right. I need to throw my dream of being loved by anyone away because I was destined to be lonely from the start. It's impossible. For me to be loved by this illegal pair is way too impossible. My father, the male lead, belonged to the female protagonist. I am the villainous child. Both of us can't be together with the main character. Main character belong to main character. The male lead is a cold-hearted person. He wouldn't care for a child like me. He can always have a new one. Why am I getting upset and angry again? Male protagonist can't belong to a villainous and a non-existent character. Chapter 4. No. Ha 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 ha. Psych. Did you actually think that I am kind enough to give my father away like that Buddha figure who was kind enough to give away his wife? I hope I won't go to hell for using a Buddha fairy tale as a reference. Oh wait, I will probably still go to hell because I have watched Boku no Pico. Duh, no. It's like I'm trying to lick the protagonist's shoes. I have a villainess as my mother, the powerful and the most richest person. Even second male lead and third male lead need to step back and leave the villainess into the main protagonist's hands. They'll be like, adios, The villainess is yours now, do whatever you wanted with her as long as she disappeared from everyone's sight. The second male lead is the emperor, yet the author made him look so useless. Geez, for someone who is a single father who already have 3 kids. I thought if you lost someone who is important to you, it would make you even stronger. Oh wait, he isn't a shonen protagonist. Hee, how could I forget something so simple like this question mark? Anyway, it's not that I'm trying to lick the villainous shoes or the protagonist's shoes. I am the daughter of the legendary person who was called trash by readers, and she is Aphrodite. And why does every single character is named after Greek goddess and god? This author is one hell of a lazy dumbass potato. Right now, I have become the non-existent daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. They are enemies, yet they still have time to let down their guards and bang. You know what? Never mind that last word I said earlier. Because Ares isn't the type to give shit about anyone except female protagonist. I will be fine unless I am foolish enough to risk my life and said something stupid. The plan here is a bit different from female protagonists from web novel. Instead of catching daddy's heart plan, I will catch mommy's heart instead. Wink wink. Why should I bother going through hardship just to please a handsome guy? I know he's handsome, but please, no. I don't give much shit to someone I found annoying and troublesome. Aphrodite seemed to have a good relationship with me already, so I only need to act cute to make her falls into my cute trap even more. Reincarnation problem required webtoon solution. Who am I? And why am I so genius? I am too dangerous to be kept alive. Self-praising mode is on. I don't care about the plot anymore. Female lead or whatever, I don't give a single fuck about her. She's maybe the shining protagonist who is loved by everyone, but she's the protagonist of the novel, not my damn life. I am the protagonist of my life, so why should I care about this world's rule? No one will blame me for it anyway. It's not like I am the first one to break the novel's rule and twist the plot. Protagonist or main character, I don't care. First of all, this is a reverse harem novel. The female lead did have side stories with the other 2. She won't die if the other love interest is no longer available. Second, Ares already have a wife and a daughter. That wife of his is Aphrodite Roland Valentine. The daughter of his is me, Adeliana Ivan Valentine. If the female protagonist is going to act like a lil bitch in the future, I don't think her protagonist action will have effect on me. She'll get labeled as a bitch if she wanted Ares. There are 2 other boys, go and pick one. Reverse harem or whatever, staying truthfully to someone is all. The end. Because I don't really give much shit to the plot, I now have 2 goals: to become the beloved daughter of the Valentines, and to become the first female Grand Duchess in Valentine history. No. Not Valentine's Day history or some sort of shit. Chapter 5, The Villainess. Ever since that day, I feel even more motivated to continue and live on. Though, I still can't get over something that lady said once. What does she mean by devil's child? I mean, from my opinion, I think she's a follower of God or whatever, but Aphrodite is a devil. My dude. Do you know something called Greek mythology? Oh wait, you don't, because I am a reincarnator. Aphrodite may be evil and poisonous, but to go as far as calling her a devil? What made her say that? I mean, I'm totally fine with you calling her a bitch because she's actually deserve it, but why a devil? I have tried and looked for what happened inside the novel, but I only remember that Aphrodite is the dark sorcerer. Dark sorcery is not a rare magic, but not the rarest. Dark sorcery can manipulate your mind, and summon a demon. To be exact, it's a kind of magic that every villain had in exchange for their souls, except dark sorcery is a type of magic that was with you since you were born. Aphrodite's dark sorcery was kept as a secret to the empire because her image on the outside was pure and innocent. Her parents couldn't let those dark sorcery rumor ruin their daughter. Instead of getting upset and sad over this, I was even more thrilled. I mean, my mother is Aphrodite, she got dark sorcery, so that's mean the magic is ran down in my blood. Haha, I bet that lady is watching me with a confused face. To be able to use dark magic than having a normal boring life. Isn't that awesome? HMPH. Just wait till I grow up and become the best dark sorcerer ever. Young lady, are you awake now? You seem to woke up more early than everyone else, including me. Good morning, Lady Adeliana. Margaret opens the curtain and let the sunshine creep into the room. I only smiled in a response. I have practiced smiling for many days. Margaret was the first one to see it. Hee. If I use this kawaii smiling technique on Aphrodite, she will be thrilled. Phew, Mother Tilda, be prepared for a cuteness wholesome war. Thanks to Margaret, I was ready even faster than usual since Margaret stuck with her morning schedule. There would be some maids worked in her stead. Seriously, it took 30 minutes for one to dress me up. I know I'm lucky to have someone dressed me up, but dude, I was an orphan. I did everything by myself, and to have someone just to dresses me up for half an hour is frustrating. I'm not a calm person, so I cried out as loud as I can. Margaret, as always, came faster than I thought. The maid who dressed me up for half an hour was punished that day. If I didn't cry, I may have died from starvation or frustration. Lady Adeliana, look at you. Just how adorable are you? Even if the Archduke and the Duchess doesn't have a good relationship, at least they blessed me with a cute young lady. Margaret put me down on a chair which was in front of a tall mirror. Indeed, anyone would call me cute if they saw me. I had Aphrodite's platinum hair and Ares' red eyes. Wait, this isn't red. This is pink. You. What the actual fuck? Why do I have pink eyes instead of amazing awesome red eyes like Ares? You. What the hell? Ugh. Whatever. At least I'm cute. Hee. I'm so blessed to have Ares and Aphrodite's appearance. The couple is illegal, but at least they good at making a child cute, just like Margaret said. Suddenly, my stomach growled loudly out of nowhere. I fist my baby hands and bite my lip with embarrassment. I know I'm a baby, but I still can't help it. You. Looks like lady is hungry. I have prepared you your milk after breakfast. Would you like to see the Duchess? She's been busy all these days, so she has hard time to play with you. Ah, I heard that Ares will be coming home soon. Ooh. Isn't this the scene when Ares threw a head of the enemy's king to Aphrodite? Ho, because she's annoyed him. Ares threw the head as a warning for her. The most famous line from the novel was, "If you dare and do something stupid again, I might as well throw that head of yours to the servants working here." Ho, the scene was so satisfying for a reader, but now that I have existed here, I don't think I can cheer for that scene anymore. Times equals. Margaret feed me milk and I drank it like a lost man in the middle of Sahara Desert. I'm hungry. Hee. After mealtime, Margaret did as she promised and take me to where the Duchess is. Margaret held me in her arms and carefully walked down on the stairs. I was greeted with a crowd of maids and servants running around like mad people. They furiously cleaned the windows, floor and chandelier. If the Archduke returned home and was greeted with dirt, he might go berserk. Clean freak bastard male lead equals. There, I saw the Duchess's commanding people and have a serious look on her face. No matter how badly the male lead treated the villainous, she still had a feeling for him. Dumb Aphrodite, why would you do that when you will die anyway? Why please him when he doesn't care whether you live or die? Thinking about the relationship between Aphrodite and Ares made my blood boil hotter than the oil in hell. Not even Satan can stand this unreasonable anger of mine. Margaret walked closer to where Aphrodite is, but we didn't communicate or call her. We just stood there like an idiot and watched Aphrodite does her works. Aphrodite suddenly turned to our direction and her serious innocent villainess's face turned into an actual pure happiness face. Tilda. Aphrodite, with an imaginary flowers and rainbow background behind her, skipped to Margaret and I with sparkling eyes. For a moment, I noticed that the whole house was in silence and their movements were paused just like a DVD when you paused it. Their eyes all went to Aphrodite's happy-going face as she kept giving me smooches. "Did you miss me?" Aphrodite took me away from Margaret's hands and held me up high. I ignored the awkward atmosphere and smiled at her as best as possible. Aphrodite's smile stopped and now she just stared at me. "You, what? Oh my goodness. Since when did Adele learn how to smile? Is this your first time?" Margaret, see. Adele is smiling for the first time. Meanwhile, Margaret could only nodded her head in guilt while the whole house was still in their thoughts. Did someone else possess that evil Duchess? What's happening? But they still think Adeliana's smile was very cute. In that moment, Adeliana has already captured the heart of many people, even the strict butler and scary head maid. Adeliana subconsciously gained 97% of allies. Chapter 6. Legendary male lead. For the rest of the morning, Adeliana had fun time receiving the attention from the household. Everywhere she goes, Adeliana would receive smile, blush and giggles. Even if she's the child of the villainous, no one can have the heart to hate this cute baby. While Aphrodite was talking with the butler and the head maid, Adeliana was practicing how to stand with the help of Margaret. Her two small legs were trembling, but Margaret was always there to help her. Adeliana successfully broke her record and stood for 2 minutes. Her energy now has drained away. My, Lady Adeliana is really strong. You must be hungry now. Why don't you rest first? Margaret picked Adeliana up and feed her the milk. Adeliana furiously suck out the milk in starvation. Why does standing drains a lot of energy? T. It was already noon when the house was finally spotless. Adeliana was left alone in a big room. Margaret was called to help in the kitchen while Aphrodite was in the garden, checking the works. Feeling bored, Adeliana took the opportunity to crawl around the mansion. Since they've left the door opened, Adeliana crawled towards the open door in a slow pace. She crawled to the hall, the room that is door opened, and finally arrived at the front door that was opened hugely as if to welcome someone. The servants and maids there flinched in surprise upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Adeliana. They all exchanged gazes and finally one maid approached her. "Young lady, what are you doing here? This isn't a good place to play. The Archduke could arrive in any time now." Adeliana groaned. "So what's wrong with that? Any dads would be happy to see their cute daughter waited for their arrival. But she can't guarantee Ares would feel the same way as any other dad." The young maid picked her up and went outside. She went to the front garden where Aphrodite diligently pointed the spot that need to be fixed. To everyone that was reading the novel, they all hated her and threw mean comments and sarcasm towards her. But if they are here to witness how Aphrodite really worked, they would swallow back all their words instantly with tears. A duchess who is lazy and only know how to waste the duke's money image is destroyed. Adeliana was convinced that Aphrodite was the best wife material ever. Why would they want a clumsy and cute female lead who is an idiot that doesn't know how to manage a household and leave everything to her husband? As a hardcore novel fan like Adeliana, she has to admit she would choose someone like Aphrodite over someone who is cute and clumsy. Jesus! Who the hell would have time to clean up the mess that the cute girl creates? She respected those simps. "Your Excellency, Lady Adeliana was found crawling to the front door, so we might thought that she missed you." The way the maid spoke made Adeliana realized how scary Aphrodite can be with her workers. Well, she is a villainess. The two-faced villainess who apparently destroyed her image by marrying the Duke who doesn't love her. Every actions have consequences, so think twice before you decide to do it. For a moment, Adeliana thought she was an intelligent second male lead from Chinese novel. Aphrodite's eyes lit with happiness. She cleared her throat to avoid awkwardness, then took Adeliana from the maid's hand. One hand with parasol and one hand, holding Adeliana. Aphrodite lovingly gave kisses to Adeliana, who made a sour face. She's happy with the attention, but now she's embarrassed with all the stares from the workers. Adeliana gave up resisting and rested in Aphrodite's arm. She watched how Aphrodite commands the gardener and the servant. "That place isn't clean yet. Clean it. The leaves under the tree, make sure to gather them up and burn them. The grass over there haven't perfectly been cut yet. Trim them." Quite strict, but the wife material is real here, people. While watching the workers peacefully, Margaret came out of nowhere and ran to them with sweat all over her. "Duchess, His Excellency? His Excellency is back." After hearing the news, Aphrodite nodded her head and ran to the mansion with Adeliana, who's unconsciously gripped her mother dress. "Male protagonist is here, my father, holy hell." Adeliana was excited but scared at the same time. What if the male protagonist suddenly surprised her with the enemy king's head? =0 equals. No. Male protagonist isn't that bad. He won't throw someone's head with a carefree attitude. Thick. The human head with two eyes open wide was rolled to Aphrodite's feet. Adeliana didn't scream or cry. Her two pink eyes were opened wide like an egg's. Much to her fear, when the mother-daughter arrived, Ares was also there. And, just like how the novel goes, Aphrodite was asking with tons of questions like her mother likewise would. "How was the war? Would you like your meal right now? Would you like to take a bath?" In result, Ares threw the enemy king's head. Dude. Those questions were all from love and care. Oh my god. I take back all my words that I said to Aphrodite for being annoying. Holy Spirit, there weren't anyone who would ask me those questions before. Adeliana was shook with the sight of the head, but she won't stop dissing the male protagonist. Adeliana could feel how trembling and scared Aphrodite was. Her petite body was trembling and she tried her best to hold her tear, considering this as a warning. Don't annoy me next time. The legendary handsome male protagonist is here now. Bathing under the light of chandelier, his sharp ruby eyes were shining brightly. His messy raven hair covered his eyebrows. The appearance was already enough to make girls go crazy over him. Suddenly, Adeliana was happy for no reason. Hee, does this mean I'll grow up into a beautiful girl? My dad is a hottie and my mom is a beautiful chick. Adeliana was happy about her appearance in the future than her life. Aphrodite didn't respond. She looked down to the floor while Adeliana could only lift her heavy mood with a caressing on her head. Little did she know, Ares was watching her action the whole time. He marched towards the mother-daughter pair and grabbed Adeliana's chin. Did you bring your daughter here just to catch my attention? Fuck you, male lead. No. How dare you grab my chin forcefully like this? Adeliana was resisting his actions with all her might. Ares observed her face for a while and his hand covered in his glove moved to her small neck. He begins to tightly gripped around her neck. The strength from his grip was strong, even stronger than her P.T. teacher from her previous life. Adeliana slaps his arm and hand but his hand doesn't even budge. The only choice left was to cry out loud. Whoa. Since her reincarnation, Adeliana had never cried out loudly or scream. Because of her loud wailing, maids began to scream while the servants were begging the Duke. Is this how my life will end? Maybe the non-existent daughter from the novel die because of him too. Adeliana slowly closed her eyes and accepts her second death. Chapter 7, Rejection. However, my eyes shot open when I heard the ringing sound of a slap. 0 times 0. You. What do you think you're doing with my daughter? I lift my head up and the anger face of Aphrodite greatly terrified me. Holy Satan, is this the legendary mom's anger that everyone used to complain to their friends? Ares' left cheek was reddened by the almighty wife's slap. He stood there without any reaction while his hand was holding his cheek. I'm totally fine with you throwing all your anger issue on me, but on my daughter? Receiving a slap might make you return to your sense. That is it. If you want to be like this from now on, then so be it. Next time, I won't give a single damn about you. Good luck managing yourself. I won't bother you for good next time. Here, why don't you have another slap for touching my daughter? Aphrodite slapped his right cheek and angrily walked away with me in her arm. Holy cow, she must be all Rapper's ancestor. That dissing was way too fast and gold. Breaking news. The villainous wife of the male lead slapped both of his cheeks and now will stop giving shit about him for good. I could only see the dumbfounded face of Ares while his guards were all in panic. He indeed deserved those slaps. Blake. Aphrodite closed the door behind her loudly and placed me on a big bed, which I was convinced this room belongs to Aphrodite. She throws her body onto the mattress and sigh loudly. Why did I endure so much just for him? I shouldn't have married him or pushed that woman off the cliff. If you guys didn't marry, then how was I supposed to born? Well, I didn't choose to have this kind of life either. I'm listening to my mother went mad. Well, maybe the only good reason that I married him was you, Adele. Aphrodite faced against me while her slender fingertip caressing my cheek. That's right. I was also shocked to see how bravely of her to slap the male protagonist with pure anger. Well, considering that she's the villainess who would do anything to vent out her anger, I no longer feel surprised about this. Right now, I'm on the villainous side, who is also on a bad term with the male protagonist. I'm not sad, she's my mother. It's just a husband and wife war. What's the big deal? I'm sure Aphrodite will return back to her normal self again. Well, that's what I said 3 days ago. Aphrodite and Ares is having a huge fight again. Aphrodite Roland Valentine, don't you think your action is getting ridiculous and ridiculous each day? What's the meaning of this? Ares slammed his sword on the dining table, and if look could kill, everyone in here would have died and reborn, then served inside this mansion again, excluding Aphrodite, who's giving a killer look as well. Apparently, these 3 days, Aphrodite didn't give order to the chef for Ares' menu. Of course, the poor chef who didn't know about the male protagonist's allergy made a recipe that has seafood in it. Ares has a bad allergy with seafood a lot. He stayed in bed all day with female lead, took care of him greatly. Didn't I tell you the other day? I'll stop interfering with your life again. Why don't you go and tell the chef yourself? It's not my fault anymore, and the only one to blame is you yourself. Who told you to keep your allergy as a secret to the chef? Afraid that the allergy will leak to the public and that make you weak? I'm shook that the Duke can't even handle a single problem. Aphrodite's rapping began. Not even Ares' personal guard could restrain them now. Everyone in the whole room was in a big silence, aside from me who's nearly died from hunger. Does anyone know how important is it for not feeding the baby? I'm dying now. Out of annoyance, I tug the tablecloths and pull it with all my might. The plates and food were all now scattered on the floor. If that weren't enough, I even screamed with anger and flapped my hands like an angry bird. The two snapped out and now he's focused on me. Dear, what's wrong? How's happening? If the baby is crying and screaming, maybe that's because of your annoying nagging. Excuse me? That day, the Valentine couple was rapping all day while the maid from the other day decided to sneak in and help Adeliana, who was finally calmed down after meal. The Valentine castle was unusually loud and noisy that day. Did you guys enjoy this? Chapter 8, A Daily Life of the Illegal Couple's Daughter. Each days, like every babies would do, I ate my milk and meal, exercise, learn how to walk. Boom. I was now known as the best girl, by my mother. Just kidding. In this house, who doesn't adore me? I'm a popular kid, you know. I received smiles, giggles and fans screaming each time I walked past a maid or servant. Pretty popular, huh? Even the knights know how angelic can I be. Seriously, no. I'm not an angel like how you guys described. I was just trying my best to grow up and be a normal kid. Ever since the Cold War between the male protagonist and the villainous, Aphrodite was still being Aphrodite, you know, known as the untouchable person in the noble society. And of course, she has gang, like every villainess had. Despite being an evil being in the noble society, her innocent facade is no more. Aphrodite was still the best mother. The mother who had spoiled you. The cool mother who's done all her works without depending on her husband anymore. Aphrodite officially earned my respect. In short, my relationship with my villainous mother is super great. Ares is just being Ares, the cold heart male lead who doesn't give a single shit about his villainous wife and a daughter who was born from a villainess. It would have been okay if I were a boy, but a daughter who was considered as someone who only born to marry off to someone with high rank in that era. My relationship with my father is unknown. Who knows? I might get killed by him in the near future when the female protagonist came back. Today, I am 3 years old. My dad is the typical male protagonist who need to leave for war, but seriously, just how many wars we had over the past year? The only time I saw Ares was whenever he returned from war and I saw him from far away and Aphrodite banned me from seeing him. I, who was being a fake Asian daughter who stood on her mom's side, listened to her and didn't go and see him. Why would I want to see him after that incident from 3 years ago? And right now, I am walking in the garden with my mom who is holding my hand. We walked to the rose garden, the pond and finally have a picnic under the shade of tree. It was a routine for me to walk with Aphrodite every day. There's a reason why I need to walk every day. Not because Aphrodite wanted me to, but because I was born weak, stated by Aphrodite and Margaret herself. Rhea, who died by falling off a building, nearly died again when she's reincarnated as Adeliana. How lucky. I did not realize this until I suddenly get a fever that would never went down and the doctors had a hard time because Aphrodite was threatening them. Even Ares was involved in that time. Ares being a bulletproof for the doctors. After that day, I was treated with extra care, and the extra care was much more annoying than the usual care. I had hard time walking, eating, and talking. I can't even talk right now. Usually, a 3 years old would have some words like papa or mama, but I was different. I was silent, and I could make sounds like crying, groaning and screaming. In conclusion, I am a troublesome kid who needs special care. Adele, is the cake delicious? Aphrodite wiped my mouth with her handkerchief with a smile. I nodded my head and smile in response. Although Aphrodite looks happy with my response, she still looked concerned. A kid who can't speak but can understand everything she said. Pretty troublesome if I must have to say so myself. There weren't any etiquette studies for me yet, so I ate and drank like any stupid children would. Although, people still help me with drinking cause they're afraid that I might spill the drink. The picnic continues in silence for me. As for Aphrodite, she's looking at me with eyes of worries. It was super awkward. However, I managed to deal with it until it's nighttime. Usually, it'd be either Margaret or Yvonne, the maid who returned meat to Aphrodite on the day that Ares appeared for the first time in my whole life, who accompanied me till I fall asleep. This night shift was Yvonne's. She sat down on my bed, beside me, and hummed me lullaby. Yvonne caressed my hairlock and said something in quiet voice. Lady Adeliana. Today I heard another worry comment from Duchess. Although I agreed with some part that at least you have to know some few words, well, there's no need to pressure yourself. I'll support Lady. I pretend to sleep, but my heart was thumping loudly. It's not that I have never get nice comment, but this supportive and pure comment was making embarrassed and all. Oh ho, I'm getting all red internally here. Stop it, you barkers. The next day, it's just your average normal day. Nothing could happen, lol. Press X to doubt. The whole city was roaring in happiness and cheering. Why? Because Ares was returning with another victory. Not just any victory, but a huge surprised victory, because this empire has suddenly conquered the neighbor country, which is pretty huge now. Valentine family has gained more lands and wealth. Isn't this the scene where the female protagonist met up with Ares in the forest? Oh right. He's immediately defeated the enemies because he's freaking hurried to search for the female protagonist. Oh wow, so all this time, male protagonist is delaying the victory because he doesn't want to return home. Oh yeah, after this, he would leave the dukedom and went to search for the female protagonist. He's eventually found her, but she didn't want to return so suddenly like this. Oh yes, he and the female protagonist also spent their Yakuya night together too. Oh damn, so what about us? Oh right. We're just some characters to give more spotlight for them. Haha, I hope everyone get my sarcasm statements. Because of the huge victory, Aphrodite was also called to the palace. Oh right, I mistook the timeline. This is only when Aphrodite and Ares became the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess. It was already 7 p.m. when they returned home. My dumb butt was still awake and full of energy, so I stock all those energy for tonight. I have plenty of surprises for them. You think you can leave me alone here and have fun by eating and drinking luxurious foods at the palace? I shall give you a surprise attack. Although the head maid, Margaret and Yvonne tried their best to get me to bed, I still shook my head stubbornly and continued to ride my wooden rocking horse, waiting for them in front of the entrance door. The people that was waiting for them was the butler, the head maid, the night captain, also known as the male protagonist's cinnamon roll knight but an actual demon on battlefield. The name was sincerely given by readers, Margaret and Yvonne. Of course, there is also me who's riding my Dumbo horse. Lady Adeliana, why don't you go to sleep first? You've already changed to pajamas. The night captain, Jacob's Timothy, was smiling nervously. I shook my head in refusal and rocked the horse even faster. 15 minutes has passed and the head maid finally sighed. Lady Adeliana, you need to go to bed. The Duchess will be shocked if she knows that you didn't go to bed early. Before the head maid could even finish her sentence, the door was already opened by 2 guards. Ares walked in with his official duke uniform like every webtoon guys would wear, and Aphrodite with their Krishman red dress, and her hair was tied in a mermaid braid and was tied into a bun. Ares has more jewelry medals as his new title. Aphrodite has a red tiara on her. Oh whoa, so heavenly blessing for my eyes. Why are they looking so good together? I'm not shaming the female protagonist, but Ares' psycho handsomeness and Aphrodite's bitchy face, they looked like a real deal here. Ares and Aphrodite, you messed with us, you're dead. Adeliana had her Fang Earl mode on. I ran off my rocking horse and Rocket ran to them. Aphrodite and Ares had a shocked look and they already held out their arms to receive me. Mommy, Daddy, I miss you. Gah. So embarrassing / I'm not fluent in speaking yet. I heard everyone's gasping behind and I swear, that moment was a golden moment. Ares was having a dumbfounded look on his face while Aphrodite was having mixed emotions painting on her face. It was so funny. Bwahahaha. Ares successfully caught me and lifted me up high. Kawa. Since when my baby learned how to speak? This is a special day. Aphrodite was literally screaming. Little did I know, both Ares and I was having the exact same expression. We both made a long face and rolled our eyes. Yvonne and Margaret was hugging each other's. Headmaid was crying in the butler's chest while Jacobs was grinning. Hee hee. I didn't respond but giggles. Ares didn't speak. He's just pat my head and push Aphrodite, who is shorter than him, then kisses my cheek to mock her. You are having a death wish, aren't you? Aphrodite was like an angry cat whose movement is being blocked. Ares held her head with one hand while one hand stuck with me. I got kissed by my dad. So affectionate of him. Oh, you a/. After that night, Ares called the doctor to check on me, but all they could do was congratulated us. All these past years, I had a speech problem, but that because I kept it as a secret. My actual first word was topid, which means stupid carrot. I was cursing some maids who gossiped about Aphrodite, so you deserved a topid. Shook because of my new ability. First thing in the morning was preparing a huge tea party. This was meant to celebrate my ability to speak now. Of course, Ares did join, but he's only stick with Aphrodite as Adeliana's babysitter. No one didn't dare to approach him because he was busying feeding me milk and was my bed for the rest of the afternoon cause I need nappy time, hee. It was kinda shocked to see Aphrodite and Ares communicated like they aren't villain and protagonist. They talked casually like any Asian parents you had at home, although I wasn't an Asian. Of course, there would be those annoying ladies who would mock the villainous in female protagonist's place, but they received face-slapping response from Aphrodite. Oh, your daughter just know how to speak. Haha, mine talked at 2 years old. Oh, Viscountess Willow, as a mother, I'm already happy enough to hear my daughter's voice. Even if she knew how to speak at the age of 20s, I'm still happy. Carrot. Oh my daughter's first one word was apple. Isn't that unusual and amazing? Well, Adeliana said, Daddy, Mommy, I miss you for her first time. Isn't that extraordinary? How is your relationship with Grand Duke? Do you plan to have any children? Oh, March in honors Newton. We loved Adeliana so much, so we don't think we need another one yet. Isn't that right, darling? Aphrodite wrapped her arm around his. Ares's lip curved into smile and turned the noisy party into a graveyard. That's right. Adeliana meant so much for us. She's just know how to speak. We wanted to spend time with her more. She isn't mature enough for having a young sibling. Even Aphrodite was shocked and disgusted by it. The emperor and his queen sent their gifts for their absence as they were very busy. The queen was so sad that she didn't get to have Adeliana and her daughter to meet. The other family who didn't attend was Ares' cousin, the Benjamin family. Even if there were people who didn't attend, the party went smoothly and Adeliana still slept like a corpse. Ever since the party, Ares finally started to have breakfast and dinner with Aphrodite and Adeliana, although most of the time, he and Aphrodite had pointless argument but eventually died down because of Adeliana. Although the relationship between them weren't good, they also weren't bad. Adeliana finally got to speak freely and all day. She would speak without getting tired. At the age of 4, Adeliana began to learn about this world language and she was laughing in English as all language were in English and French. Little did she know, English was considered as a holy and difficult language, while French was a general language for both in speech and writing. Year 936, Empire of Beresford. Lady Adeliana, why are hiding under your bed again? Margaret lifted the bed sheet while shaking her head. 5 years old Adeliana hugged her knees and giggles. Hee. I'm just playing hide and seek with Yvonne and Jacob's Tilda. Adeliana spread out her legs in a relaxed manner. Her 2 glittering pink eyes were shining even if she's hiding underneath the bed. Her smile was filled with mischievous. The daughter of the Grand Duke, Ares Ivan Valentine, and the Grand Duchess, Aphrodite Ivan Valentine. Hi, I'm getting better at hiding now, Tilda. Forgive me for my mistakes, lol. This was a long chapter, Macron. I broke my record at writing now. It was 2,253 words. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I'll proofread it tomorrow since it's nighttime here. _. Good night to those who are in nighttime. Good morning to those who are in daytime. Chapter 9, Hell Study. Just like any other noble children, Adeliana was also required to study at the age of 5. But for someone whose best subject at English like Adeliana, she did not have any hard time learning the oh-so-mighty hard holy language. She would struggle with their general language French instead. She had no problem with speech as it was natural for her to be able to speak French, but she had problems with writing and grammar. Nevertheless, she still had fun time studying at this easy level. Aside from studies, Adeliana also picked swordsmanship and magic studies. Her goal was to study in the Royal Academy Testamo of the Empire. That way, She won't live like a fragile noble lady. It's not that she doesn't want to live a comfort life in Valentine's castle in the dukedom, but she has a different goal for her life. It's only a matter of time before the female protagonist appears. Her relationship with the male protagonist was good, but she can't just accept the appearance of the female protagonist who was brought back by Ares. The female protagonist will live under the same roof as her soon. As much as she doesn't want to mess with the original plot, Adeliana had no choices. She was destined to break the original plot from the start. As soon as she opened her eyes and found herself in this world as a non-existent character, Adeliana had already broke the original plot. She has nothing left, so mess with the original plot even more has nothing to pay. Currently, Adeliana was inside the library together with her tutor, Warren Robinson, the tutor who is also teaching in Royal Academy of Testimo. Sir Warren and Adeliana quickly became a good comrades. Even if Sir Warren was older than her, the way both of them communicated with each other was like long-lost siblings. Due to Adeliana's huge respect and cheery way of talking, Warren was immediately attached to this little brat, minus the point that she was the daughter of the poisonous Duchess and the god of war who is her father. Ever since he has known Adeliana, Warren had questioned himself whether this energetic sunshine ball was their daughter or not. But seeing how she received an endless affection from everyone in this castle, including her untouchable parents, Warren isn't surprised. Sir Warren, is this how you write the sentence with past tense grammar? Adeliana hands out the paper with a confused face. She always had problems with the language she's speaking. Who does that? Warren's left eyebrow was lifted. Seeing this, Adeliana had no confidence that her answer was right. Ha! How many times has it been? I just taught you how to use past tense grammar. I don't understand. Lady has an unexpected knowledge in holy language that even an adult like me had hard time. So why do you have problems with your birth language? Adeliana responded by shaking her head. She wasn't born in France. She lived in a small town in Canada for all her whole life. How was she able to learn French that fast? Although her speech was pretty good, her grammar and writing was even worse than a 3-year-old. I'll explain it to you once again, and please, next time, if you don't understand, please ask me. I thought you were an energetic person who isn't shy of anything. Warren shook his head while Adeliana could only nodded her head. Their studies session ended after 2 hours. Both of were looking like a corpse once they've stepped out from the library. When Warren said she need to ask him if she doesn't understand, Adeliana did so and asked every once in 10 seconds. And Warren didn't have any mercy either. He gave her tons of works and Adeliana need to finish them all in 30 minutes, and all of them were grammar related. Thanks to that, Adeliana had fully understand on how to use French grammar now. After Warren left, Adeliana had history class and mathematics afterwards. Adeliana had turned into a vegetable once the studies has all been finished. Today was hell for language study. Her math teacher was also being annoying. Today, she gave her too many works. Although most of them are kindergarten levels, it's like a circle, the answers 70% turned out the same. She isn't prepared for the academy. Just how difficult will it be? Since her energy has dropped to 0, Adeliana needs some cakes and sweet cold orange juice. She'll die if no sugar enter her body. Adeliana dragged herself to the kitchen. Everyone welcomed her warmly and laughed when she complained about her studies. Ha ha ha. It's so unusual for a person to have difficult time learning their birth language. This is the first time. The head chef laughed and placed the vanilla cream cake with pieces of chocolate decorated on top in front of the dead Adeliana. Now come to think of it, Lady Adeliana has shown exceptional skills in holy language, but no one aside from the castle and Sir Warren knew. Yvonne said while peeling off the apple skin. Margaret nodded in agreement. Adeliana's tongue was sweetened with vanilla cream and chocolate piece. She blinked while watching the half cake being stabbed by her fork. That's right. Adeliana's unknown talent in holy language, also known as English, was kept as a secret because Roland family was on a bad term with the Holy Temple. Her unknown abilities in holy language was kept as a secret. Aphrodite was once the maiden who received blessing and lit up the holy torch, but she was replaced by the female protagonist. Thus, the Cold War between the Roland and the Holy Temple began. Ares also agreed to this idea. Not that he has any problem with the Holy Temple, but the thought of seeing Adeliana forcefully taken by the temple was infuriating. If the temple one day will take Adeliana away, he is already prepared for war. Of course, no one knew what he's thinking, even Aphrodite, who shared the same room as him every month. Adeliana had no reason to foolishly show off her capabilities. She doesn't have a slight interest in showing off to someone aside from her parents and everyone inside this castle. The butler walked in with tea tray inside his hands. When he noticed the blonde blob resting her face on the table with one hand stabbing the cake with a fork, he opened his mouth and told her anew, "Lady Adeliana, the Duchess has returned from the palace. She would be thrilled to see you." Adeliana's eyes rise stiffly. Her pink eyes glow in happiness as she ran past Margaret and jumped out of the window. Adeliana earned shouts from the people inside the kitchen, but her head was filled with happiness. She wanted a hug-a-sap. She isn't a pervert, but she wanted to snuggle in Aphrodite's chest. Adeliana jumped on Aphrodite as soon as she saw her. Aphrodite caught her by surprise. "Adele, whoa, I miss you." Crybaby Adeliana's mode switched on. Chapter 10. Terrified creature. I stick with Aphrodite like a gecko on a wall. We take a stroll in the rose garden that Aphrodite built for herself. The scent of the blooming roses spread everywhere, and under the blue sky with clouds accompanied it was a pair of mother-daughter who laughing merrily. "How were your studies?" Aphrodite broke the laughter with a question for me. I immediately switched to my dramatic side and hugged her slim waist. "Whoa. You don't know how hard it was." Beresford's language was really hard. I had hard time remembering the grammar, and Sir Warren will have a small quiz for me tomorrow. Aphrodite laughed at my complaints as she cut the thorns from the rose, which I don't know how the hell did that scissor appear out of nowhere. She checked the rose to see if there is any thorn left. Once Aphrodite cut all those rose thorns, she crouched down to my height and gave me the pink rose. "Here is a reward for my little Adele for enduring such studies." I happily take the rose and said thank you. I love roses, but I prefer yellow rose more. We continued the stroll and Aphrodite began to tell me how was her life before she get married to Ares. Of course, I personally requested this. "Before I got married and before I knew who your father was, I was no different from you. I dislike studies and etiquette classes. I would spend most of my time playing and practicing magic. Of course, I was forced to throw all those hobbies away after I met your father." I watched her expressions as they turned from happiness to sadness. How her purple eyes glowed brightly and how the light went dull. They were so enchanted. I remembered how they described the villainess from the novel. Platinum wavy blonde hair. Her two amethyst eyes would never fail to enchant anyone. On her red lips would always have a confident smile. She was two-faced villainess that everyone hated. Her innocent facade and her rotten side. Even if she has those side, her beauty would never fail to impress other, including the second male lead, the emperor, who also used to court her but was rejected because her heart was already set for the lone wolf Ares who stood tall in the middle of the banquet. Even the emperor couldn't compete. While I was drunk in my thoughts, Aphrodite has already continued her stories. No matter how I hate it, I would force myself to learn it, to become the woman who could proudly stand beside the god of war. "Then, do you love Daddy?" Unknowingly, those words blurted out from my mouth by themselves. I quickly covered my mouth in panic while pushing all the blame to my big mouth. Aphrodite looked shocked for a few seconds, but then her shocked expression turned into a sad smile. "I also don't know." It was an uncertain answer, but as a reader who reincarnated into this novel, I knew that her love for Ares is still wavering inside her heart. No matter how much they argued, how much she slapped him out of the blue, Aphrodite's love for him is still strong. In other words, Aphrodite is a big tsundere. You know, those tsundere girls who claim that they hate the boys to core and would often slap them, punch them, karate chop them. They loved the boys more than other could ever. Is this what they mean by spank now then caress later? Whatever. There will be no day for me to finally understand how the male protagonist and the villainess slept with each other in the same room every month. Macron. In the middle of walking, Aphrodite shouted loudly, "Alright, your mother has bought you many dresses. Let's go." I really wanted to see in those dresses. Before I could even respond, Aphrodite has already lifted me up. I hate being lifted. That's why my legs would always feel weak, because I didn't walk to exercise my legs. When we got to my room, there were already packages lying everywhere inside my room. Yvonne unpacked the packages while Margaret took off my dress. "Duchess, which one should we go with first?" "I can't. These dresses are all too cute. Right. My eyes would never fail to fool me. All of these dresses will look good on Adele. No matter which one she wears, Adele will still look adorable like an angel. That is our Duchess, all right. While the three women squeal like crazy bees, I was left alone by standing on a stool like a magical snowman under the summer sky. Equals. Help. Those dress-up game continues for 2 hours. I wore every single dress and finally, they allow me to choose one to wear for lunch. Because I was tired, I just pointed my finger at whatever dress. Yvonne took me to bathroom and bathed me. Margaret came in and took me from her while Yvonne cleaned the bathroom. Margaret wore the dress for me and in the same time, Aphrodite was standing behind me, brushing my identical platinum hair that I got from her. Everything was happening too fast that I thought I was dreaming. For the whole time, I was no different from a snowman. Done. All three women were looking at me as if I was a magical weird creature. I looked my appearance and blinked twice. My platinum blonde hair was braided into a pigtails. There were small red flowers plucking in the braids. I was wearing a sleeveless light red dress with pink flowers pattern and 2 red ribbons accompanied around the waist. Cute equals. How could I call myself cute? Oh my god. But I'm not lying. I am indeed cute. Who doesn't want to pinch my cheeks if they saw this kid? Tilda, I knew Lady Adeliana is always cute, but today, you're extra adorable. Each day, Lady Adeliana is getting cuter and cuter, said Margaret, who is flustering with redness covering her face. Aphrodite and Yvonne nodded in agreement. The clock tower of the Empire rang loudly. It was already 12 p.m. Once the clock tower strikes 12 p.m. or 12 a.m., it would rung loudly. Sometimes, I would wake up in the middle of the night because of it. Lunch should be ready by now. Come on, Adele. You cannot miss your meal. I hold Aphrodite's hand with my small one. Each time we've passed the employees here, they would exchange a giggle and or sounds. Do I look that cute? Equals. The butler and the head maid clenched their clothes where their hearts located. Their faces were clearly telling me that they will die from cuteness. I sit on my baby chair beside Aphrodite. The servants who bring the food are having a flowery smiling on their faces. I awkwardly bite my lip and clutch the dress with sweats dripping down. Duchess, aren't you going to wait for His Excellency? The butler lower his body and whisper. I thought the Duke would be having a lunch later. Isn't he supposed to having a meeting in the palace? Pardon me, but today the meeting has finished earlier than usual. Adeliana might be hungry. We don't want her to miss her meal and have her sick like before. I understood. The conversation ended with the head butler nodding his head and stepped back to the corner. Adele, let's eat. Aphrodite taps on my shoulder and give me a head nodding. I didn't respond. I returned to the food which is calling me with temptation. I'll eat now. Just as when I chew the pride of steak filled with tasty flavor. The meat is tender and chewy. A kid who has problems with teeth could also eat this. The juiciness and saltiness with hint of sweetness danced in my tongue. This is the kind of food you can only have Valentine's Castle. God, I'm describing the simple delicious steak like Shokuji no Soma characters now. Pardon my intrusion. The Grand Duke has returned. Oh, looking at that flushing face of him. Aries must have returned with an abnormal state. I see. Aphrodite didn't react much and continued to cut my steak. She's doing what every caring mother does. A child who is unable to cute steak on her own is having her mother to help her with it. While I was chewing the meat happily, the door of the dining room burst opened. I could see red liquid which I assumed it was blood. However, before I could see the 4K HD gore picture, Aphrodite has censored it with my embrace and chest. Every time Aries walked in casually with blood, she would censor it by pulling me from my chair and hug me tightly to her chest. Head maid, Hannah, bring Adeliana to her room. Butler Carson, take her foods, and bring desserts and jar of cold orange juice for her. Don't let Adeliana come out until we clean up. Yes, we understand. Hannah carefully brought me to her arms without letting my head move. Carson brought the tray of my food and ordered the servants to bring those desserts and juice. I was carried to my room and was told not to come out until Aphrodite arrived. I nodded in silence and ate my food obediently in my tea-set table. On the pink chairs were toys and dolls sat on them. Right. I was playing drinking tea with them last night. Anyway, I will have to eat my food and have a good afternoon nap later. To the dining room. Aphrodite was pinching the bridge of her nose. She swears to God that no matter how handsome and cruel her husband is, he is a total arid idiot. Oh, what the hell? Who would bring bloody bodies to the dining hall where they ate? Of course, Ares is that one person. After making sure Adeliana is gone, Aphrodite rose from her sit and slaps Ares' head with a straight face. Hannah and Carson, who had returned, could only look down to the ground. Jacobs was trying his best to stop the Grand Duke's personal knight who has been there for him since young. Isaac Taylor. Isaac's hand which held his sword was trembling. Jacobs was gripping his hand tightly so that he won't withdraw his sword and slice the Duchess, because Aphrodite has already slapped him more than 50 times now. Ares wasn't surprised by it anymore. You knows that there is another route in the basement, right? Aphrodite's expressionless face turned into a relaxed smiling one, but the three people who knew her the most, like Hannah, Carson and Jacobs, were shaking their heads. Behind that alluring smile is a demon that is scarier than death. I know. So why don't you take that path? Because this route is shorter. I see. Then do you know what time is it now? 12:24 p.m. What time does Adeliana eat? There was a huge silence until Ares finally answered. 12 p.m. You know Adeliana eats around 12 p.m. So why did you have to walk through the dining hall with bloody bodies and that soaked blood body of yours? You know Adeliana would lost her appetite whenever she saw those gore scenes, and you knew it's 12 p.m. yet you walked in. Just how much do you love to reminisce old memories? I'm glad that you found old memories fun, but don't involve your daughter with it. What happened if she suddenly remembers that head rolling to her face? That time when you tried to kill her when she was a baby? You know Adele has an extremely good memories. The room was turned into a cemetery. Ares glanced to the other direction in guilt while Isaac did the same. Next time, I'll throw you out of the house. This is my house. Shut up. I am the one who's managing the house and estate finance. You are just an owner who left this house alone. You think I don't know that you have another mansion? I know everything. You have another mansion in the middle of the city. This is my house now, so shut up and piss off. Carson, bring the maids to clean this mess. I'm tired now. Aphrodite left the room with Hannah following her. Jacobs and Carson gave Ares a look, and Jacobs placed his hand on his lord's shoulder. Your Excellency? Next time you shouldn't fight back. Wives are extremely dangerous. As a married man myself, I know this experience. Don't mess with wives, especially when they're pregnant or on their period. This loyal subordinate could only give you this advice to protect yourself. Men, take those people to the basement. Ares takes a note in his head. Don't mess with this terrified creature called wife. 1. This a proverb that is popular in my country. This is a term referring to a situation where a mother would spank their child then console the child with sweet words later, and in an argument situation, after the fight, the winner will console with the loser by words or actions. Chapter 11, The Ghost Princess. Inside the library, Warren was checking his only student's works. Days ago, she was just struggling with simple past tense, but now she has improved much better. Every once in a while, Warren lifts his face from his works and observes the little girl. All she did was destroying her crayons and paper. She won't study unless you told her to. For some reasons, Warren found it hard to believe that this dead fish girl is the girl who can beat the Empire's intelligent person and the priest of Sol Temple. Someday, he found her laying on the library floor reading a thick book full of holy language of Gala. Even the Empire's intelligent person took 1 month to translate a single book, so why does this girl could simply read it and even snort at it? It was a secret that Adeliana could read the holy language of Sol. He wouldn't dare to spread it around even if he wanted to. The Grand Duchess has specifically ordered him to shut up about this matter, and the Grand Duke kidnapped him in the middle of the night just to tell him not to spread any rumors about this. These people are terrifying. Sir, did I do something to distract you? The chirpy voice of a little girl brought him back to his sense. His eyes met a pair of 2 pink eyes which are glittering under the sunlight that was shining from the window. Her pink eyes weren't the same as her father nor her mother. It was an unusual color, yet he found that 2 pink glittering eyes fascinating, as if they have magic to hypnotize someone. It was just his guess, but he sensed that this girl might grow to a height that is even greater than her father. The father is already amazing, but with his blood and the dark sorcery from his wife, She might be more terrifying than her parents. Nothing. I was lost in my thoughts. Warren shook his head and continued with correcting her works. Because he has assigned her too many works. Adeliana's math teacher has already arrived. Adeliana bid her teacher a farewell and dragged her legs to the next room with a big yawn. Warren shook his head at her actions. After Adeliana left, Warren has his concentration back. He quickly corrected all her works, then packed his stuff for his leaving. Before he left, Warren picked up the book Adeliana read from earlier. He saw her bookmarked her page that she read with a paper. Warren read the title and his two olive eyes tremble. Who let a 5-year-old child read a romance book? It wasn't in holy language. He sighed and placed the book on his desk and left the room after closing the door behind him. Warren got into the carriage and watched the 6th window of the 2nd floor until the castle behind him vanished as the carriage moved forwards. The carriage stopped in front of the palace gate. Warren gave the coachman 1 silver coin, then headed inside. Aside from his job as the tutor for Adeliana, Warren also worked in the palace as the librarian. The royal librarian was divided in 5. The first library is for general genre. The second library is specifically made for historical books. The third one is for scholar. The fourth one is dedicated to holy language, and it's the only library that has least people enter. The fifth one is forbidden, even for noble, as it's built for royalty to use only. He still haven't mentioned anything about the 6th and 7th library that the emperor just newly built for his second daughter and his firstborn son. Warren placed the book in order and proceeded to sit down on the floor, checking the book's title and the newly brought books. He worked for the 5th library, and the library only had him and one other librarian. They didn't chat and only works. The second librarian finally broke the silence by asking him in a friendly manner, "Baron Warren, how was the Grand Duke's daughter? I heard from Professor Gilbert that she's a genius." "Let's see, she had problems with grammar, but her speech and writing was pretty good. Lady Adeliana has a brilliant mind and was fast to learn new things. Professor Gilbert sang to my ears every day about her." Warren adjusted his glasses and quietly observed the list. "Wow, really? Now come to think of it, there are many rumors about this lady. I don't trust the rumor that much, but hearing a person who rarely praise and compliment to suddenly praise her, I'll believe it." They talked quietly about 15 minutes until the sound of a child's footsteps thumping in the hall. They closed their mouths and do their works silently. The footsteps approached them both and a small hand tugged Warren's shirt. He turned around, then his face was sweating in surprise when he saw a little girl in a pretty neat dress. Her black straight hair was tied in a ponytail with blue flowers around it. She has a pair of deep blue eyes that could suck your soul in. The sapphire blue eyes glittering even though they were in the dark for a moment. Her glittering blue eyes reminded him of the glittering pink eyes that belonged to a certain blondie. Warren's shoulders shook when the girl suddenly asked him, "Could you please grab that thick book with blue cover for me? I can't reach that height." She pointed at the blue book that was between the brown book and the red one. Warren's body moved on its own and his hand grabs the book for her. She took the thick book into her two small hands and nods her head. "Thank you." Both men watched as the little girl disappeared. Warren sat down and the other librarian immediately grabs his shoulders. "Bro, that was the legendary ghost princess." "The ghost what?" "The ghost princess of the Peregrine, the youngest daughter of the Peregrine royal family. Princess Delafino Peregrine." The name suddenly rang a bell inside his head. 8 years ago, just as when the second prince was born, the empress died. During those 2 years, the emperor didn't marry anyone else. However, it was no secret that he was close with the noble lady who was also known as the temple's saintess. She was the one who always lit up the temple torch every year. Now that that lady suddenly disappeared, the emperor was pushed by the court to get married. The emperor remarried to the daughter of the prime minister, but she was married to the emperor as his queen, not his empress. The queen has given birth 5 months before the Grand Duchess. She has given birth to a girl. Now the empire have 2 princesses. However, despite being the daughter of the emperor too, the emperor did not give his daughter a name or celebrate. It wasn't a surprise. Thus, the youngest princess has never shown her face. She lived in the queen's palace and hid herself from noble society for 5 years now. To think that the ghost princess casually walked up to him, tugged his shirt and politely asked him to grab a book from a tall shelf for her. Still, her glittering ocean eyes still leave an impact on him. Whether anyone who has seen both of the princess or the duke's daughter or not, Warren knows that their unique glittering eyes were too similar except for their colors. Chapter 12. Princess Delafina. The raven hair that was tied up into a high ponytail swayed in the air. The blue flowers that was put to decorate her ponytail spread a soft fragrance, making one turned all their attention to her. Instead of heading to her mother's palace, Delafina Peregrine was heading to the Silver Palace. Her eldest brother had promised her to give her the holy language of Solin in exchange for this book. Delafina easily walked past the guards, as they didn't notice her presence. Having a ghost presence sometimes is handy. She heads upstairs to her brother's study and knock on the door softly. The faint voice of a young boy came from the room. "Come in." Delafina did not respond as she opened the door to the room. There sat a 12-year-old boy who was writing something. Unlike her silky black hair like Raven, this boy has silver hair that was shining under the sunlight. Instead of having a deep ocean eyes like her, he has a baby blue eyes. Both of them were staring at each other for good 3 minutes without talking. The boy rose from his sit and walked towards Delafina with a warm smile. "Delafina, you're here." "I'm sorry, I was spaced out earlier." He crouched down to her level and pat her head. "Don't worry, Brother Ezekiel is the crown prince. You have many works, so I'm not surprised to see you space out," Delafina said with a warm smile spreading on her face. Her eldest brother, Ezekiel Peregrine, the crown prince of Beresford Empire. She wasn't sure if she had visited him on the right time. Today he seemed tired more than usual. "Are you okay? I have retrieved you the book." "I don't need that book right now." "Haha, don't worry. Your brother has already have the book right here." Ezekiel handed her the brown cover book and took the book from her hand in exchange. Delafina nodded her head, showing her obvious happiness. "Thanks, brother. I'll see you later. I have to go and meet mommy." Delafina ran out without forgetting to wave her small hand at Ezekiel. He chuckled and waved his hand back. Delafina happily hugged the book in her hands. Holy language of soul was the only first thing that kept her survived at first when she opened her eyes in this world. As someone who had died from a stupid accident once, Delafina wanted to live life. She won't make another stupid remark like her previous life. All she got to do now is to survive. There were so many things that has happened in her life. She survived by falling off the stairs, so surviving by living as a ghost princess won't be bad either. She has no intentions to muddle with the original plot of this world. There's no way she would want a life of those who are messing with the original plot. And that's what she thought. "Princess Delafina, we have waited for arrival. The Emperor has returned from his council meeting and your presence has been requested by His Majesty." There was a luxurious carriage waiting for her in front of the Ocean Palace. Royal guards and the Emperor's trusted man was also waiting for her with a chilled smile. "What if I refuse?" Delafina stuttered on her words. The Emperor's man looked shocked for a second, but he gave her another smile. "Don't worry, Your Highness. Her Majesty the Queen is also there." They are using her mother to threaten her, but why would believe that? Her mother is obviously having a good time chatting with the Grand Duchess of Valentine and Marchioness Benjamin in the Sunflower Garden. Delafina has no ideas how she get involved with this crazy second male lead. She was having a great time with her life, but then this dude just casually walked into her life and now she has successfully acquainted with him. Anyway, she has no right to refuse. Her head might roll to her mother's feet if she refused that crazy second male lead emperor. For now, let's put on the angelic facade. "Daddy, Delia is here to see you." As soon as she was brought to the Emperor's palace, Delafina had a cute smile on her face. Her innocent angelic smile caught the attention of the maids and guards. "Don't forget, she's facing with someone who could use magic and kills her by snapping his fingers like Thanos." The door behind her was closed. Delafina summoned all her courage to walk up to the man who's giving her a smirk. That smirk, she just wanted to punch him. "Delafina, you're here. What took you so long? Did you have a stomachache again?" The Emperor rose from his golden throne and the tall shadow of the Emperor lurked over her. Delafina bit her lips hard. Living as non-existent character is hard, and this man, that's right, this man right here is the second male lead of that crazy novel called I Still Miss You Till This Day. The crazy psycho emperor who smiled at the corpses. Helios Peregrine. What did she do to deserve this life? Chapter 13, Peregrine. Damn Emperor uses her mother to bait her. Delafina just wanted to slap this father of hers, but she loved her life more. Inside the council meeting room where they were the only people who are there, Helios has fun messing with his young daughter, not knowing that inside her little head has many intentions of killing him. Despite disliking the attention she'd received from Helios, Delafina obediently acted as his cute little daughter and gives him her childish smile and laughs. "So tell me, how was your day?" With the little Delafina on his laps, Helios rested his chin on his palm, covering in his silk white glove. Delia had fun times with her tutors. They were all so funny. "Today, I had a breakfast with Mommy and met Brother Ezekiel. I also met Grand Duchess Aphrodite and Lady Rhea." So Brother Ezekiel took me to his palace. He wanted to visit the fifth library but was stuck because of his studies schedule, so I decided to run an errand for him. Delafina spoke with stars shining in her two navy eyes. However, no one can read what is she thinking while her mouth spit cute and childish words. "TCH. How should I kill him when I grow up? Strangle him? Poison him? Kidnap a dog and let the dog piss into his face? Throw him off the cliff?" She mentally bit her thumb and her eyes subconsciously turned darker. An angelic face with a murder's brain. "That sounds so stupid. You just became Ezekiel's top slave." Helios responded with a dead expression. Delafina still had a smile on her face, but inside her mind, she was throwing boulders and turned into a titan who kicked humans and destroyed mountain. She has never asked for this life. She died from a stupid death and now stuck with this dead-ass second male lead. Help her. TT. 5 years ago, when Delafina opened her eyes, the first thing that was greeting her was a chandelier and a human's face. She was beautiful, her black hair under the light of chandelier and especially, her two beautiful pair of majestic green eyes. She wasn't sure how did the situation turned out that time, but Delafina had already accepted her new fate and life. She was pretty sure she was reincarnated inside some random world, but to think she was reborn in a fucked up really good masterpiece reverse harem novel was lip-smacking and terrifying. Either she was the villainess or a sidekick, because the chances of her reincarnated as a heroine is 0.00006%. It's the law of the reincarnation. You either reborn as the villainess or the sidekick. She was happy. She got a noble life and was reborn to see the live action of her favorite novel. However, the longer she lived, the more she knew that she wasn't one of the character from the novel. She only knew about her name and her current status. She was called Delafina by the same woman she saw on her first time here. She broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her name, the name she has never seen from the novel. Nah. There's no way this world is the same world as that novel. She had convinced herself, but no use. She would hear people chattering about the rumored emperor. She has trembling once again. No, 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 there's no way she's reborn into the damn shitty world. It was fun and all until you realize that the emperor isn't the same to everyone. Surely, he was funny, cheery and happy to the female protagonist, but what about everyone else? Cold, distant, smiling psychopath. Delafina wasn't ready to give up. She doesn't believe that she has reborn into this world. Who the hell is happy to be able to reincarnate into a novel? Remember, one move and you offend the main character, you are dead like a mosquito. The fact she has reborn with her memories still fresh like a fish wasn't even fully accepted by her, so why can she accept the fact that she is now one of the character inside the novel? No. This is an utter bullshit. She won't accept it no matter what. She isn't happy. She doesn't gain joy from living as an actual noble with golden spoon. Tears began to slip down from her eyes. She doesn't like it. Take her back to the world where she was once a normal teenager. She was only 16 when she died. How could she accepted this nonsense fact? Delafina continued to live and coax herself to believe that she was lucky and reincarnated as a noble's daughter. But the next 2 weeks was like heaven congratulated her with butcher knife hidden behind them. Princess Delafina Peregrine, the emperor's second daughter. May God and Goddess bless you with health and wealth. It was known that she has been born for 1 month now and the emperor just knew about her existence till now. Delafina didn't accept this fact and cried to herself every night. She only has a mother to comfort her, the non-existent person called Delafina. She was the daughter of the emperor and the queen. She has dreamed of becoming a princess and have a charming prince, riding white horse of her own, but now, she has thrown away that childish dream. Forcing herself to accept her fate, Delafina has become the ghost princess of Peregrine Royal. Although she wasn't sure how did she and her half-siblings got close, but she only remembered their small heads peeking through the cradle holes and yelled out loud, "Hey, is this our new sister? The third child of Peregrine Royal?" Prince Augustin yelled out excitedly but was hit by his elder sister, the eldest princess, Sophiana. And finally, the eldest child of the peregrine, Ezekiel, gave her a small smile and pat her head. And her new and first ever mother, Queen Percy's walk-in peregrine. The gentle and radiant smile make her happy every day. She was blessed with her gentle and enthusiastic sister and brothers. A beautiful sweet-tempered mother. It was hard to accept this new world, but it didn't take long for her to open up to her new family. Except her father. His piercing cold blue eyes and nut smile. His nut personality was a total nut. He's a big nut. The giant psycho nut. How did she get involved with him? She also had no absolute idea. She only recalls her mother cried and maids gossips. The cries from the next room made her pissed off. The scream, the groan, the cries, the begging, the moan, the dirty talks. It was an absolute hell. Apparently, the psycho nut father of hers has been drugged by some nobles, and to avoid having a legitimate child, the second male lead did a pro-gamer move by finally using his brain. He realized that he is a queen, so making love between them is not wrong, resulting him dragging his wife to the next room beside Delphina's and made her suck her pacifier and stared at the dark ceiling for a whole night. It was dawn when someone opened the door to the room. Snow White hair reminded her of the dog from the shop beside her school, and 2 pairs of midnight blue sky eyes glowed. "Yeah, you're just as ugly as your mum, son of a bitch. I'm not wrong for calling you that though." Her last thought before she falls into a deep slumber. Chapter 14, The Palace. Today was pretty unusual. Instead of sitting all day inside the library, reading boring books, Aphrodite suddenly got an invitation from Queen Percy's. Percy's walk-in came from a famous scholar family from the nearby country. She was known for her knowledge in Beresford language and Cilician ancient language. Percy's walk-in has the same amount of knowledge as the female protagonist. She appeared inside Story 6 when Helios, the second male lead, decided to give up on the female protagonist. However, Perseus was married to Helios since the female protagonist disappeared, but she was a sidekick, so her screen time was very short. I was angry for some reasons. So in this story, they only made Aphrodite the biggest villain of all. They had potential candidates for all, so why chose Aphrodite as the main one? If the author didn't write Aphrodite to be a villainess with a plot twist, I'm sure she will continue be a good friend to the female protagonist. And she won't take this chance to steal her friend's man, and if it were like that, I'm probably gonna end up reborn somewhere else. Without having Ares and Aphrodite as my parents, I can't imagine it. I have already accustomed living with them, eating with them, although my parents weren't on a good term. Seeing their faces every day and receiving their loves, it was something I really yearned for a very long time now. It was like a dream come true when I suddenly have my own family like this. It wasn't half bad to still have faith in fairy tale wishing star. I walked down the hallway to my room. The castle was pretty lively nowadays. When I read the novel, no one really dare to utter a word or have a small talk or laughing until the arrival of female protagonist was here. But now, it's different. Because of my existence, this castle has turned into a happy lively one. No one would believe that this castle belongs to the cold Grand Duke Valentine. Maybe my existence actually meant something. I opened the door to my room. Yvonne and Margaret were discussing and shoving dresses into each other's faces. No. I think Lady Adeliana fit in with blue more. Don't be silly, Margaret. Lady Adeliana would be definitely look good in reddish pink. It matched with her eyes more. If you think about it, okay, I'll handle her hair then. The heated arguments went down in a moment. I stood from the door, watching them putting back those dresses into the closet back. Margaret was the first one to notice me. A really bright smile bloomed on her face as she called for me. "Good morning, Lady Adeliana. Have you eaten your breakfast?" "Ah yes, I have eaten it," I simply replied to her with a small smile. Closing the door behind me, I walked to Yvonne, who returned from my closet with a single dress in her hand. "Please stand on the stool. Young lady, we need to dress you up quickly." I did as Yvonne said and let them took off my current dress. It didn't take long for them to finish dressing me up since I was a child. Margaret began to brush my hair. Yvonne went through the jewelry drawer to pick the matching jewelry for my dress. I was wondering how should I act in front of those ladies that will be invited to the ball. It's not like I don't have a confidence in myself, but I was wondering if they'll judge me like how those women from novels did. I was good at etiquette studies, Plus Aphrodite will be with me, so why am I getting so nervous out of no reason? Maybe there will be a random solar eclipse. Lady Adeliana, please don't tense up too much. The Duchess will be with you for the whole time. Margaret calmed me down. I knew that, but aside from that, I have an unknown feeling creeping into my heart. Margaret and Yvonne hugged each other once they see the finishing result. I didn't mind them and head to Aphrodite's room. I didn't even bother to knock on the door and burst inside excitedly. Aphrodite sat on a chair and have her hair brushed by maids. The awkward moment when all maids, including my mother, turned my attention to me. I froze in my place and hid behind the door. Adele, come here. Aphrodite's calm voice made me even nervous. Usually, she would never mind me bursting into her room out of blue, but today, she might be angry. I nervously walked to her, hiding my hands behind my back. The maids quickly finish their works and leave the room. Aphrodite didn't speak to me and only put on her jewelry in silence. I didn't dare to speak and stand in one place. Aphrodite put on her red lipstick and closed the lid. She turned around and we finally face each other. Are you angry at me? The courage that I gathered during the silence made me ask her first. No. Then, why didn't you talk to me? I was thinking, just how cute can you get? I should raise Margaret and Yvonne's salaries for making my daughter so cute. I'm done now, so let's go. The expressionless face of Aphrodite turned into a smiling happy one. Gah, don't scare me like that. I was about to pee my pants. Aphrodite carried me in her arms and I sat on her laps during the ride to the palace. Wow! I didn't even bother to hide my excitement when I saw the crowd-bursting city. It's exactly like the movie. Are you excited to see the city for the first time? Aphrodite asked me and held the curtain. Yeah. This is the first time. I only stuck inside the castle. Despite having a good life with a good parents, I wasn't allowed to step outside the Valentine territory. Due to the Valentine and Roland's power, they have too many enemies, so I wasn't allowed to go out even if Ares has many strong knights. Come to think of it, I haven't seen my maternal's grandparents for a long time now. Maybe I should ask for Ares and Aphrodite's permission to go to them today. Little did I know, I had an evil smirk on my face and Aphrodite was smiling with confusion. Whoa, so big! I shout loudly as my two pink eyes shine unconsciously. The palace was really huge. I doubt that this is the only palace. Phew, so excited. We stepped off the carriage and Aphrodite did not let go of my hand. Wowie! I must be really lucky to land my feet in this beautiful, historical palace. Old castles or palaces used to give me eerie feelings, but if the palace is new and clean like this, I suddenly felt like my knowledge in history increased by 70%. While I was excitedly looking around, I was lifted by Aphrodite and she held me closer to her chest. Adeliana, we'll tour around the palace later. For now, don't look around. Even if she said it in a very calming tone, I could still feel like that Aphrodite is scared of something else. What now? I only gone for a few days and how the hell did this story get 1K view XD? I don't know what's wrong with Wattpad. Watch ads to read your own stories. Chapter 15, Boy Who Threw Nut. 1. Aphrodite looks behind her. Adeliana wanted to ask what's wrong, but the situation doesn't seem right. She'll ask her once they returned home. Aphrodite didn't let Adeliana down until they reached the queen's palace. Once Adeliana's feet land on the ground, she immediately run wild like a dog that's stuck inside her home during quarantine. Aphrodite slowly followed her with a small smile, but once in a while, her purple eyes scanned the whole area. Meanwhile, Adeliana didn't give a single crap and would sniff any roses or flowers she came across. Aphrodite leads her to the awaiting area. The tables were set up neatly and beautifully. Snacks and tea sets were all over the table. The crowds turned silent once they saw them. Eyes were focused on them. Aphrodite's lips curved into a smile. Adeliana didn't have the same confidence as her mother. She immediately hid behind her and gripped her skirt dress. They walked to the table and someone approached them. To be precise, her mother. Grand Duchess Valentine, I never thought you would actually came to my party. Adeliana lifts her head and take a small peek at the woman who is talking to her mother. In that moment, she thought the woman was very beautiful. Almost on the same par as her mother, she has a silky straight raven hair that reached her waist. Her two forest green eyes were so spellbinding, just like a hot elf from hentai game ads on Kiss Anime. Never mind the last one. Greeting. Your Highness. I would never dare to reject an invitation from the palace. That's an outrageous action. Ahaha, said the one who's missed my 5 events. Never mind. Seem like today you have brought a company with you. The woman crouched down with one knee. But that's only make Adeliana panic even more. She's a queen. How could she make the queen crouch down because of her? I am Percy's walk-in peregrine, the first queen of Beresford Empire. May I know your name, little girl? Percy's red lips curved into a beautiful smile. Aphrodite taps on her shoulder to give her some confidence. Adeliana steps forward and greets Percy with all her best. Greeting to the Queen of Beresford. May solemn angels from heaven bless you with joy and health. This humble girl is Adeliana Ivan Valentine, the daughter of Duke and Duchess Valentine. Did I do it right? Adeliana gulped. She didn't dare to raise her head. Percy's widened her eyes. Her slender finger slightly lifted Adeliana's chin up. The forest green eyes met her 2 glittering deep pink one. Percy's lower her eyes. Just like she thought, even if her daughter had a different color, they both have similarities. Same goes to Ria's daughter. Adeliana stayed in silence. For her to suddenly lift her chin and stare right into her eyes, it was pretty terrifying. Percy's get up and smile at Aphrodite. Why don't you enjoy the party, Adele? Why don't you enjoy yourself? There are many kids around your ages. Make yourself home. If you need anything, tell the maids. They will be at your services. Us adults have something to talk that isn't enjoyable for kids. Hey, don't call my daughter Adele as if you're familiar with her. Adele, mommy need to go now. Have fun. Come to me if you aren't comfortable with those brats. Hurry up. I know. Adeliana watched as her mother and the queen went to the tables. One maid came to her and signaled her to follow. Adeliana followed the maid without any question. The maid leads her to another place and chirpy laughters and noise almost made her run back to Aphrodite in full speed. Of course, that was a lie. There were only laughter of the children but no crazy screaming or noise. Those children dressed neatly and beautifully, perfect to be called as a noble. Their laughing stopped once they saw her. Adeliana wasn't scared. She casually approached them and one maid came to pour tea for her. Oh my, I have never seen you before. I am the daughter of Marquis Zealand, Gabriel Zealand. May I ask for your name? One girl with blonde pigtails gave her a haughty smile. Did she really think she's the god here? Adeliana was in the mood to mess with some brats. Her hands would itch whenever she saw a type of brat like this Gabriel one. Adeliana's face was blossomed into a binding smile. Some kids even have to cover their eyes because of the sparkly background. Ah yes, she has exaggerated again. Nice to meet you, Miss Gabriel. I'm the daughter of Duke and Duchess Valentine, Adeliana Ivan Valentine. It's really nice to meet you all. Gabriel's smile dropped immediately. No one didn't even dare to talk to her. You mean, the daughter of the demon? One boy opened his mouth but his voice was so low. Adeliana has finally found the answer. The power of being the daughter of 2 people who are out of league in noble society. The god of war and the duchess who has endless connection in noble society. Of course, one word and you're dead. After that, they introduced themselves one by one with trembling voices. No one talked to her. They left her out and boast about their parents and wealth. Adeliana found nothing interesting and leave. She doesn't want to associate with these kids from the beginning. Adeliana had to the garden alone and the voices of the children also fade away the further she walked. She sat down on the grass and watched the beautiful roses and listened to the water fountain. Suddenly, someone threw a nut at her. What the heck? Come out if you wanted to fight. God damn you. Adeliana went out of control. Her peaceful moment suddenly has been destroyed by someone. Gee, you really have such a bad temper. The thud sound behind her made Adeliana turn but she was greeted with a boy who is taller for only 3 centimeters. Usually, she doesn't like smell coming out of young boys but this guy's smell hit different. A faint scent of vanilla and flowers made her nose twitch. Sniff sniff. He smelled so fucking good. Even better than a girl. Is he gay or fey? The boy's face twisted when he saw her thirsty expression. He slightly pushed her away with disgust. Your face looks like one of those pedo on the street. Hey, take that back. The boy reached out his hand and dusted her hair. I threw a nut at you because you have some leaves on your head. Gee, don't scream like a dying frog again. He sighed. Adeliana's face was flushed in embarrassment. She subconsciously pouted and huffed. The boy held his laughter. She reminded him a lot of his baby sister. When she's angry, she would pouted and let out a HMPH sound. Suddenly, Adeliana turned her face to him. He was so surprised and was about to fall, but she grabbed his arm. Next time, don't throw a nut at a lady because it's rude. If you do that next time, I'll whack your head for sure. His baby blue gaze met her pink one. It was only for a moment, but his heart was thumping crazily. What is this annoying feeling? His head was filled with mess and his face turned red all of a sudden. Adeliana didn't turn blind eyes towards this. She smirked and knows that this boy is blushing because of her. What? Do you need me to call a love doctor? Cause I bet your heart is racing because of my beauty. Degrees. I beg for your mercy. I'll vomit for real. You jerk. This is unedited but enjoy. Chapter 16, Boy Who Threw Nut, 2. Adeliana and the blonde-haired boy sat on the grass. She watched as the blondie randomly said the most random thing. Of course, Adeliana knew who this boy is very well. Who else aside from the royals possessed such majestic blue eyes? Adeliana internally sighed at this cliché. Somehow, the royal always possessed blonde hair and blue eyes. Well, beautiful princesses and princes need to have the classic golden blonde hair and sky blue eyes. Hey, did you know that Candy Fairy's hair actually made out of cotton candy? Excuse me? The Candy Fairy's hair actually made out of cotton candy. Who told you such nonsense fairy tale? It's not nonsense. Candy Fairy existed. Mythical creatures existed here. Adeliana avoided his eyes gaze. Haha, she knew dragons exist here but the novel didn't say anything about the fairy or elves. Then how do you know that she's real? Adeliana wrapped her arms around her knees and tilted her head. Because I saw her. Duh. The blondie scratches his ear and gave her the dull looks. Show me if she's real. Adeliana didn't mean to believe that magical creatures are fake but she can't help but tease the little prince. The blonde prince blinks twice then nodded his head. Eh? He can't be serious to find those magic creatures. Characters from novel said it took at least 5 years, but main characters found them in 1 day. You aren't even a full-fledged supporting character. That's gonna take 20 years to catch one. Adeliana rose up and about to tell him that it was a joke. Suddenly, small colorful light ball floats in midair around them. Tons of them came out and surrounded them. One of the light lands on the blonde prince's hand and he walked up to her. He showed Adeliana the pink light ball that now has become a tiny girl with wings. Tiny. Adeliana unconsciously blurted out and stared at the tiny pink head of the fairy. How rude of you. My name isn't Tiny. I'm one of the greatest fairy spirit, the one and only beloved fairy Swishiana. The tiny chirping like cricket made Adeliana crack out to laugh. She ended up laughing like an idiot and roll on the grass for 3 minutes. The Candy Fairy fist her hand and bite her lips in annoyance. She wasn't happy with Adeliana laughing at her. Sorry. It's been a long time since I hear a new kind of voice. I only stuck in my house and hear the same voice every day and end up remembering every kind of voice. Hearing yours was refreshing and funny. Of course, that was half truth. This morning, she heard a lot of new voices, but the rest weren't a lie. She did hear the same voices for too many times to the point of remembering them. The little fairy blushed. Because of her blushing, her pink hair turned into a hot pink. HHMPH. Just because you're a little cute doesn't mean I'll always forgive you. The prince and Adeliana laughed together. Come to think of it, are these lights also fairies? Adeliana tried to touch one of those floating lights but it immediately flies away when she tried to touch them. That's right. They won't transform to their fairy form unless I command them more out of their own will. The blondie prince released the fairy and watched as she flew away. Is that your ability? What do you mean? The ability to summon fairy? Ah, that was nothing. I'm not even good enough compared to my older siblings. Adeliana watched as his blue orbs turn into a darker shade of blue. She blinked twice and suddenly remembered one scene from the novel. Helios' eyes were turned into a different shades of blue depending on his emotion. When he's sad, his eyes turned into a deep blue one. Don't sweat it. You are younger so it's an exception. Doesn't matter whether you have special power or not. It's not always too late to learn everything as long as you're alive and well. Adeliana grinned and lightly hit his shoulder. She was unaware but the little prince was stunned by her smile. Why is my heart beating like this again? Chapter 17, Alina. I wasn't sure how both of us get along so well but right now, we both are currently immersing in a hot conversation. Yeah, you know. The other day, my father was being a little jerk and he kept bullying my little sister. Just how bad can he be? Worse than a goblin eating rabbit. He He's no different from a bad crocodile from the old man and the ungrateful crocodile. I can understand the language, but I don't understand what the hell is he talking about. Since when did a bad man who bullied his daughter become an ungrateful? Top 10 mysterious evolution that even scientists can't explain. You must really love your little sister if you go as far as calling your dad a crocodile. I let out a small sigh and smile. Of course, I do. She's the most angelic, holy, mythical angel that heaven sent. Her smile could lit a light of hope in the abyss of despair. Her laugh is a song of salvation. Her tear is a desperation for living. No word aside from perfect could describe my angelic sister. The blonde airhead kneel on the ground with one hand on his chest and one hand in the midair. His blue eyes were shining with hope and dream. Wow. He just made a poem out of his younger sister. How cultured of him. Let's stay away from him and his sister as far as I could. Siskon is the least type of person I don't want to mess with. Wait, you have a younger sister, Opayo? I suddenly stood up in surprise. I'm not a reader for nothing. Why would I forget such point? This guy's a prince and the son of the second male lead, Emperor Helios Aro Peregrine. Didn't the novel only mention Helios only has 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, and the girl is the second child? Where did this younger sister of his came from? Huh? Of course, I have a younger sister. Wait, did you even listen to me this whole time? The prince wrapped his arms with a pout on his face. Or, how cute. Wait, no. You. 40%. If he finds out that I knew he's a prince, he'll go all dramatic saying that because he's a prince, no one want to play with him, and then he'll left me all alone again. Nope, not letting that happen. Jeez, where did your mind go while I was talking? Whatever. Now come to think of it, I never catch your name. You go first. I'm not a heroine who would always introduce myself first. Tongue. Mine is August. What about yours? Gyukuoji easy. August smirked and covered his mouth with his right hand. Damn brat. He has a bad taste in name. Negation_negation. I'm Adele. Simple, right? Adele. Adele. Your name reminded me of my father's friend daughter. He has a daughter around my sister's age, and she is an uncommon name. Adeliana. Weird, isn't it? Little prick. How dare he underscore? But he is a point. My name is really weird, yet it sound nice to hear. Self-praising time. But her name sounds really nice. It's weird and uncommon, but I like it. August smiles, revealing his white bright Hollywood teeth. I place my hand on his shoulder and wipe my fake tear away. You're a nice person, bro. I'm sure your wife is a good person. What the heck? We laughed and ran around the garden for a while. Later, August asked me if I wanted to see his secret garden. I naturally agreed, cause why not? This is a royal palace, after all. August held my hand tightly as we tried to get past the guards. We successfully get into the cave August mentioned without any trouble. Inside the dark cave, I held his hand tightly because I don't like darkness. Funny, I'm a 21 years old woman if you plus my mental age, holding a kid's hand while walking into a cave. Here we are. August's slow voice and the light from the end of the cave made me relieved. I blocked the light with my hand, and when we reached that light, a whole new world was waiting for new. Wow. The sound of waterfall and the smell of flowers with small little humans flying around was like a scene out of a fairy tale book. Somehow, did we cross over to Barbie's secret door? This is my secret garden. Welcome. August finally let go of my hand and let me explore to my heart content. The elegant historical tiles on the ground was enough to make me cry in tears of excitement. Can I have one rose? I sniff the pink rose and touch its soft petal. Of course. But let me cut the thorns off first. August came to me with a scissors that I don't know where the hell did it came from. He cut the rose and cut all of the thorns before handing it to me. Here is a welcome gift for you. August grinned happily. I happily held the rose in my hand and laughed with him. You right there, who are you and what's up with your magic? A tall shadow covered the top of my head, and the soft yet powerful voice forced me to turn around. It was like an invisible hand forced me to turn around. Before me was a tall woman with a long silver hair. She was beautiful, and her 2 pointed ears already told me that she isn't a human. Fairy queen. I can explain this. August stepped up and hid me behind him. Prince Augustin, please step aside. This little girl has a really weird mana flowing inside her. I gulp and taps on August's shoulder. I nod my head at him to signal him that I'm okay. It's obvious. The reason why my magic is weird is because I'm not from this world. Chapter 18, Helena, 2. The troubled face of the fairy makes me feel uneasy. If you indeed have something to say, then say it. Don't leave me feeling like worm will swallow me. What do you mean by weird mana? I asked her and gripped the hem of my skirt tightly. The same suffocating feeling that I used to have whenever something bad happened on me. The fairy queen looked down on me and lifted my chin up. Okay, put that mana thing matters aside first. Why are you also obsessed with lifting my chin up? The fairy queen looked straight into my eyes. My heart beat so fast that it could even challenge a cheetah. It was so nerve-wracking. I expected nothing from a child born from divine energy and dark sorcery, but your magic will only soon ended up hurting someone else. I'll temporarily block where the mana flows. The fairy queen taps her finger on my forehead. For a moment, I suddenly felt like my body was getting lighter, as if there was nothing. Elena, what do you mean by dark sorcery? August had a really worried look on his face. Oh no, don't tell me that this guy is thinking something bad about dark sorcery. She's my mother, Aphrodite the dark sorcery. He. Don't worry too much, your highness. She'll be alright, for now. What do you mean by for now? If you're going to fix me, then do it properly and give me a proper guaranteed insurance. Please leave the garden. If someone knows you brought an outsider to the fairy garden, you'll be in big trouble. Got it? Let's go. Augustine grabbed my hand and ran to the exit. I look back and see the fairy queen who turned her back away. So her name was Elena. Augustine and I returned back to the garden where we met without getting caught. We panted and rest under the tree shade. Still, the events from earlier haven't left my mind yet. What did she mean? Just what is wrong with me? Well, come to think about it, I have accepted the fact that I have become a Deliana Ivan Valentine fully now. I have almost forgot about my past identity. I hate this. I wrapped my arms around my knees and stared at the horizon. The floating clouds and the different shade of blue of the sky made me realize how beautiful it was. Even if the faith in this world is dying, the sky still proudly shows many different colors of hope. Why am I talking like I came from a world filled despair and freaking pandemic straight out of a movie? Hey, are you still bothered by what Elena said earlier? If so, don't worry about it. If something happens on you, I'm sure she'll fix everything in one piece. With the encouragement I received from Augustine, a smile creeped onto my face. Thanks. We sat like this without any communication for almost 10 minutes until Augustine suddenly got up and shouted loudly, "Holy crap, I forgot about today's lesson." Damn. That annoying teacher will nag again. Anyway, see you someday. Augustine ran away, but he turned back 360 degrees back to me. He kneeled down with one knee and grabbed my hand. Augustine kisses on it and it shook me greatly. Since you have known my real identity, I shall at least properly give an introduction. What the hell is happening? I apologize for my late introduction. My name is Prince Augustinero Peregrine. Augustine gave me one last wink and get away. I was left alone in the garden and I got to say, yeet, yeesh, yikes, yak. The hell just happened? What is wrong with him? Chapter 19. Beresford Church. It was already twilight when some maid decided to look for me. I was left alone inside the same garden where I met Augustine. No matter how much I tried to shake her off what Elena said with any sort of activities, her stern soft voice still replaying inside my head like a 10 hours of music video on YouTube. When I walked past the area where those noble kids were having tea party, maids who were cleaning those areas shifted their attention towards me. Well, probably because I was the Roma daughter of Valentine family, the same maid who found me left after she brought me to the garden where Aphrodite and the queen was. She hurriedly walked away as I make my way to my mother. I stopped in one place when I see the queen and Aphrodite talk to someone in white cloak. On the back of the cloak was a symbol of a sun and a moon, clashing against each other. That's when I realized it was the symbol of the Holy Church. Something instantly hit my head when I thought of the novel. I forgot that Holy Temple and Church are different. Holy Temple is the place where they do purification and healing by using magic, where church is a place to pray or confess their sins. Because of the female protagonist, Roland had a bad relationship with the Holy Temple. But that doesn't mean they have a good relationship with the church either. Why? Duh. Because the church and the Holy Temple is basically the same lol. On Saturday, commoners must go to the church to pray and listen to the Pope's speech. On Sunday, It was Noble's turn, but the royal family also joined. Despite having the royal family joined in, Ares and Aphrodite has never seemed to visit the church once, both inside the novel and reality. Well, Ares did start to go since the female protagonist became the Maiden of Torchlight, while Aphrodite stopped going ever since she pushed the female protagonist off the cliff. Even when she's gone, Aphrodite was not called to lit the torch now. I watched the two noble women had not so friendly conversation with the church follower. I soon step up to Aphrodite because my gossip side is triggering. Mother, I have returned. With a simple statement, Aphrodite shift her attention to me. Same goes to the churchman and the queen. Greetings to your majesty. And I lift my head up to see the man, and he was also looking down on me. A smile appears on his face and I did not receive a good aura coming out of him. Oh my. Is this the daughter of Duke Ares and Duchess Aphrodite? I see, she spilt the half image of you two a lot. Especially that shimmering pink eyes. That man reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch my eyes, but Aphrodite stopped him. Adeliana, come here. He's the Pope of Beresforth Church. You shouldn't casually approach him like this. I ran to hide behind her and peek at that so-called Pope. Haha, seeing cute kid like her make me wanted to pat her head. I apologize if I offended you, Your Excellency. The Pope smoothly get away, but I ain't buying what he said. Who the fuck aim for your eyes when they wanted to pat someone's head? Here, have a holy middle finger for lying. In spite of meeting for the first time, I already knew that this man and I won't have a good relationship. It would mostly be a fake friendly relation. Since it's already past 5 o'clock, I must bid your majesty and her excellency farewell. Until we met again, Queen Perseus, Duchess Aphrodite and Lady Adeliana. The Pope respectfully bow his head down and walk away until his figure disappears. Just what is up with today? I met Elena, who told me that I have weird bad shit mana, and this Pope who doesn't give me a good feeling. Ha, that Pope is untrusting as ever. The Queen sighed and rubbed her temple. Please be careful, Duchess, especially when your daughter's magic is acting up. I suggest you to not let your daughter wander around so much. If the Holy Temple or Church found out about her natural speciality, they'll definitely after her for sure. I'm worried about Delafina time to time, but since the Emperor is always with her, along with their fairy guardian, I'm relieved. So look out for both. I'm going now. Let's have a private tea time another day. Perseus waved her hand and leave with maids accompanied her from behind. Aphrodite and I also bid her a formal farewell and leave. She did not speak a lot and only grip my small hand tightly like someone will steal me away from her. Mommy, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I cheer her up with my loud and cheery self. She smiled a bit and lightly flicked my forehead. Of course, you won't be going anywhere, but I'm worried someone will take you away from Mommy and Daddy. Her worried and sad expression already told me that she also doesn't trust that Pope from earlier. I knew it. That Pope is fishier than fresh fish from fish market. Hee hee. They can't take me anywhere because Daddy taught me not to follow strangers when they offer me good food or money, and I won't follow them because Daddy can afford me a giant cake and a room filled with treasure for me. I'm not wrong and I'm not exaggerating anything. Ares owned many treasure storages. His treasures mostly came from the Emperor or when he goes to war. Aphrodite laughed at my hidden greediness as we walked to the carriage. Since we went past the royal court this time, we saw Ares exited from the hall. I immediately ran to him and loudly yelled, "Daddy! We came to pick you up." Ares lifted his eyebrow when he saw me, ran to him in a fast speed. Before I could even reach him, he already picked me up. "You shouldn't run because we are in the palace, or what? Is this school rule? You will trip, break your teeth, get a bloody wound, cry out loud and cause commotion. I don't want to deal with that." His coldness was bitter than bitter gourd. I bite my lips and fist my hands into ball. "Adele, don't do that next time. If you see your father, ignore him. We aren't here to disturb his works or pick him up, okay? Leave him and ignore him as if he was a bug." Carrot. Wow, if Ares is an air conditioner that turn on during winter, then Aphrodite is the North Pole herself. They exchanged cold glare as I interrupted them. "Let's go home. You both can do staring contest at home. I can be judge. You will choose your mother's side for sure. I'm not a cheater. I can easily win at this staring contest, especially when my opponent is someone I would like to beat." Ah yes, what a lovely day for us family. Chapter 20, A Day with Ares. My day as Adeliana Ivan Valentine continued, but this time with no mommy. Aphrodite won't be home for a day. She was attending a charity event for a whole day and left without telling Aries. Sad little male lead who was ignored by the villainous. It's an event which requires a married couple, but Aphrodite straight up ignored Aries and head there alone. I'm beginning to see Asian parents' pattern here. Just like any normal day, I was still continuing with my studies. The etiquette teacher and dancing teacher were quite louder than usual today. Due to my fast reflex, I was able to catch up on everything much faster than anyone. Well, you can say it was all thanks to those web novel and webtoon. I remembered how they hold their teacups, the way of their speech is noble, how they communicate, more and more. I practiced those actions when I was a webtoon trasher. Maybe the soul inside led me to be so flawless. Oh ho 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 tilde. Behold, my extreme narcissism above God and universe. What can I say except I am too perfect that even perfect can't fit to describe me anymore tilde. Lol. I should kept this narcissism personality of mine to myself. I might not getting married in the future if someone knows about it. Lady Adeliana, you're really brilliant for a 5-year-old girl. Even the daughter of Count Habab can't even dance this part properly. Yes, I gave that count name on purpose. Indeed. Every day the way you walk is also getting even better. I think you won't have a problem walking while having 20 books stacked on your head. Oh please stop praising me. I'll go to my narcissism mode again if you don't stop right here. You are indeed Duchess Aphrodite's daughter. Haha, the perfect lady bloodline ran down. My heart was beating really fast when they suddenly mentioned the bloodline thing. I wasn't upset with that fact, it was an opposite. I was quite happy when they say I was Aphrodite's daughter for sure. I didn't have any parents before, so nobody have ever said something like this. When my 2 teachers left, I was left inside that huge portrait room. Every day, I would have both of my dancing lessons and etiquette lessons here. Sometimes, Aphrodite will came and watch when I danced or when I learned to brew tea or taught me how to properly walk or talk by herself when the teacher is absent. Come to think of it, I did learn how to brew tea, but no one in the kitchen allowed me to brew tea by myself. It was only exceptional when my teacher is present or Aphrodite ordered them. I look around the portrait room and saw that there weren't any family portrait. Most of them are the heir to Valentines or the Duchess of Valentines. There weren't any female heir though. Wonder why? What are you looking at? Looking for a family portrait and heir scar. My heart almost jumped out when I saw Aries standing next to me. What are you screaming for? Aries bluntly asked. Duh, webtoon, sign, if you guys know this webtoon. Isn't that obvious? Who wouldn't be surprised to see a human who appears out of nowhere and ask you in a chill manner? It was nothing. By the way, I thought you were going to the palace today. No. The emperor only held a court meeting every once in 2 weeks unless there is an emergency or the emperor summons us himself. Is it just me, or why do we father-daughter speak as if we are in the same age? Well, since daddy doesn't have any works today, why don't daddy join me in tea party? My smile was blooming like a fresh flower in spring on a sunny day. Haha, of course. Dad will reject it for sure. Who the flip-flops want to have tea with a 5-year-old kid who dressed like in a dress like you wear to kid tea party in modern world? Sure. Okay, wait. Daddy, did you eat a rotten salad or poison soup? No. There isn't anyone who is bold enough to poison me. Aries was still replying calmly as my question was like an entire circus. Well, since daddy finally have a free time for me, then let's have a tea party. My way. Of course. Hee. By my way, I mean, you know it. The maids who brought us cakes and tea were standing in one place awkwardly. Many pairs of black bean eyes were staring at me and Aries. They were smiling and some didn't even have a proper mouth. Gahahahahaha. Ulmo. I know that he'll look like a titan when he SAT in a child tea table, but this even funnier than I expected. Gahahahaha. Aries was forced to move 10 centimeters away from the table because he was too tall. I could pain in his eyes already, but it literally spelled I can't get up and leave. This is the first time to ever spend a day with my kid. Hee, so cute. Tilda. Thank you for joining us today, Daddy. I was really lonely since I didn't have anyone to join me. Indeed, those black eyes belong to my animal dolls. My favorite guy is Mr. Pinkish Bunny. He's big but was enough for me to hug and carry around. When you're too lonely in your new life that you started considering dolls as your friend. Come on, Daddy, drink your tea before the ice melt. Strawberries tea won't be delicious if the ice melt. Since I wasn't old enough to drink tea brewed for Aries and Aphrodite, I was only allowed to drink strawberries tea. The hot one was not my taste, so I discovered that with Aries and Aphrodite's wealth, I could obviously and easily obtain ice. Hee hee. It was hard to believe that sweet strawberries tea with ice made me like it even better than I expected. It was less sweeter than hot. I waited for Aries to sip it and his reaction surprisingly did not change. How was it, Daddy? It's cold. Aries still continued to drink it. I smiled and munched my cake while thinking of how we should spend this day together. We are basically father and daughter, so right now, the novel plot isn't important. The moment I opened my eyes here in this world, the novel plot already began to crumble. I didn't know that we already have 300 voted and 57 comments. Chapter 21, Aries' Point of View. For Aries, he almost never have time to rest. People said he was a craze for war, but the truth was, he's just being ordered around by the emperor. The one who is the real war craze was the emperor himself. He wasn't someone who can goes around then declare a war. His job was to wipe out the empire's enemies, return home and complete his paperwork. He was actually a poor duke who was working under the emperor's command. These days, Aries has a lot of free time due to his inhuman speed at signing and reading paperwork, so he decided to spend this time on going to a charity event hosted by a noble. He was supposed to attend it with his wife, but she left early without telling him. By his guess, she purposely left without wanting to tell him. Well, that's okay for him. He can stay home and look around. Unlike what he thought, there was nothing interesting. All he ever did was looking around the castle, the training ground and the bedroom to see if the bed was properly made. And everything was spotless. Now what should he do? He was finally freed from works, so there is no way in hell would he go back and work again. Aries goes from one room to one room. To his surprise, almost everything looked the same thing, but it was still as new as before. Nothing changed that much. Lady Adeliana, you have never failed to amaze me. You must have studied history a lot. The voices buzzing from the library made Aries stops his track. He was interested in his daughter's studies now. It's necessary for me to know my country history. It would be a shame when a foreigner asked me what is date of Sol's birth or what happened to our empire 100 years ago. Then I reply, how would I know? Oh my, you are such a diligent person. Out of all noble children I have taught, Lady Adeliana is the only one who really paid attention and learned fast. The hand-clapping sound of the teacher and the heartwarming giggles of a child made Aries' mouth curved up a bit. He left when the lesson ended. Sometime, Aries forgot that he has a wife and a daughter at home, so he was actually startled when he saw them back. He returned from war. All he ever does in his life was battling and killing. Seeing his daughter who laughed innocently at home with her mother, it was like a blessing for him to have people who can smile and laugh around him casually. Since there weren't anything for him to do, Aries returned back to his study where his assistant was waiting for him. His assistant bowed his head down upon seeing Aries. Your Grace, I have scheduled the conference for military members. The date of the conference will be held on Thursday, 16th of April. Good. The sooner we finish this, the better. Once the military conference wrapped up, the aristocrats of the Tower and the aristocrats of Intellectual Association conference will be also finished. Your Grace still doesn't like meeting with mages and intellectual members. The assistant nervously chuckled. In Beresford Empire, the political system divided in three: the Association of Intellectual Noble, the military force and the aristocrats of the Tower. The Association of Intellectual Noble is under the Chancellor command. This organization is formed by the first Emperor of Beresford, and the member of this association are those who run the matter inside the country, such as finances and taxation. The military force is under the Valentine's family for almost 3 centuries now. The military is responsible for borderlands and wars. The last political department is the Tower of Mage, run by the Archmage. Despite having connection with the royal and the noble, the Mage Tower is not responsible for the country's matter unless the country's matter is crucial. The Mage Tower is on a friendly term with the military but not the Association of Intellectual Noble. And the reason why the Mage Tower disliked the Association of Intellectual Noble is because they rejected the magical spell and the magician. Due to the two biggest associations on a bad term, the military force was put in the middle. and Ares was not happy with the intellectual noble trying to buy his favor. Their slyness and their poisoned sweet tongues would always annoy him on every meeting they have. If it weren't for the Emperor, I would have joined hand with a mage tower since long time ago. Ares sighed and rubbed his temple. Please don't stress yourself out, this is only Saturday, so please take a good rest. I shall see your grace at the conference next week. His assistant carefully excused himself and head out. The door was gently closed, leaving Aria all alone with himself in his study. He closed his eyes and let darkness consume his vision. But the sound of footsteps and door open and close kept making him lose his focus. When he was about to open his eyes, the creak sound of his study's room door opened. He immediately pretended to sleep, but his ears and eyes were still slightly open. Oh, it's Dad's office, and he slacked off by sleeping. The high-pitched voice of a girl insulted him, tick him off. She slowly closed the door and her footsteps continued to ring the hallway until it's slowly going away. Ares shut his eyes opened and get up. Since he almost never have his time with his daughter alone, he shall spend his time today before the tigress return and crack his skull. Did anyone read actually, I Was Real yet? The newly manhwa that is similar to Map and the Villainous Reverse the Hourglass. To those who could easily have high blood pressure, I don't recommend you to read it. If you want to, read chapter 6. I swear I almost died while trying to read the first 3 chapters. That cassette bitch and that fucker dad, I swear. That cassette bitch has successfully replaced Trashed as #1 spot in my fuck those trashy bitches list. Congratulations, motherfucker cassette, be ready to get hit by garbage truck. Chapter 22, Adeliana's Request. Under the sunny sky of spring, various type of flowers emitted their lovely scent to the garden. Adeliana's small hand was wrapped by Ares' big one. Because she ran without looking earlier and tripped, Ares was not convinced that she would listen to him, and she refused to be held by him. The only option for him was to hold her hand and let her walk by herself. Ares nodded his head to himself, since walking isn't bad. She is a child who often catch a bad cold and is weak, so by letting her walk, she can exercise her legs. Should he arrange a sword lesson for her? Ares quickly brush off that thought. Aphrodite will definitely pull out every single strand of his hair and turn him into a handsome monk. Daddy, I want to go to the hill. Adeliana tugged his sleeve and gave him puppy eyes. Are you sure you won't get tired when climbing that hill? Ares raised his eyebrow suspiciously. He was not convinced by her next statement filled confidence. HMPH. It's just a hill. I am a strong big girl. That hill is nothing. Adeliana laughed arrogantly. A few moments later, ha, Daddy, wait. You're going too fast. Ha, so exhausted. How come Daddy isn't tired? That hill was so tall. He knew it. She hasn't even climbed the hill and she was already tired and panted like an old dog. Ares sighed at her. He strode down from the hill and lifted her up highly. The spring breeze lightly touched and make her smile comfortably. Is this what life is? She was carried in Ares' arms carefully. She was not allowed to walk until Ares reached a safe zone. Adeliana ran around the area and laughed like any small child would do when they are at fun place. Adeliana stands on the edge of the hill and stare at the dukedom of Valentine. The Valentine castle was built on a tall hill so everyone could see the castle very, and so does the Valentine castle. They could literally see every edge of the town from here, especially the front gate of dukedom. So whenever Ares returned from war or border inspection, Aphrodite would often came here with Adeliana and pointed to the crowd to tell Adeliana that her father has returned home safe and sound. And why was Adeliana able to climb up? The answer is very obvious. She was carried by Aphrodite from the castle to the hill. Daddy, did you know that Mommy and I would always watch you leave home and return home from up here? Adeliana asked her father, who stood beside her. Really? I did not know that. All of the time? Ares stroked her golden-like hair. Yep. Ever since I was a baby. She would have picnic here, under the tree shade, and complained about you every single time. Are you trying to sell out your mother when she's gone? Ares chuckled at her mischievous behavior. Ha ha ha. But it's not only that, Mommy would also come here to wait for you. She would always waited for you right here and stared at the gate. We come here for stargazing. Adeliana continued to tell her adventure on this hill to her father until it was twilight, and Ares listened without missing a single detail. Adeliana, it's time to go back now. We can come here another time. Ares get up from the ground and dust off Adeliana's skirt. Okay, I'm already hungry. Adeliana wasn't hesitate to tell him. It was her first time spending a father-daughter time with him. She couldn't ask for anything else aside from this. Aries picked her up from the ground and they were heading to the main house. On their way, Adeliana sang a song while riding Aries' neck to accompany their small walk under the pink and orange sky of a beautiful evening. On the hill of Daisy where we have a pinky promise, your smile was blooming like them. The humming sounds of a familiar lullaby comfort the lonely fairies of this forest. Oh lovely pink daisy, just how can I get a permission from the fairy to become a daisy to stay with you? Just like the only pink daisy among the white ones. You are very special. The daisy song was sung by her, on this very hill, to her mother. The daisy song was sung by her, on this same hill, to her father, and to the only person she loved who is far away. She sang this lovely yet sad daisy song to her husband, to her lovely child, who was like that pink daisy. She was very precious. A painful cries of a mother, and a painful scream of a father. A lovely daisy was born, and on this lovely daisy hill inside this enchanted forest, I hope my lovely child who is as precious and rare like this pink daisy, will bloom even more beautifully than it. The song was sung by Aphrodite to Adeliana every night. When she grew up, Adeliana began to learn how to sing this song until she finally remembers the melody and the lyrics. There was no source of where this song came from. Aphrodite, who was in love with music and song, would always hum different types of new yet lovely song. So to give her daughter her very own song, she wrote this song for Adeliana just for her only. Aries listened to Adeliana's gentle voice and calmness covered his entire head. The meaning behind the song was so clear. Her father, who was fighting in war, died. Her mother, who gave birth to the lovely daisy, died. The child, who was as lovely as the pink daisy, was left alone in this world. Aries gripped Adeliana's small finger softly. He was lucky that Aphrodite didn't die during childbirth. He was lucky that he survived throughout those gruesome wars, and he was lucky to see Adeliana grew up to be more beautifully than a daisy. Daddy, let's have a picnic with Mom, under that tree on that hill filled with daisy flowers. The three of us. All right. Be a good girl and Dad will bring you and Mommy there again. On the hill where Adeliana and Aries were earlier, 3 daisies, red, pink and purple, were blooming and stood out than the rest. Yikes, it was not so easy to find the proper words for this song. I have to sit, space out and close my eyes. Also, that song doesn't exist. It's just a made-up song by me. Good luck on trying to sing that Lmo. It's a lullaby type of song. This will be the last chapter of this week. My period cramp is killing me and I have to start it and prepare for my school. Sniff sniff, school sucks, but I'm happy that it's back. Chapter 23, Mistake and Fear. The butler served me an already cut roasted chicken and a non-spicy soup. I stabbed my fork into the meat and chewed the flavorful meat with a foolish grin on my face. Who doesn't smile when we have good food to eat? I barely had any food to eat when I was Ria. The orphanage had a really terrible food. They only have leftover breads or cold porridge for us to eat there. Since I came from a rural town, the orphanage there also had poor quality. Maybe I dislike my previous life so much for me to quickly adapted to this lifestyle. I was so jealous of those kids in school. They have good clothes and high technology gadgets to use. Even if I don't have any chances of having all those gadgets or wearing all those beautiful clothes, I now became the daughter of a famous Grand Duke. Have a mom and a dad I really appreciate for being their daughter already. Even if I didn't become their daughter, just born in a commoner family with a loving parents are more than enough. But, I still need to find that old woman who knew about my reincarnation too. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? The food, I meant. Hearing Aries' worried question brought me back to reality. I shook my head and smiled childishly. Nope. This is the best food ever. I'm really lucky to be able to eat this. It'll turn 8 soon. You need to hurry up and finish your meal. Take a bath, brush your teeth and go to bed. Your mother won't like it if she knows you awake. Wow, I think I just gained a new mother instead of a father. It feels so deja vu. If Aphrodite was in his stead, she would also said the exact same thing, minus the last sentence. It did not take long for me to finish everything. I hopped off the chair with Yvonne's help. I'll go and take a bath now. Daddy. Bye-bye Tilda. I waved my hand at Aries, with the butler behind him clutch where his heart is and murmured something. How come our young miss can be so adorable? She must be the reincarnation of a fairy princess from the enchanted forest. Xavier, you are really annoying. Go somewhere else. With the head of the house shoo him away, the poor butler dragged himself like a puppy who was dismissed by its owner. Meanwhile, Adeliana was having a great time in the bathroom. She watched the yellow duck, floating on the water and play with the fragrant bubble. "Did you have a fun time with Lord Ares today, my lady?" Margaret, who came in with a towel and her pajamas, giggles at Adeliana's childish yet cute action. "Yay, Daddy was much more of a fun person than I thought. Before, I thought Daddy was a boring and scary person who only likes to work and work and work until he died." There was no replies from Margaret, but deep down, she was sweating so hard. Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave? Unknowingly to both of them, outside the bathroom, Ares was standing with his back against the door and one hand covering the upper of his face. "Never before have I been so offended by something I 100% agree with. Please step out of the bath, my lady. If you take a shower longer than that, you might catch a cold." Adeliana stepped out of the bubbly water, and let Margaret rinse her body to get rid of the remaining bubbles. Margaret softly ruffled her blonde hair with a big towel and wiped her body. She put on her dress and her pumpkin pants on. With Adeliana in Margaret's arms, they both exited the bathroom with a face of relief as if they have returned from a war. They both flinched when they saw Ares, sitting on the bed waiting for them with the face of a thinker. Ares was still pondering on what Adeliana said earlier. "Will I work till the day of my death? Will I be able to relax, knowing my daughter will eventually marry a guy someday? What would happen if my wife actually threw a divorce paper right to my face?" She did say something about divorce last month. "If we divorce, Adeliana will naturally want to go to her mother and I won't be able to see her again. I will leave you with his grace. I tell someone to bring you warm milk later." Margaret puts Adeliana down and closed the door softly, trying her best not to make sound. Once Margaret is nowhere to be seen, Adeliana pounced on her bed and grabbed Ares' white shirt. "Daddy!" She yelled loudly to catch his attention, and to her success, Ares did snap out from his worried thoughts and turn his attention to her. "You're done?" "Yep, I'm all clean and comfy." Adeliana rolled on her bed and cheered happily. "Daddy, I want to hear a story." Adeliana stood on the bed and hugged Ares from behind. "What kind of story?" Adeliana was in silence. She didn't expect him to agree that easily. Usually, from a novel, webtoon logic, the protagonist's father would reject the ideas, saying it was childish and does something else. Hey, did she accidentally gain another powerful supporter of her life? A love story. Both mommy and daddy's love story. It's not like she wanted to bring back their miserable love past, but she just wanted to tease him a little. She knew he won't tell her anyway. But it's not interesting. We just happened to marry due to political matter. Adeliana blinked. Ares also blinked. She blinked twice. He blinked thrice. Huh? What the heck? Ares must have been possessed by a ghost or else he won't respond so calmly. What about the main protagonist? Female main protagonist? Where is she? Is she dead? Many more thoughts ran through Adeliana's little head. She was trapped in the confusing world. It's boring. So let's hear something else. Before Ares changed the subject to anything else, Adeliana's gossip radar caught that. No. Let's hear it. I wanna know it. Don't fall asleep because of boredom then. Adeliana nodded her head and determined. She was so ready to hear the male lead's story by himself, without the author's perspective. "Your mother and I met each other during a party hosted by the royal. That time, I haven't bestowed with the title of an archduke yet. She approached me first and I left, uninterested. She tried her very best to approach me but I still ignored her, and sometimes later, she stopped sending me letters and handkerchiefs." She made him handkerchiefs? Ain't that a direct message of telling him that she really in mad love with him? "After that, some times passed and the aristocrats began to push me into a marriage, especially your mother's family, and to help support the emperor even more, I decided to marry your mother despite her bad reputation in the society. We got married and you were born after some time." Wow. It's like listening to a married woman who's stuck in a regretful marriage life. But what about the female protagonist? Is he purposely avoiding that sensitive part? But from his look, he doesn't seem to have any painful reaction. Then what about Bellamira? No, I'm not trying to provoke him, but his reaction when telling his unhappy marriage that was mentioned in the novel is too different. The novel describes during his marriage, Ares was not happy. He desperately searched for the female protagonist, Bellamira, all day and night. Aphrodite did waste a lot of money, but she still does her job as Ares' wife. Aphrodite was really evil to the core, and Ares strongly hate her that sometimes. He withdrew his sword and threatened her. So what's up with the chill expression of his? Bellamira. Who is that? Your friend? What? Be Bellamira? Don't you know her? I tried not to stuttering and smile as much as possible. Ares lifted his eyebrow as if what I said was an absolute bullshit. I never know someone with such name before. You must have mistook someone with your friend. And why do you talk like you have known this person from inside to outside? I couldn't believe it. Ares, out of all people in this world, forgot about the female protagonist. Bellamira. He was her fated one, yet he forgot about her? No, in the novel, the three of them remembered Bellamira and, what am I missing? Come to think of it, I think I read something similar to this novel before, and not everyone remembers her. Wait, no. If I remembered correctly, no one remembered Bellamira. The one that has everyone remembered the female protagonist is the other novel that is similar plot to it. To think I actually forgot about everything, and Ares and Aphrodite has no memories of Bellamira. I thought I twisted the story, but it's actually my fault for not remembering anything. It's been almost 6 years since I came to this world, and if you count the last time I read that novel, it's been 8 years now. What should I do? I don't want our perfect family to break apart. Should I prevent them from meeting? No, I can't with this body. Soon, Ares will leave for the borderline because of the barbarians invade. No one can stop him since he is the first commander of the Imperial First Night Troop, and not only him, even the Emperor and the Archmage will also leave for it. What if Ares abandoned me and Aphrodite neglected me? Uncontrollably, my tears slip out and I cried out loud. Ares was panicking and tried his best to console me and ask me what is happening. I shouldn't have told her about the realistic side of noble marriage. She must be crying because she thought I might marry her off. Adele is too young to know about the cruel side of noble marriage. Poor Ares was thinking she was crying because of the marriage matter. Aphrodite, who was just returned from the charity event, tiredly passed her head and coat to Yvonne. How was Adele doing? Lady Adeliana is fine since His Grace has accompanied her the whole day. Yvonne smiled cheerfully, waiting for her mistress' reaction, but she expectedly received a disgusted reaction from her. I shouldn't have high hopes. That guy actually spent his precious time with his daughter, for once. The sun must be rising from the west and the curse of Forgotten River must be lifted. Aphrodite shook her head and head upstairs, with both excitement and uneasiness. She was excited to see Adeliana, but her mother intuition was telling her that something was happening. Aphrodite sped up and opened the door of the room. She was greeted with a bewildered scene of the greatest swordsman who has pure divine energy, who went into a crazy mad dog during a battlefield, slaughtering humans, and toss ahead to his daughter, who still remembers it like it's been recorded, was holding his crying daughter with a panic face. Aphrodite doesn't know whether she should help him or laugh at him like a crazy person. What did you do? Aphrodite decided to throw the second one regretfully and snatch Adeliana from him. I think I made her cry because I told her about the political marriage system. Adele must have thought anyone could marry as long as they are in love. Again, Aphrodite has no ideas on what kind of reaction should she have. She wants to laugh and repeatedly call him a fool, but she will save it when she's in stress. Have you ever used your head to think before speaking for once? Now she's upset. Then what should we do? Aphrodite sighed. She patted Adeliana's back and calmed her softly. She could feel Adeliana's small fist clenching her clothes. Please don't abandon me. I will do anything. So please take me with you. If you broke up, did you tell her that you will divorce me? No. Then why is she crying, begging not to abandon her? She must have think about really hard. I shouldn't bring up an adult topic to her next time. Aphrodite wanted to smack that smooth raven head of his. She just wanted to smack and whack him. Aphrodite gave up the ideas and shook her head. Silly girl, why would we abandon you? We would never abandon our child, our blood and flesh. Aphrodite calmed her softly and put on the bed where Ares could also reach her. Don't think about the political marriage system too much. If Adele loves anyone, even if he's a commoner, I'll allow it unless he's a leech to our fame and your beauty. Seriously, why you won't abandon me, even if you broke up? Adeliana sobbed and wiped her tear. We won't abandon you and will never break up unless your father became a bastard. Aphrodite whispered the last part, but Ares and Adeliana could still hear her. Hey, don't say such mean thing in front of her. Now go to sleep. Both of us will hold your hands until you arrive in a sweet dreamland. Aphrodite coaxed Adeliana to sleep, and just like she said, Ares and Aphrodite hold her hands tightly. Feeling a bit more secure, Adeliana began to close her eyes, and it did not take long for her to sound asleep. They watched her peacefully sleep, and her soft breathing made them lay there and watch Adeliana. You should go and shower first," Ares awkwardly told her off. "And you?" Aphrodite raised her eyebrow. "I will watch Adele. You just returned from that, whatever event it was. Take a shower and rest." "Fine, and I'm your wife. Call me by my name next time." Aphrodite carefully removed Adeliana's hand from hers and stood up. "Why you should call me by my name too?" The atmosphere got even awkward, but Ares coughed to clear it up. Aphrodite looks behind her one more time to reassure everything before heading to her room. She didn't want to relax in a giant bathtub. Thus Aphrodite took a quick warm shower and returned to Adeliana's bedroom. She softly opened the door, scared that it will wake Adeliana up, and the scene before her shook her. Ares lays on Adeliana's bed, eyes closing. Aphrodite carefully approached him and covered his body with the blanket. It must have been hard for him to fall asleep after years on many restless battlefields. Aphrodite lays on the other side of the bed, and watched the father daughter pair, sleeping with no worries. She part Ares' front hair to side, that was bothering him. Now, he looks comfortable. Unknowingly, Aphrodite falls asleep beside Adeliana. In the middle of the night, Ares, who has a habit of waking up so suddenly during midnight, found the whole room was still lighting up. He was about to shut the mana crystal down and leave, but when he saw the sleeping Aphrodite and Adeliana, hugging each other, he stopped and lay back. He watched them cuddling close to each other like the whole world was in peace. His mouth unconsciously curved up at the wholesome scene. They really looked like each other. Ares used his magic and shut off the mana crystal and moved closer, so that he won't feel left out, and hugged the warm body of Aphrodite, with Adeliana between them. Today was the best day he has ever experienced since his parents' death. I apologize, this chapter was the longest chapter I have ever written, so forgive me for many mistakes. I found some pictures that go well with the characters. And no, I don't own these pictures. If you're owner, then please message me to remove them. Momo Aphrodite. Credits to the artist Daddy NVM. Credits to the artist Adele. Credits to O_NL. I'll remove them if you don't like pictures that don't have the owner's permission. Chapter 24, The Lively Castle on the Hill. During that night, I didn't get any nightmare like I expected. It was like I fall into a peaceful eternal slumber. My body was surrounded by warmth and comfort. It was like I was under someone's protection. Due to my really satisfying sleep for a whole night without any weird dream or nightmare, I woke up early in the morning to find myself between hard and soft body. You know what are they? I won't tell you. Cough. I really wished to get up and go to pee, but seeing my parents' comfortable faces, I kept lying between them, sweating hard. And why are they casually sleeping on my bed and hug me? Well, Ares not only hugged me, but he's also hugging Aphrodite as his arm was really long. Two people with one arm. Sorry. That joke must have been really terrible. I thought I can stay like this for another whole hour, but I underestimate my urge to pee. Oh no. At this rate, I'll wet the bed with my holy golden liquid. Sorry guys, but I really need to pee. I got up from my bed quickly and ran on the mattress, grabbing my dress skirt to hold my urge to pee. I jumped from my bed and rushed to the bathroom, slamming the door loudly. Sorry that I disturbed your sleeping, Mum and Dad. T_T. Daughter will see you in the next 2 minutes. Surprisingly, after I finished my morning meditation, I found that both of them still sleep well, like they weren't disturbed by my rustle or the door slammed. I shouldn't bother them. They are husband and wife and they should sleep together more. All hail, Ares x Aphrodite ship. You wanna join? They will leave soon, so get your stuff and aboard on this ship as we sail towards the storm and under the blue sky at the same time. I gently closed the door and head to the kitchen, looking for morning snack. The closer I walk to the kitchen, the louder the song from the kitchen get. In Beresford, singing are really popular. Male and female loves to sing, to express their happiness, sadness and longing. Despite knowing this fact, I have never heard or seen once myself. However, I unexpectedly hear they sing in Valentine Castle. Through the hope and despair, we shall tightly hold our hands carefully so that we won't more let go the sadness in our as we move on with heart of determine strongly so we won't shed our tear anymore. By the time I reached the kitchen, the song already ended. I live in a Disney world where everyone sang now. Phew, so lucky. I wanted to hear more, so I decided to make my appearance. When they about to sing a new one, I stepped into the kitchen. Mind if I join in and listen to you? Lady Adeliana? What are you doing inside the kitchen in your night dress? They were all so startling that some even dropped the equipment inside their hands. I'm in a very good mood today, so I thought I should get myself a snack and I might as well came here to visit you. I unexpectedly heard a very beautiful song on my way. I climbed to a tall chair and grinned foolishly. Margaret, who was helping the staffs there, laughed. My, to suddenly receive a compliment from Our Lady is really joyful. Wondering to why they sang and how they sing in a perfect different turn, I asked them, say, how do you sing without messing up a lyric with so many people? Do you have someone to lead? They start to laugh at my question like it was sort of a funny joke. Yvonne was the first one to answer my question. My lady, you may not know this, but we sang every morning and every time we can. You may wondering it's an odd habit, but singing is like reliving our stress and express our emotions. Just like what I learned, everyone sang to let out their true feelings and emotion. It was not bad to hear them sing whenever I woke up. What about the song from earlier? That song was written by a famous music composer from long time ago. They say he sang this song without the lyrics written beforehand. His name was Lawrence County. He sang this song during war. I listened to Lawrence the music composer's history from Yvonne and many other maids. Before I was told to wash up and change my dress, I requested them to sing the whole song. They accepted my request and sing. That morning, when the singing from the kitchen was ringing through the castle, some maids and servants also began to sing along. Even the night training ground. The silence crying of pain echoed the city on fire. Praying to God above for help. But we know you won't be able to hear. The sea of flame devours my child and my home. Our crying was loud but not enough for God to hear. The flame died down. But why should I go home if there is no one to welcome me? On the bloody battlefield, my warriors are screaming. What can this foolish king do to help thee? My soldiers keep dying. My people are waiting for the hopeless victory. As your king, I hope my sacrificial will quell part of your resentment. Through the hope and despair, we shall tightly hold our hands carefully so that we won't more let go the sadness in our as we move on with heart of determine strongly so we won't shed our tear anymore. I feel like this is more like a tasteless poem than a song since I can't sing it. Chapter 25 will be published tomorrow. Chapter 25, River of Forgotten. Everything really went well today for me. I woke up with seeing my illegal but whatever protagonist villainous parents with me. I was able to join with everyone in the kitchen, listening to their singing. Because of this, my mood didn't affect my studies. Even my teachers are shocked by my behavior, especially Sir Warren. Before my literature class ended, I suddenly realized my purpose. Sir Warren, may I ask you something? I stood up from my chair and slammed my hands onto the table, startling my tutor. Why yes? Sir Warren clears his throat and adjusts his glasses. May I ask you about the River of Forgotten? Upon hearing my question, Sir Warren widened his eyes. He looks at the door behind him and approached me. Lady Adeliana, where did you hear about this? Is that a forbidden thing to ask? I read book about it now time, but there was so specific information about. I am purely curious and interested about it. I bluntly lied to Sir Warren without stuttering. I'm half true though. I did read the novel and it's indeed have no clear info about it. Ha! The River of Forgotten is a forbidden tale. There was no punishment for spreading the story around, but it was still banned from teaching in school or home school. Sir Warren sighed. Come to think of it, my history tutor has never taught me about the history thing about that river. It was banned from teaching as there was many reckless students who were determined to find the truth about it. Thus, it's resulted so many people went missing. The history lesson of Forgotten River was banned in school. Sir Warren told me before I could even ask him. Then, what about Bellamira? I got the story wrong and believed that Ares was still searching for her. Could you please tell about this river more? Alright. But please promise me you won't go there and jump into it. Although, I doubt the Duke and Duchess will even allow you to step outside of the castle. Haha, even if they allow me to, I don't have a slight thought of going there. Who in the right mind would suddenly want to have a picnic there and jump into it? I myself have never gone there too, but I do hear about the story. There was actually some survivors who came back from the River of Forgotten. People who fell into the river will be forgotten by their close and loved ones. However, there will be some who would still remember them, but not their names or faces. They could only remember their status or age. The river came from the tear of Mother Titan. Her husband who abandoned her, left her by lying to her. She waited by the cliff, and cried every day and night, until her tears became river. Soon after, she found her husband, flying on the sky with another woman, laughing happily. The Mother Titan left in rage and cried out, creating thunder to struck them. The husband and his affair fell into the river. The Mother Titan cursed them to be separated and forgot each other, never to be found and meet. That is how the river was formed. I am not a person who look down on legend or myth, but wow, everything in fantasy world just use magic and legend as a logic explanation behind everything. What do I even expect from a world where science or math haven't even properly found and taught? Thank you for telling me, Sir Warren. It's okay, but please listen to my advice and don't jump into the river. Ah yes, I won't do it even if you won't warn me. I personally send him off until his carriage disappeared. I forgot some part of the novel, but I should plan my future before Bellamira makes her appearance. I'm not someone who likes to go between other affair, however, the person that the protagonist will end up with is my dad. I have planned this, and I still have no intention of letting my dad and the protagonist go away just like that. Yeah, Aphrodite is a bad woman who pushed Bellamira into the river, but Ares and Aphrodite are already married. So, Bellamira shouldn't become a homewrecker bitch. I only have good intention. I don't want Bellamira to be called as homewrecker bitch by the people who loved her. The storyline isn't ended, so I still have more time. Haha, you ask me why an extra like me would go as far as breaking them up? But, I'm Reincarnator. I am an extra of this story. I am bound to mess up the original line. My existence has messed up the plot the moment I woke up. My goal is to protect Ares x Aphrodite ship. I shipped the male lead and the villainess. So what? Arc 1 ended. An extra who bounds to mess up the plot. Chapter 26. A stereotypical life of a reincarnated person. Ah yes, I'm using a reference. I haven't continued that manhwa for a very long time now. Also, what do you think about the new cover? I am the one who did it this time, but my friend Potato Wolfie helped me with it a lot. I couldn't done this without her. Thanks a lot, dude. D tilde. The day when Ares need to leave for border inspection was here. I dressed up neatly just to bid him a farewell. Aphrodite also came to send him off. Today, she wore a really elegant and rather mature dress for her young age. Aphrodite dressed in a long purple dress with white polka dots on it. The white ribbon around her waist was tied properly. Her pale platinum blonde hair was tied in a bun with a daisy-shaped diamond on her bun. It was modest but elegant. I ran to hug Ares, who was sitting on his tall black. Did I make this sound offensive? If so, I will change it. Horse. Ares picks me up and rub my head. The knights behind him coughed loudly, some let out a gnaw sound. Some just sighed at this scene. Daddy, come back safely. You still haven't fulfilled our promises, okay? I stared directly at Blood Ruby eyes. I won't go back on my words. Ares wrapped his pinky finger around mine and rubbed his forehead against mine. It feel like a lion affectionately rubbing their cub. Since when did he learn to properly become an actual good father? I gave him a kiss on his forehead as my blessing for him. Aphrodite approached us. She untied her hair and gave Ares her hair ribbon and her daisy-shaped diamond hairpin. The knights and maids around us immediately get close, and whispering also immediately surrounded us. Return this hair ribbon and hairpin to me if you make it out alive. This hairpin, keep it back. You won't danger approaching you anytime, and you know there will be danger approaching you all the time. I am the Grand Duke. I have divine magic and my swordsmanship is enough to protect me. I am the Grand Duchess. I have the dark sorcery magic and my experience of studying and fighting is enough to protect everyone, including myself. In the end, the husband could never win, so he gave up. Ares tightly grabbed her ribbon and hairpin in his hand. His face was emotionless but his eyes were shining in sadness. He hands me to Aphrodite and leaned down. Unexpectedly, Aphrodite kisses him on his forehead where I kissed him. May this blessing protect it from any harm. Aphrodite held me in her arms as we watched Ares' troops left the dukedom. I tugged Aphrodite's dress, wanting to know where is Ares going exactly. Mommy, where is Dad going? Aphrodite looked at me with a sad smile. She replied to me in a gentle tone. Your father is going on to an important mission. We don't know when will he come back. That's why Mommy gave him her blessing and her hair accessories. She put me down onto the ground and held my small hand. We returned inside and I was still bugging her about the meaning behind the mystery of giving a man her accessories. Aphrodite calmly cut the chocolate cake and handed it to me. I received the cake from her with my 2 hands, with my ears opened and listened her carefully. When a woman gives a man her hair accessories such as hairpin or hair ribbon when he's about to leave for war, it's mean the woman is hoping for him to return safely without needing to say a word. But giving her hair accessories also meant she really loves him for her to give away her beloved and expensive accessories to a man. Whether he leaves for war or going on a journey, once receiving a hair accessories from a woman, you must give her hair accessories and return safely to her. I munched the cake slowly. There is many different legends behind every action. Wait, did she just say expensive? Mommy, then the daisy hairpin from earlier. Oh? Ah, the daisy hairpin. It was what the Empress from Hera Empire wore many centuries ago. It contained with a powerful magic spell that is enough to destroy a small country. However, I have fixed the hairpin and sealed the magic spell inside. So the hairpin could only detect an enemy and kill someone who isn't their master unless the master hands the hairpin directly to the stranger itself. The powerful spell can only activated when you broke it. Adeliana broke into a cold sweat. She was grateful to Margaret who was interrupting her while she was sneaking into Aphrodite's room and almost touched the hairpin that was casually lying in her mother's drawer. So that was why she didn't care about the daisy hairpin. It's because someone would die if they touch it. Adeliana is indeed a lucky person == She stayed in the guest room with her mother, reading a book while Aphrodite was signing and working on the document. The butler, Xavier, stood beside Aphrodite, helping her with Ares' works. If Aphrodite isn't present, Ares does her works and his works. If Ares isn't present, Aphrodite fulfilled her duties and does the 2 works. She was responsible for visiting the court in her husband's place if he's absent. Suddenly, a thought entered Aphrodite's head. Baby, do you want to go to the palace with me tomorrow? I will bring you to meet your new friends. Aphrodite happily claps her hands and grinned. But, I have never interacted with a kid my age for almost 5 years. Adeliana is lying naturally as if she was breathing. Ah yes, another reference but from anime. The other month, she visited the palace and met a beautiful boy and a fairy who thinks she was dangerous, but Adeliana cannot tell her mother about this because she's scared that there will a rap battle held in the fairy garden. Don't worry, they are all lovely, just like you. But of course, in my eyes, you are loveliest. Aphrodite giggled and Adeliana covered her face in embarrassment. Alright, she has already finished her studies. If it were a school, then she would be on vacation. Adeliana has surpassed kids at her age in studies already. She was finished and learn about every single history of this empire, so she could only wait until 14 to enter Beresford Academy. It would only took 2 years for me to graduate because I have planned to enter to the Night Palace ground. My goal is to live happily with my parents and inherited the dukedom. First, I need to make connection with kids my age, of course. Did you actually think I'll disguise as an adult woman and make connection with adults like a villainess from novels? Unfortunately, I am the villainous daughter. I don't know anyone who is useful to me. So kids are the only people who can easily be trusted and work with. I just make friend with them, and in the future, we could be more than just close friends. We could become business partner unless the foundation from the early failed due to a kid throwing tantrum because she didn't get the princess role. Hiya, this is tough. Chapter 27, Friends. Yvonne woke me up early in the morning, but that time, I didn't want to enroll myself into the blanket like a sushi. However, the peace didn't last long. Margaret came in and made me get up. I yawned, mentally complaining to myself, but let them bathe me and wash my hair with warm water. While I was having a great time, bathing in a warm water and fragrance soap, my father is out to the border inspection, without resting. Lie. There's way Ares wouldn't stop for just a shower. My dad is a clean freak and so is my mother. Every time you walk past them, you could smell the fresh extravagant smell of soap and shampoo coming out of them. The luxurious smell, the old-fashioned Gucci smell. You could tell they are the rich of the richest even if they're dressed in rag. As their daughter, I didn't born with that natural Gucci smell, but at least I got their beautiful good-looking jeans. Nyahahiho. I returned to my bedroom with a huge towel, enough to wrap me from up to down. Margaret placed many dresses for me to choose on my bed. What would you like to wear, my lady? It's almost summer now, why don't you wear something thin? She's right. These days it's getting hotter. I would sweat most of the time and would drink a jar of iced tea per day. Aphrodite would shower every once in 10 minutes. Even if we set up the cooling crystals, it would still feel like we're on a barbecue grill. Sweat kept dripping and the water and ice kept degreasing. Our energy would also drained away if the sun is too hot. I should wear something thin, just like Margaret said. Maybe a sleeveless dress or a thin with short sleeve dress. If you like to wear something for a hot day, why don't Lady Adeliana wear this dress? It's easy to run in and you won't feel suffocate in this. Yvonne came from behind me with a dress in her hand. I don't think I have ever seen the dress from before. Yvonne, where did you get the dress? Yvonne giggles and hand it to me. This dress was given by the Duke from last year, but we never got a chance to show it to you. You got heat stroke last year, and you were dressed too tightly as if it was winter. That's why the Duke bought this dress for you. It sounds sweet, but I can't trust Aries' taste in little girls' fashion. He's probably told his assistant to choose whatever. Just so you know, His Excellency chose it himself. Or not. Ah, dang it, Dad, you better not letting me down. I trust your taste in choosing my dress, but I don't feel the confidence energy at all. I peek at the dress, praying for a better result. God isn't really on my side. This dress is thin and sleeveless. It's almost like a summer pajamas. The design is cute, but it's almost thin as a night dress equals. Do you like it? Margaret and Yvonne asked with shining eyes, hoping for a positive answer. I can't destroy their dreams. What can I say when I'm a total simp when it came to them? Hoping for my positive answers every time the gifts are bad. I like it very much. I'm still a child, so it's not a problem, but if the aristocrat's being a sensitive bitch, I have nothing to say aside from fuck off. This dress is probably what kids in modern era would wear, but since I've accustomed to this world, I've been sensitive to all this kind of thing. Margaret helped me with dressing, although I said it was fine. Yvonne also brushed my hair afterwards. A lime green sleeveless dress with yellow sunflower pattern designed with a matching hair ponytail, tied with a green ribbon, and a pair of light green shoes. I knew you were always cute, but today Lady Adeliana is even cuter. Every day you're getting cuter. Don't compliment me too much. I'm embarrassed. Dummy, or, if they kept saying nonsense stuff, I'm going to die from embarrassment. Lady Adeliana, Her Grace is done. She's waiting for you downstairs. Yvonne informed me. I nodded my head and ran downstairs to my mum. Aphrodite was standing in the front hall. She is dressing in a rather youthful and lively style today. Aphrodite dressed in a aesthetic pastel green with short sleeve. In the middle of her chest was a brown bow with a diamond heart-shaped emerald brooch. There were many white dots on her skirt. She was also wearing a pair of brown boots with heels. It was like she's a teenager coming out from webtoon. Today my Adeliana is really adorable. Look at your chubby baby skin. Who doesn't want to fall in love with you if they saw you like this? Aphrodite's beautiful, mature, lively image was immediately destroyed. She picked me up and twirled around the house. Now, shall we leave? Yes please TT. On the way to the palace, I took this chance again to observe the lively dukedom. It's feel like forever. I just came out a month ago, so riding in a strange yet so familiar road felt like hour when it's only 25 minutes. Before we get off the carriage, Aphrodite hands me something. It was the same emerald brooch she has. This brooch has a special magic. It will keep you cool for a day until the mana ran out. Don't worry about getting heat stroke again this year. She puts on the brooch for me, the middle of my chest where it also has a bow like hers. Yosh. Now I should introduce you to your new friends and your cousin. Ah yes, my friend and my cousin. What? The 21st of October 2020. Happy birthday to me. I am finally reaching the age of 15. I hope I have another great birthday next year. Happy birthday to those who born on the same day as me too greater than W. I hope you're satisfied with these 2 chapters for now. I promise to update more. Chapter 28, Friends 2. You all made my day, so I shall bless you with this exciting chapter. Tilda. Excuse me. What cousin? I never knew I had a cousin. Is this a distance relative joke that I'm too occupied with my life to understand? Literally me when mom brought up a relative's wedding topic I never knew they exist. Thinker Deliana think. Aphrodite doesn't have a cousin or siblings. How could I have a cousin? Wait. Something just whacked my brain hardly and I think the light bulb inside my head is starting to working. BZZ is the sound of a light bulb that was never turned on for over a decade and someone finally turned it on. The light bulb inside my head started to work. I just remembered an important detail that I never dig up. Shook. I just remembered Ares had a maternal cousin and that cousin of his is none other than the third male of I Still Miss You Till These Days, the Archmage of the Wizard Tower. The terrifying magician who killed without mercy with an expressionless face. He wiped the blood from his cheek and said, "Fuck off. This is not a place for you to roam around freely like this. If you want to suicide then I can recommend some good places." His cold golden eyes flash a hidden sadness mixed with loneliness. Bellamira who could the emotion in his eyes, get up and dust her skirt. She clasped both of his hands with hers, with a smile so bright that even sunlight couldn't match with. "I'm interested in you. Would you allow me to be your guest in your tower?" The boldness and her smile triggered something in his heart unknowingly to him. That day, Cronus Phantom Benjamin fell in love with the bright and bold Bellamira. To be continued. The appearance of the third male lead. Cronus shook the whole caca page. The artist who drew the novel cover, released Cronus art. The Fang Earls rage on with the ship wars. The whole caca page was shut down for a while due to the over-rampage from the readers. Basically, I who used the Google Auto Translation couldn't understand that much but with the little help from Google Auto Translation, I understood that Fang Earls were about to kill each other. If you're wondering how did I read, I basically read it on a website who dedicated to that novel and translated it to the very end. The novel did get a manhwa adaptation, but sadly due to my death, I died before I could even the whole manhwa and spoil the readers. Cronus is Ares' cousin, which mean he's my uncle. Gak, I gained a handsome man as my uncle. I just need to see how handsome he is. Ares is a very handsome man, with an elegant yet demonic feature. They described Cronus as a handsome man but with an icy and emotionless beauty. The second male lead, Helios, was a man with a rather feminine beauty more than a handsome masculine guy. He was graceful as a proud peacock but cunning and psycho than Satan himself. I'm not exaggerating, but I'm just describing the details the author mentioned herself. Weird how I remembered their appearance details and not the main plot. How the hell did I get confused with the other one? The carriage stopped its movement. The coachman came and opened the door for us. I clutched the brooch on my boat tightly and hold my mother's hand as tight as possible. Mommy will need to attend the meeting in your father's stead. Meanwhile, please have a good time with your new friends. Be a good girl for mommy, won't you? Aphrodite kissed me on my cheek and hugged me to pat my head. I nodded, ready not to cause her any trouble. Little did I know, I almost couldn't properly kept it well. How? I mean how? How can you stay still? How could you? How dare you? Hurry up and make a shock expression. Because in front of me is the princess of my school and the solitude walking ice of my school. Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Rewind to some minutes ago. Before Aphrodite left for the meeting, she dropped me off at the palace where my friend's supposed to be at. Don't worry, your cousin is there too. You three will get along well, trust me. That was the last time I saw Aphrodite before she came to pick me back. I casually walk into the palace as if I was the owner but inside, I was stiff than a log. I was nervous and my back was sweating really hard. How should I greet them? Wait, how did Cronus have a child when? Never mind, the story has already twisted to the extent where I am not surprised anymore. Greetings, Lady Adeliana. Her Highness and Lady Benjamin is inside this room. From outside, I could hear commotion and I already felt uncomfortable. Why do I only feel uncomfortable whenever I came to the palace when I only came here for only 2 times? The maid left me alone to open the door. I shook my head, prepared for the worst. Excuse me. The scene before me was a black-haired girl pinning down a girl with a winter blue hair. They froze in one place before slowly turning their heads to face me. Yuck, why are they so familiar? I was about to turn around and leave to keep my mouth shut, but what came out from their mouths also froze me. Ria. I froze. Ria. Those names severally repeated inside my head like a mixtape. You. I slowly turned to face them and their faces. What did you just say? Their faces, I recognized them from somewhere. Rena, Iris. Even if they have changed their hair colors or eye colors, I wouldn't forgot them. The people who fought me to death just because of one last slice of pineapple pizza. The sudden pain came out from nowhere, struck me in my head hardly. I found out that I was not the only one who get affected by it. Rena and Iris were also too. Yesterday I was sad because my parents argued and no friends chatted to me to congrats me, but I immediately felt better when I saw your comments. Sniff. Even the game made me cry. They suddenly gave me a gift and they were so generous. Also, Victor and Lucian is bad at singing. They are love interest from Mr. Love Queen's Choice. Chapter 29. The horrible pain inside my head made me cry out. Not only do I feel a terrible headache, but I also feel very nauseous. I wanted to puke but there was nothing coming out. Since I can't resist the pain, I fell onto the ground, tightly wrapped my hands around my head and screamed. I can't help it. It was so painful and scary. The image of the old woman I met when I first came here suddenly appeared. The words she said to made me feel down and the feeling of being abandoned crept into my heart. What is this? Tears slipped out from my pink eyes, wetting both sides of my cheek. I cried and cried like a baby and bite my lip until I could taste the fishy taste of my own blood. From afar, the young girl with the winter blue hair slowly crawling to the crying Adeliana. She lifts her trembling hands and her index finger glowed with a warm golden magic tone. She seemed like she can't get up properly, but she did her best to make sure her glowing index finger reached Adeliana's forehead. Once she taps on Adeliana's forehead, the terrible headache and nauseous feeling Adeliana had earlier gone. It took Adeliana a minute to fully adjust to her situation. She slowly got up with her puffy eyes. You, grab my hand, and use your index finger, and tap on our foreheads. Adeliana blinks and stay quiet before realizing what she needs to do. She hurriedly grabs the winter blue hair's girl cold hand. Their hands glow with the same warm tone like earlier. Adeliana did as what she said and tap on their forehead. Soon after, the winter blue hair child stopped biting her lips and slowly relaxed. Ouch ouch. Da hell are you doing? Hurry up and heal me. I'm going to die. The silence atmosphere from earlier broke into a hysterical screaming from Princess Delafina. She rolled around the room with tears and screaming. You, go grab the crazy princess. I'll heal her once and for all. The blue-haired ordered Adeliana. She was a bit startled but still hurry up and hops on Delafina. Stay still. God damn it. It's so painful. Who would have the holy patience to stay still while you're in pain? Shan protagonist doesn't even complain when they were stabbed by villain or hit and fly to a wall. So shut up and stay still. That's right. Good job. Make sure to not let Delafina escape. The blue head grinned devilishly and ran to their side. She grabbed Delafina's head and slowly, she was ready to flick her forehead with a diabolic smile on her angelic face. Gah! The blue-haired child successfully flicked on her forehead without breaking a sweat. Delafina rubbed on where she flicked her furiously. Adeliana got up from Delafina and fixed her messy skirt. They sat in one place and sighed at the same time. This time, Delafina got up and pointed her finger to Adeliana and the blue-head. You! How dare you sit on me? And you! How dare you flick my forehead? You would have gone to jail if there were a witness. I won't do it if you patiently endured the pain. Adeliana raised her eyebrow and wrapped her arms. I won't flick your forehead if you didn't scream like a cynical rooster, ready to annoyingly woke up everyone. It would be a pain in the ass if someone walked in and saw the messy situation. The blue-head casually said the A word and scratched her head. Adeliana and Delafina widely opened their unique eyes like an egg's. Quit pretending to be shocked. I know who you are really well. So Iris, you were also reincarnated here as the non-existent character. Adeliana clears her throat and awkwardly asks. Yes. It was really hard to live as a baby with many people to babysit me. Each of them were equally annoying. The blue-head clicked her tongue. So what is your new name now? Serafina Phantom Benjamin. A long-ass name that couldn't fit in the temple list name. You have already been listed in the temple list, Delafina exclaimed. My parents were the one who listed my name there. For the whole 6 years of my life, this is the first time I have ever stepped my feet outside the magic tower. Ah, right. You are Cronus's daughter. Right. Wait. You are Cronus's daughter? Delafina suddenly jumped on Serafina and shook her. What do you mean? What do you mean by his daughter? He's already married. Okay, I got one SSR only, but I kept flexing with this, and I will always flex with any new karma I obtained. Chapter 30. A princess will always be a princess. Huh? What do you mean? Third male lead is already married and had one daughter who is actually you? That loyal third male lead dog Cronus? Yes. However, I would appreciate if you removed the word dog, Serafina said nonchalantly. Delafina rolled on the floor, kicking the air with an annoying whining. It was as if I was just witnessing a real-life déjà vu. The same spoiled girl who will cry out really loud and so annoying, and the same deadpanned girl who doesn't give a single crap about anything happened around her. Ha, honestly, just what kind of unholy sin did I commit to meet these people again? And out of all places, it's the royal palace where I can't hop on them to strangle them out of frustration. Seriously? Why did I have to meet you all again? Delafina got back on her feet and lifted her eyebrow in an annoying manner. Honestly, I could say the same thing to you, but knowing you as a selfish, annoying, a pain in the ass princess you are, I would rather not. I dropped a bomb with a perfect smile on my face. Serafina whistled at my sarcastic remarks while Delafina jumps on me and shook my shoulders. Ha, I dare you to say that again. What do you mean by selfish and annoying princess? But, aren't you? Jesus Christ. I really hate your gut. Now get out of my palace. I don't want to see your face ever again. Same goes to you, deadpan face girl. Delafina bit her lips and let out a HMPH sound. Okay, Serafina. You heard her. We're going to somewhere far away from this castle since the princess ordered us to. I see. Right. Let's go. We shouldn't hang in here any longer or else the princess will call her guards and get our parents into trouble. Unlike some troublesome girl. Both of us dust our skirts and prepared to leave. What do you mean by troublesome girl? Are you implying that as me? Delafina grabbed our shoulders and stopped us in our places. Wah, she got an incredible strength. Is this what's like to have the royal divine magic flowing in your blood? We would never dare to call you a troublesome girl like this. Serafina responded uncaringly to Delafina. Indeed, we're only the daughters of a noble and a common magician you could find anywhere. We wouldn't dare to address you as troublesome girl. I continued with a hidden smirk, but Delafina saw through it and chased after us. We ran around the room with Delafina continues to whine and curse us. Just how much stamina does she have left inside that tiny body of hers? I'm already tired. Maybe I should ask father to train me so that I could run and save myself when I'm in trouble. Rena, also known as Delafina Oro Peregrine currently, is the youngest princess and the only daughter of the empress. She was also known as the Ghost Princess. Rumors spread by workers inside the palace due to her rare presence as she's only hid inside the palace, and inside the room, not going anywhere unless the emperor or the empress summoned for her presence. And just like that, Princess Delafina grew up delicately like a wild delphinium in the forest. Unknowing to the rest of the world, Delafina was the beloved princess, loved by her half-siblings and her parents. Her father's love for her is unknown, whether he saw her as his daughter or his entertaining pet, and unknowing to her family, aside from the cute little girl mask she wore every single days, Delafina has many countless masks that she wore in different occasions, till you questioned yourself whether it's the same kawaii little girl you know or not. One of her countless masks. There will be one that is likely be her real personality, and that's the short-tempered, angry issues, and high media side. Every day, Delafina wore the little girl mask, but when she's alone, Delafina's personality changed 180 degrees, quickly to get angry, vulgar words spitted out from her small mouth. No one could analyze is she the real Delafina or not. Same goes to Rena from 21st century on Earth. On the outside, Rena was a kind, beautiful and sweet girl, just like a Mary Sue from a romance movie. However, once she closed her room's door, her angelic, kind smile transformed to a frown and she would roll her eyes. Her compliment turns into a brutally honest insult. Her kindest action turned into a cold-blooded one. There were little number of people who knew about her real side and all them tend to treated her no different from a tyrant princess. She had a slave-cruel, master relationship with those people. And unsurprisingly, Rena developed a sadistic side. That's the way of how Rena, aka Delafino Peregrine, lived. Sorry for not updating, I was on vacation with my family days ago hehe. And I'm here to flex on you with my new, expensive, made me broke, SSR. I honestly wanted Victor but I'm saving for Lucian's birthday and Christmas. If you guys played this game, let's befriend and exchange ID. I'm a nice person so I'll always send you stamina back off. Chapter 31, A Fairy Tale Princess. It was on a gloomy rainy day when my parents drove me to a small town that doesn't have much population. I was a regular dumb naive 8 years old at the time. On the way, my parents played my favorite song which was Stereo Hearts by Adam Levine. I still remember how I was dressed and how I felt that day. Mother said I need to pack many of my clothes and brought whatever I loved. I did as she say and brought my favorite pajamas and clothes. I even brought my princess dresses and my most favorite doll. I named her Delphinium, after a wildflower I loved. I also had a younger sister. She had many more dresses and toys than I had but my parents still showed us equal attention until that day when they brought me back to where I actually belonged. My younger sister gave me a victory smirk from behind when they dropped me off. My parents didn't spare me a single glance. They treated me as if I was an invisible person. I had high hope that they will return and the smile that my sister gave me was a smile of sadness, but I was wrong. They didn't come back. They didn't contact me. I had waited for them over 4 years, but they didn't come back. I started to resent them, including my younger sister. I stopped bothering the caretakers there, until they began to bothering me back. One day, a worker there called my parents for me. My mother picked up, but I didn't have any emotions. I was angry with the worker. She asked the worker if she has any business with her. The worker said I wanted to meet her when I actually did not want to. She gave me the phone and there was a moment of silence between us. Do you need me for something? My mother asked me in a cold tone. Nothing. Just wanna know if your family die yet. The worker was very shocked but I ignored her. You, haha, how is your husband? Is he doing well? Did he finally get promoted by harassing people? How about your daughter? Is she doing well with her studies? Did she go around the neighborhood and bully kids again? How are you? Did you ever have a near-death experience? How dare you speak to me like this? I raised you, and you abandoned me. The worker must have dialed this number by accident. I need to go now. Do you hate us? No. Then why did you curse us to death? Oh my, since when did I? I was just asking if you guys were alive since I have never seen your faces for 4 years now. I love you to death, to the point of hoping you would die. After that, I threw the phone to the floor, not caring about the panicked worker. All of my life, everything was fake. It was no real affection, there was no real love given to me. That family tried to contact me but I didn't care. They sent me money, out of guilt of course. I did spend the money because why should I burn those money? Haha, why were my pride that time? When I studied in 7th grade, there were many rumors about me. There were many people who liked me, envied me, love, hate me, because I had a face of a beauty and a brain of a genius. When they said I was a beautiful person, I denied it with a silly smile but in reality, I knew it and was happy about it. I liked the attention I received, so I began to act like a sweet, gentle and kind girl, like a princess from a fairy tale. They called me a princess, even though I had no parents or money, but I still feel happy. There were some people who found out my fake facade, but it was easy to deal with them. However, there were 2 people who knew about my actual side and honestly gave their opinions. Unlike others, they both randomly gave their honest opinions but did not bother with me or spread any rumors. It was like they never cared about this fake side of mine to begin with. I was angry, but half side of mine was feeling genuinely happy about this. We had a cat-dog relationship, but still be able to blend into a smooth one sometimes. But just like Tom, Jerry, and Spike, we quickly returned back to that cat-dog-mouse things. We began to live with each other's during 10th grade. One of them made me read some reincarnated whatever novel. Surprisingly I found them to be good. There was one specific novel that I cried and after watching anime, I still cried. Violet Fever Garden, K, I might get copyrighted for foolishly using their actual names, was a beautiful written story that made me cry from dusk till dawn. The anime was even better, the beautiful animation and the well-written story. I began to pick up this reading hobby and immediately fell into a land of dream and wonder. Fantasies filled my head during studies sessions. I often had daydream until I was called to meet with the teacher. It was nothing but a fairy tale, a story about a strong-willed woman, found her love interest, another woman was jealous, love interest just being love interest, the storyline did not change. I was not jealous of them, because part of me didn't desire romantic love. Even though I tried to deny this desire I'm yearning for, until the end of my life did I admit this. It was actually a familial love I was looking for. At the end of the day, there is small hope of me actually wanting back my family, but I was a stubborn person. I denied everything until I could longer see this world again. I had a wish when I fell off the building together with my two friends, Ria and Iris. If God or Goddess exist, please let me be with these two idiots again, I'm begging you. And my last wish is to have my own family, nothing more. Little did I know, there was already a mother, 3 siblings and people who waited for me to open my 2 eyes and welcomed me with a warm smile. She's clearly didn't even mention her father, so it's obvious that this bratty princess is not a dog who will bow her head to lick her tyrant father's shoes. This is my second story for Nat. It was drawn by Natiania. I really like how she drawn how Adeliana look, as she look like she's determined to do something, and the future chapter will be something about her determination. Of course, there's a hint as season 1 will come to an end soon, but it won't be early. I can't thank you enough for this fanart Natiania. I love your art very much. Sigh. Just a personal opinion. Is it wrong for me to like Beatrice from the reason why Reliana ended up at Duke Mansion, gosh, if you're a big fan of Korean manhwa like me, you probably know Beatrice's real identity. And I'm sorry, I pitied Beatrice so much that I dropped the manhwa. I'm thinking of writing a character based on her. Yeah, Beatrice is horrible, but my poor version of her will be likable. I don't promise. Although, I think no one will like it anyway. I'll write it and keep it to myself. Nyahohoho. Chapter 32, Live On. Have you ever found a purpose of your life? Dealing with sort of problem at the start of young age. I found that the only purpose of my life was to live in miserable. No one would remember me even if I die anyway. Or that was what I thought. From my birth till my death, I never experienced such thing as familial loves or romantic love. I lost my belief in it ever since I was a child. Just like a pure white fabric, children has an innocent and bright head that was easy to manipulated. And just like any kids, I used to have a really innocent mind and happiness all over my head. That was when my own parents stained it by themselves. I used to have a parents and a big house, to be exact a mansion. My father was a successful entrepreneur and my mother was a loving housewife. I was born on 2003, on a lovely Christmas day. When I was born, there was a snowflake fell on the hospital window and an iris that bloomed in the middle of a snowy day. Thus, I was called Iris. Life is short, so I need to wisely spend it to fully enjoy my time as a playful child, a rebellious teenager stage, a messy adult life, a worried parent, a peaceful life of an elder. But my parents were against my decisions. They wanted to make choices for me, so I was forced to take extra classes aside from classes at school. My tutors and parents were very strict. They would hit my palm with a long wooden stick if I get the answer wrong. They stopped giving me affection and smiles I wanted to see after my lesson. But what came after one lesson was another lesson. Even if I fainted due to exhaustion, they would call me a failure or useless. I didn't want them to call me that, so I studied very hard to make them called me dear or darling like before. I was called a genius at school but useless at home. They ignored me and never take me with them anywhere. One day, when I returned home, I overheard something very cruel, something a child never wanted to hear, especially coming out from my parents' mouth. It would be better if she was born as a boy. That child is useless. What should we do? We can't let our nephews to just randomly take over our company like this. Let's have another child. But if the child is born as a girl again? So, I was born out of their selfishness. They didn't want me out of love, they wanted me out of selfishness. I began to hate them since then. My parents didn't care about me. It was when I realized everything around me was just a lie. They all wanted to get close to me because of my rich parents. I began to get into sort of trouble at school, not listening to my teachers, skipping my lessons, hit my bullies back. At the end of the day, everyone would pointed their fingers at me, so I didn't care anymore. The trouble continued for 1 year until my parents made me stay home and study inside. Homeschool was even worse than school. My mother would monitor me and shamed me in front of my tutors. There are some teachers who tried to defend me. However, they all got fired by my mother. At the age of 9, my father brought a woman home whenever mother isn't around. She wore high school outfit and also very erotic. She tried to get close me too, but father didn't allow her to. Of course, father would bribe me with cash or expensive stuffs for me. I shut my mouth like he wanted to because I didn't care how everything would turn out. It didn't take long for mother to find out about his affairs. As a result, they divorced. Mother didn't leave me alone and brought me to live with her. I started to go to school back. It was a joyful moment for me to finally go back to school. It was suffocating living with my mother, who would constantly cursed at me or randomly hit me even if I did nothing. No one bothered me at school, so I was even more happier. But I still need to rank at the top of my class, because that way, my mother wouldn't bothering me. My father occasionally sent us money. I didn't receive anything for my birthday or Christmas. Life is miserable, so I wish for it to end soon. When I was 13 years old, my mother introduced me to a young man. He was younger than my mother for 4 years. My mother was very happy. She gave me money and cooked many food, but it's only because the young guy made her happy and to make me stay out of her happiness. Sometime, they went on a 1-week trip. My mother would forget to leave me money, but either her boyfriend gave me some or I would go and withdraw the money from the bank. Middle school was the 3 year of the happiest moment in my life. I was left alone in the corner without anyone approaching me with any intentions. High school year came around and the school allowed us to choose whatever school we wanted. I was very thankful for having a great school to allow their students to choose their own school. I was being me, choosing a school far away from home where mom won't bother me. Well, why did I worry about that? I was already forgotten by my parents. My mother had a new baby and my father had a new child. When I left for school, my mother gave me many money. Her boyfriend also gave me many money. I didn't care about him, but I do care about the amount of money they gave me. The last time I saw them, on a Christmas morning, on my birthday, where I saw an iris flower blooming on the train rail. It was beautiful. Life there was like any normal day I had back when I was with my mother. Students and teachers had all their eyes on me because I always ranked top. The first week of my high school, I met 2 weirdos. One is an Ed who had a pretty average score, and one is the princess of this school. The princess of this school was a beautiful girl. She was kind and smart. She was also the only one who sometimes stole my title as the genius. I had a pretty intense year. That beautiful whatever girl was just a fake princess who wanted attention and would threaten to beat me up if I told everyone her secret, even though I was taller than her. The nerd girl was pretty okay. She recommended many good shows and game, and was a good term with me, although most of the time she would hang out with the princess girl. I watched those 2 idiots crying dramatically over a drawn anime's death. It was silly, but it was indeed sad. I will never admitted that it was fun to stay with them. My pride held me back to admit and confess them until the very end of my life. We 3 fell off the school building because of a pineapple pizza. The cause of our fall was really stupid but funny. I laughed to myself like a psycho when I was at the brink of death. All my whole life, I never received any love. My purpose to live was to die, but the actual purpose of my life was actually to find happiness for myself. Even if I went through hardship, I will still found happiness. I did find it, not the last moment of life, but ever since I met them. I want to meet them again and watch their silliness pranks on teachers. I'm grateful to realize that my purpose of living was not to grow older and older then die, but it was to find happiness. So that's why I need to live on, even if I am alone or suffering, because I knew you would appear. Chapter 33. Is there a reason? Surprisingly, the 3 of us immediately got immersed into a heat conversation of the novel. I only laughed at Delafina's suffering because her favorite male lead already has a wife and a daughter. Wah. I don't mean to sound weird, but wah. I still at least wanted to be rejected by Lord Cronus first. Delafina rolled on the clean carpet and kicked her legs into the air. I mean, why not? If you wanted to be rejected, do it now. I'm sure my dad will reject you. Serafina munches on the sweet apple slice. Her face was totally dead. Never mind got rejected by him. I'm sure he will die before he has the chance to reject a kid like me. Delafina stopped her tantrum and wiped her nose. What? Your dad will pull his collar to the execution ground or what? I jokingly ask her and laughs. Yeah. What the hell? This emperor father's love thingy is for real. I thought it was exaggerated. I don't think my dad's on that level of overprotective yet. Ahahaha. Serafina, what about your dad? How is he as a father and a husband? Delafina and I crawled close to where Serafina is until our actions made her move her butt backward, showing her obvious uncomfortable feeling towards us. What about my father? What about him? Well, he's nothing special. I don't know, never talked to him ever since I knew how to speak. Serafina stopped her track then continued. She rolled her eyes up while inside her mouth, chewing an apple slice. Are you serious? It's not the dad who neglected you but the daughter who ignored him? Delafina rose up and hugged the pillow she got from the sofa tightly. Serafina lifted her eyebrow, saying what's wrong with that? I dramatically shed fake tear and wrapped my arm around her shoulder. You did it, you crazy son of a bitch, you did it. You finally did it. You really got the ball to do it. Both Delafina and I celebrate with joy and tears falling down. Serafina, who was holding an apple slice, blinked at whatever we said with visible confusion. What the hell did I do? You broke the law of novel number 2. If you reincarnated as a baby of a tyrant, the first thing you need to do is to steal his heart and become his baby girl. I clenched my fist and celebrated even more with Delafina cheers from behind. What bullshit is that? Stealing what heart? I ain't going to waste my time on pleasing my father that way. I don't need him to survive. Serafina sighed with hint of annoyance in her tone. I'm not blaming her though. Serafina has always been an independent person. She has never leaned on someone to survive. If someday she ran out of money, instead of calling her mother to send her money, Serafina did a pro-gamer move and playing a game with 12th grade by placing money as a stake if someone wins. Serafina's famous quote, known by everyone, I was a businesswoman, doing business. Iris aka Serafina. Come to think of it, Cronus was a man with an expressionless face, rarely shows his emotions and smile. Serafina is also the same, she's rarely show her pure smile or her actual feelings to anyone. Really, there must be fate for her to become Cronus's daughter. Up until these days, I knew there is an explanation behind my reincarnation. The woman from years ago made wonder how did I become the daughter of a villainous and a male lead? Ha, I called Serafina a crazy son of a bitch for breaking a daddy-daughter novel law but I'm even more crazier than her. I was born between an illegal couple. A villainous and a male lead. Illegal is illegal. Now I think about it. Do you think that we might become an op magician or something? Our eyes color are pretty unique. Delafina's question perked my interest immediately. I stared at Delafina's eyes. She has an ocean shade eyes, like ... The upper part of her pupil is navy blue, then down is light blue and the last part is an even more light blue. The more unique thing about it, is the glittering like diamond making her eyes looks like it made out of an actual ocean itself. Serafina has a golden eye, but her other eye was covered with her long hair. I moved her hair to side and her other eye was revealed. Delafina gasped but I had no reaction. Unlike us, Serafina has two eyes color, a golden amber eye and a forest emerald green eye. Unlike mine and Delafina's, Serafina's eyes sparkled like a jewel while ours sparkled like chunk of glitter was poured into our eyes. Do you see enough now? Even though it sounds like she was unhappy, Serafina shows no emotion. Sorry. I took my hand off her hair and her long blue hair covered her green eye back. We didn't speak any longer but sat close to each other in one place. We didn't even do anything, so why is this so awkward? The topic was only about checking our eyes color. Hey, do you think that there is a reason behind our reincarnation with memories intact along with us? Just telling me that because we read the novel isn't enough. We died but reborn into this world together. I decided to break the atmosphere by asking something even more awkward. Well, just like you, I don't believe in that logic by reading that novel then suddenly reborn here. If we got to reborn into a novel, why this book in the first place? Plus, we didn't reborn as someone who is the same age as the characters but reborn as a children. Serafina said in a low tone. Only Delafina didn't speak. Soon, she hugged her knees and turned her back to us. I don't care about anyone, Just to have my own family, and to know that you two are with me, is more than enough. I don't think we should care about the original plot about this novel anymore. I used to feel guilty for stealing Helios from Bellamira, but, he's my dad, and we are just a character who never appeared anyway. Delafina was hiding her face by turning around. I knew she was sobbing right now. I rubbed her back and grabs her hand. My right hand grabs Serafina's. That's right. I used to have fun living like everything around me was okay when the plot haven't properly started yet. This is a world where God and Goddess exist, right? May we ask why Lord sent us here? I am happy with what you gave me, but I know, at the end of the day, you will give everything back to the female lead, right? Because everything in this world is made for her and her only. What was the reason behind our reincarnation? Did I ever write about Serafina having only one color? If so, please let me know which chapter was it again. I forgot about it. But if there is no mention of her eyes color, her current eyes color will still remain. Chapter 34, Royal Court. While Adeliana was spending her time with Delafina and Serafina, Aphrodite was on her way to the royal court for a meeting in her husband's stead. The law of the Beresford's empire is, husband and wife have equal power. The law was created 100 years ago. It was the dynasty of Emperor Henry V. Henry V, also known as Elizabeth Henry V, the first female emperor who led the military and cut off Henry IV's head, who was her uncle. The Henry dynasty came to an end and the Peregrine family became the next royal. There was an imbalanced power between male and female from years ago, but thanks to Henry V, and many other women who followed Henry V's footstep, the era where men were superior than women vanished. Well, isn't this the Grand Duchess? How are you doing these days? Aphrodite was stopped by the female who called her. She approached Aphrodite and smiled at her happily. Are you coming here in your husband's stead too? Ah, Lady Rhea. It's nice to see you here, and to answer your question, I am here to represent my husband's stead. The two ladies slowly walked to the royal court with a light conversation going on between them until Lady Rhea brought up a new topic. I heard from one of my husband's subordinate that they found a woman, and it turned out she was a saintess. The word saintess caught Aphrodite's attention. May I ask if you know who she is? I also don't know about this, but according to my husband's subordinate, she was found unconscious by the Lake Maria. It seemed that they brought her in just in case if she was a spy, but that lady doesn't seem to have any clue about the enemy's troop. Although she stated that she came from Beresford. Aphrodite didn't respond to Rhea. She doesn't know why, but hearing about that unknown woman made her heart skipped. She has never even met her, so why does she feel uncomfortable with her already? I apologize if this made you uncomfortable. Lady Rhea immediately apologized once hearing nothing from Aphrodite. Aphrodite shook her head and smiled at her like nothing was bothering her. Both of them walk into the royal court with every eyes turned to them, especially Aphrodite. In front of them were the emperor and the queen throne. Aphrodite stood at the left row where the queen will be sitting on the throne. Beside her was Lady Rhea, who smiled nonchalantly. Aphrodite was used to the attention the nobles gave her. It was either disgust, admiration, envy or pervert stare. Her big-sized chest used to court many perverts' attention until she married Ares, but there were still some pervert who stared at her or even goes as far as dragging her to a corner to confess. Sexual harassing. Thankfully, this dress she was wearing hid her chest 50%. A moment later, the queen and the emperor came with the announcement from the knights. His Majesty, the Emperor, Helios Aro Peregrine, and Her Majesty the Queen, Perseus Walken Peregrine. Just like everyone stated, the royal couple was like a fairy and an elf. Everyone including Aphrodite bowed down their heads until the emperor gave them a permission to lift their heads up. Throughout the whole meeting, Aphrodite only listened to important stuff and mentally noted to herself. Aphrodite stays silent until the queen suddenly calls her by her name. Duchess Aphrodite, will the Valentine be also participating in the Royal Hunting Festival this year? I'm afraid not, Your Majesty. How did the tax matter topic became Royal Hunting Festival? Aphrodite shook her head to herself, scolding herself for not paying attention. May I ask for your reason? By the time it's the Royal Festival, my husband will be also returning from the border inspection and I don't want him to attend a crowdy festival in such hurry. Plus, my daughter easily gets sick with crowd, so I'm afraid not. Aphrodite replied smoothly as if she's really cared for Ares when in reality she's not. Can we end this meeting already? Really? Husband just returned from inspection, My ass. I don't care. I just don't want to meet with those snake women and pervert men and those guys from church. So annoying. In conclusion, Aphrodite just didn't want to go and used Ares who knew nothing as an excuse. Why am I getting chilled all of a sudden? Somewhere in the Beresford border. I see. It's just fun to have Duchess Aphrodite participating here. Young ladies will be happy to join in this year. And what about you, Lady Rhea? This one won't be joining again this year. My husband doesn't like this kind of event and my daughter dislikes socializing. There was a moment of silence after Lady Rhea mentioned her daughter. Not only Aphrodite, but the Queen, the Emperor and the rest of the noble thought the exact same thing. She must be tired from dealing with these antisocial father-daughter. Seem like the young ladies will be even more thrilled to hear this, but it's also sad that she won't be participating either. There was a reason why the Queen said the young ladies will be happy to participate when Aphrodite and Rhea are absent. It was no joke when there are men who suicide when they heard Aphrodite and Rhea were getting married. Aphrodite, the sophisticated beauty, and Rhea, the soft mature beauty. So every year, Aphrodite received many gifts from young men or men who are the same age as her. And this festival is also a no joke. When Aphrodite was unmarried and still a teenager, she has received many animals from the hunting festival. Same goes for Rhea. Almost no more than 20 ladies received animals aside from Aphrodite and Rhea. To be able to receive hunted animals, the most receiver will obtain a reward. A tiara was the reward. Both Aphrodite and Rhea had obtained many tiaras each. Not only Aphrodite and Rhea, but the Queen herself was also one of Aphrodite and Rhea's gang. But no one dared to give her any animal after she became the Queen, as it was considered as confessing their feelings and they didn't want to lose their heads yet. Last year, there was a bold man who dared to give the Queen a white deer, and he went missing for a week and was found at the hunting ground and he almost went insane. It was either the Walken family doing or the Emperor's doing or both joined hands. It was remained as an urban legend. It was okay to give the hunted animals to normal noble married women because they can divorce, but that very last year also, no one also dared to gift anything to Lady Rhea. No one knew exactly why, but those men who gave her were gone for a whole day and the next day, withdraw from the hunting festival with fears in their eyes. Mysterious unsolved. Only Aphrodite seemed to be safe and every man was eager to participate in it. But now, Aphrodite won't be joining. The royal meeting came to an end and the one who is happy about this the most was none other than Aphrodite herself. She said goodbye to Lady Rhea and walked a separate route. I shouldn't get Adeliana. That's right. We can get cakes on our back home. Just imagine Adeliana's smiling face, munching on her favorite cakes already made Aphrodite over the moon. She can't wait to pinch those chubby cheeks. Duchess Aphrodite, do you have a minute to spare for me? Aphrodite turned around and faced with a handsome-looking man. Ah, she remembered him. He was the Found who stared at her the whole time being. She wanted to reject him but he will only bother her now. Let's make this quick. Aphrodite didn't bother to hide her annoyance but the man was happy. Dear Duchess Aphrodite, I have loved you for a very long time now. I know your husband doesn't treat you well, so please at least, consider my love for you. He knows that Aphrodite rarely left her house, and this was the only time to meet her. It won't take long for her to return his feeling. She will run to him, yearning for love and will give him many wealth. Women are just recycled trash. Then what are you? Aphrodite didn't react, but soon she showed a teary expression which makes the nobleman happier. Oh my, where did you know about this? The man smirked victoriously. I know from the very beginning. The way you were so spacing out in the meeting, I knew you were sad about this. I can give you love more than anyone. Just love? Pardon? The nobleman was taken back a bit. You can only give me your love, nothing else? How dare you? A mere lowly count tried to cling on to me. What do you have to offer me? Just your love? This isn't a fairy tale. Why don't you go and beg your mother or nanny to read you a fairy tale? Before you dare to think of having feelings for me, look at your status first and reconsider. Wait. The nobleman tried to stop her but Aphrodite continued to move on without looking back. Men just loved her for her appearance and wealth. She knew money can also buy happiness but even if she and Ares no longer have any wealth and become a commoner, if she and Ares loved each other she wouldn't mind becoming a commoner just to have a regular happy family life with him and Adeliana. Ah, Why am I thinking about the impossible? Chapter 35, May 05th. I know it's November in reality, but okay. I've waited for Aphrodite to take me home. After meeting with Serafina and Delafina, we all have agreed to exchange letters with each others. Since Delafina has a pigeon to deliver letters, it was even easier, but I still need to get a letter pigeon for myself. Under the tree shade, I watched the clouds slowly floating, and the pastel pink and blue sky reminded me of a lyric video song I used to listen and watch. I remembered what the Queen said and what Elena said about my eyes, but turned out, it wasn't only me who have that unique kind of eyes. Adele. Mommy is back. Did you have fun with your cousin you met today? That startled me for a little. Don't do that next time. Aphrodite, who came behind me without notice, lifted me up and hugged me tightly. I'm not a pervert, but her feminine scent really made me feel secured every time I am unhappy. Her motherly scent is what I yearn for when I'm scared. Sometime, I wonder how I will live without her as I grow up. I snuggled into her neck and hugged her back. This is so comforting for me. Good girl. What made you stay silent today? Aphrodite stroked my head while walking. She must have noticed my strange attitude today, as every day I would run to her and cling onto her, but today, I just stayed silent. I shook my head, not giving her any answer. Aphrodite seemed to understand me and just continued to stroke my head until I fall asleep in her arms. Today was very exhausting. I remembered all those pain I experienced when I was as a kid. It was so hard for me not to try and look at other kids with parents. Sometimes, there are kids whose parents were late and waited for their parents to pick them up. But later on, it was only me who was left behind in the kid playground. I went back to the orphanage and cried myself to sleep because I didn't have any parents to kiss, hug, laugh with, to show them my achievements. Those achievements I earned are pointless. Ever since I returned from the palace, my happy idiot mood disappeared, and each day, I would stayed inside the library or my bedroom, sleeping or studying. Aphrodite did try to get in touch with me, but I only responded to her with a big smile on face, saying that it was okay. I was thinking, what would happen if the original female lead come back? Will Ares divorce Aphrodite and separate me from her, or will he just abandon both of us and live happily with his new family? Can I stay strong until then? This world is nothing but a novel written by a human. What if someday I return back to that small room with one bed, an old blanket and a pillow, with a study desk and just some books? Each day of mine is no difference from a ticking bomb, waiting for the original female lead to make her appearance. Whatever. This is it. This is my last year being the happy-lucky-going kid. There is nothing for me to drink to drown in my sorrow. Only tea with ice. No alcohol. No cola. I had finished reading all those history books. It's no different from reading the details of the novel's extra mention. Adeliana Ivan Valentine. Level 24, a depressed shut-in neat. Before I knew it, a month has passed. I did nothing but studying and sleeping all day, not realizing that there will be an event today. I was lying on my bed in my white night dress and a blue shooting star pattern nightcap. Today is just another boring day of mine. There is no more water. I should go and refill it, then quickly return to my room. I grab the empty water jar on my nightstand and hop off my bed. The upstairs hall is silent than usual. That was what I said before I came down. The running maids and servants made me wanted to ascend back to stairs backward. I feel deja vu. Everyone was too busy to notice me, so I sneak into the kitchen and it was spotless. No, usually, it was clean, but today is even extreme. It's like the whole kitchen is shining equals. Fortunately, no one is present in the kitchen. Probably is helping with the cleaning the whole castle. I opened the ice container and quickly dropped the medium size of cube ice into the jar, then refill the water. It wasn't even hot, but I always need to drink cold water no matter how cold the weather is. Even if I am inside a new body, I still can't abandon my old habit. When I was about to open the kitchen, the door to return back to my room. The door was opened from the outside by someone already. Since none of us expected to have someone here, we both screamed, and it turned out to be Yvonne. Lady Adeliana, what are you doing here inside the kitchen? Yvonne returned back to her sense and quickly demanded an answer from me after not being able to see my whole face for a month. To refill my water, I simply answer her with a dead plant. What is going on here inside the castle? Why are you guys cleaning up? Lady Adeliana, Don't tell me you forgot what day is it? Yvonne blinks and smile at me. You May? That's right, but today doesn't ring you any bell? I absolutely have no clue of what today's event is. Jingle Bell Rock. But it's only May and it's spring. I shook my head because I absolutely have no idea. I'm going back to my room now. I need to study now. I'm lying. I will probably just gonna drink 2 more glasses of water and read more romance books I stole from the library secret place, and who bought all of those books and sneak it in a deep place where no one almost could find them. I brought many romance books as much I could. To my surprise, there are erotic novels here among these books. Surprisingly, these erotic books are even more erotic and detailed than modern ones. Yikes, these people are scary. Must have many experience to write all of these. Some erotic book authors back in modern world are virgin. Based on my experience as a reader, before I could reach back to my room, I encountered the head maid. She is the new head maid apparently, and is daughter of the previous head maid. Lady Adeliana? Good timing, Her Grace has been looking for you. Where else could I be aside from the kitchen, library and my room? I was dragged, because I was too lazy, by the head maid to my Aphrodite's room. Your Grace, I have brought a Lady Adeliana here. Jamaica? Thank you very much. Aphrodite in her cream-colored dress gave Jamaica a huge smile. Jamaica shook her head, saying it was only her duties and excused herself. Great, now this is awkward. I have lost all of my communication skill during my self-quarantine, so I didn't know what to say. Adele, what were you doing alone in your room? You never let anyone come in, and you've been acting weird ever since you have returned from the palace. Did something happen between you and your cousin? Yes, but it wasn't a fight though. You really made me worried right there. If you have problems, tell me. Don't just randomly lock yourself in your room. I nodded my head, feeling guilty. She poked my conscience hard. I was dragged by some of her maids into the bathroom, and 40 minutes later, I came back to her room with a new dress and my hair was tied into a high ponytail. I also shower every day by myself, but with the help from maids, it was like comparing hell to heaven. I sat on my mother's bed, looking up at the bed canopy. Soon, I lied down and roll around until I feel sleepy. Should I sleep again? As I was about to close my eyes to sleep, my mother came out of nowhere. Adele, come with mommy. I will take you to somewhere. I lazily rolled to her side and was about to reject her, but once I saw her amethyst eyes, I immediately responded yes. Everyone was still cleaning the castle. Even though I was at the back door, I could still smell the deliciousness from the kitchen. I'm hungry, but I had to follow Aphrodite to the garden. Seeing her hand, I suddenly wanted to hold her soft hand like always, and I did it. Aphrodite was a bit startled, but she also held back my hand, tightly and gently. When we walked past the garden, I only have one place in mind of where could she take me. It was the hill I always came with her and one time with Aries. Mom, what are we going to do up there? I asked her, wondering if she suddenly feel like taking me for a picnic on that hill under the tree shade. You'll know. Aphrodite only gave me a mysterious smile. We stood on the edge of the hill where I could see the whole dukedom, including the palace. Aphrodite pointed to the direction of the dukedom gate, and there they are. Ares' troop was marching in. Dad? He returned. Is that why everyone was working so hard on cleaning the whole castle when it's already been cleaned? I heard from Yvonne that you didn't know your dad is returning. You will see your dad soon. Are you happy? I am happy that Ares returned back safe and sound, but half of me was still hesitating on accepting this feeling. I only replied with a sound. We watched his troop making their way to the castle. When they reached the castle, Aphrodite still stay here. Mom, aren't we going back? Dad is here. Your father is here, but let's wait for him. Aphrodite was smiling. I was taken back by her smile, but I still stay with her and wait for Ares, while killing my time by plucking out daisies. I hummed the daisy song I sang for Ares last time we were here together, and unknowingly, a tall shadow was towering me. When I turned around, Ares was standing behind me, blocking the sunlight. His handsome face was smiling, and he was still wearing his knight uniform. Dad, you're back. I already forgot about my depressing mushrooms growing inside of me when I saw him. Ares picked me up and headed to tree shade where Aphrodite was sitting. He sat down beside her and they were so close that it weirded me out. Yay, I know their relationship went well after they slept together, but this closeness between the villainess and the male lead is kinda novel. Did they exchange love letters without me knowing or what? But Aries wrote something like, "My lovely wife, I really miss you and our daughter. I wish you were here beside me." I can't imagine that. If it's Aphrodite, then I can imagine it. Aphrodite is pretty romantic. Did you miss me for this whole month? I can't say I forgot about him and only miss him when Aphrodite reminded me about him, right? Yes, I miss Daddy a lot. I'm spitting half fact and half lies. I heard you've been locking yourself in your room. What made you do that and worried everyone? I was really worried back when I wasn't home. Fuck. So they did exchange love letters. I was feeling very guilty about this. Not only did I worried everyone, but also my dad, who was on border inspection and might get assassinated anytime. I'm sorry for making you guys worried. It's just there are many things that worried me. I always thought, what if one day I'm suddenly waking up and found no one home? What if you guys disappear, or what if I disappeared and everyone forgot about me? It's nonsense for me to suddenly think of this, but what if? I can't help holding back my tears. Tears wet my cheek and the salty water went past my lips. I didn't see their reactions because I was crying in Aries' chest. I am always paranoid about this stuff and ended up making them worried about me. Silly Adele, there is no way we would forget about you. You won't be forgotten or abandoned. There is no way we could have the heart to abandon you like this. Aphrodite was smiling, but her eyes were drowning in sadness. She must have no idea that I've been thinking about all of these stuff when I'm just kid. Physically. Stop thinking about those. We won't suddenly throw you into river of forgotten, Aries said with his expressionless face. Aphrodite and I were shocked by what he said. Aphrodite slapped his arm and shouted at him. What the heck are you talking about? Don't scare her like that. It's definitely your fault if Adeliana locked herself in her room again. I'm sorry. What is this? Puppy Aries equals. I know he won't throw me into that river, but I can't help but raising my guards against him. Anyway, Adeliana, do you know what day is it? Aphrodite turned her attention back to me. May 5th. Did I get it right? It's May 5th, but today is a really special day. Aphrodite grinned even more. What is it? Don't tell me you forgot about your birthday? Aries raised his eyebrow. Oh. It's my birthday, already? What? Did I just forget about my birthday? My special day of the year? I forgot. I confessed. Oh dear. No more quarantine for you. If this is going to continue, you will forget everything. Never mind the river of forgotten. Quarantine is enough to make you forget about everything. Aphrodite was sighing at me while I was still lost in my thoughts. I am very offended by what she said, but I agreed with what she said. Then, is that why everyone worked so hard today? What do you think? I thought they were cleaning to welcome Aries, but I won't said that. Never mind that. Did you guys get me a birthday present? Hee. I laughed to myself like a greedy goblin. Aphrodite and Aries can't help but shook their heads. Aries took a small box out of his uniform and handed it to me. Aphrodite also took out a box, but it was more like a treasure box and the size is pretty big, but big enough for me to hold. Thank you for your presents. I will open them up if you don't mind. I sat on Aries' laps and opened his gift first. Cough cough. I didn't open it first because it was small, okay? Cough cough. Inside contained a ruby-shaped square diamond ornament pin. Huh? Why do I feel like I have seen this somewhere else before? Thank you for your gift, Daddy. This time, I open my mother's gift. Gah. My eyes. What the hell is this? A sun? When I calm down and properly take a good look at it, it was my mother's ruby tiara, gifted by the Emperor 3 years ago. So this fancy expensive looking ornament ruby pin is also. Mom, Dad, why are you casually handing me the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess treasures? These are priceless. Of course, these are priceless. They were made from the one and only magical ruby gems that only exist one in this world. Your birthday gifts are these, Aries said nonchalantly. I knows that, but have you lost your common sense? That's okay. When the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess handed you their ornament pin and tiara, it's meant you are the future master of this dukedom. We have been thinking about the heir to the dukedom and we have you. Adeliana, take good care of these. From now on, you are the future Grand Duchess. This castle will yours, this dukedom will be yours. Aries patted my head and Aphrodite kissed me on my cheek. Happy birthday, Adeliana, you are our one and only treasure that nothing in this world can compare. Your birth is most joyous event of our lives. I hugged those two boxes tightly. I thanks whoever sent me here with all my heart. I thanks the last slice of that pineapple pizza. I thanks that author who wrote this novel. And I thanks my parents for giving me this live. Thank you for being my parents. I am always grateful for you and my birth. I will always be grateful to live as your daughter and as Adeliana Ivan Valentine. You guys are my first parents and the irreplaceable people in my whole life. Thanks. Volume 1 ended. I am very sorry if this were too rushing, but I know that even if I continued to write SS1, it would be still pointless because I would like to save all of those events for next volume. But I was able to complete this volume thanks to everyone's support. I will never forget about those funny and encouraging comments I received. I didn't reply to all of them, but I want you to know that I have read them all. Receiving a comment for me to read is one of my happy things to do. If you want a Q&A, I will do it, but only do it if there are enough questions for me to answer. Of course, ask anything you would like to know about the next volume, release date of the next volume, next project or me. Wink wink. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. That's all. I am very thankful for you guys, for your vote, your comments, and for reading this. I know there are a lot of flaws in this book, but you guys still keeping on reading it. Thank you for spending your precious time on reading this. This is my last gift for you for this volume. Have a great time. Sigh. Next date. After staying up late till midnight, I was able to think, when should I return? Next volume will return on this 25th November. I don't plan to go on hiatus any longer because I fell in love with writing this story and I knew how to finish this. Of course, next volume will written on this book, so please don't remove this from your library yet. _. For more details about next volume, it will be about Aries times Aphrodite relationship progression. Gotta say, both of them are favorite couple I ever written so far. The Peregrine family and Benjamin family will also appear. So we will have the Holy Three Trinity. Cold and murderous daddy. Psycho and cunning daddy. Colder than Aries, this new guy is an ice cube. And even more scarier than Aries. Well, Aries is much more affectionate than this guy because he used to know parental love, but this new guy's bad at being a husband and a dad. His interaction with Serafina will be interesting, based on my opinion as the author, because I always wanted to see how will the clash between an ice cube and an ice cube will turn out. Will Bellamira make her appearance? Yes, she will. Adeliana will also have a love interest, one only. I can't imagine any more wild man falling in love with this puff-cultured weeb like her. So again, the next volume return on 25th November. I will need some time to brainstorm new chapters and scenes, and I will publish new book soon. The new book is called After the Epilogue. Every villainous and side characters always reincarnated before main story happened and messed the plot. But what if a villainous reincarnated after the end of the story? A story of a villainess who reincarnated after the curtain close. Oh, for whoever Pete is sake, this is the most useless reincarnation ever. An idiot screamed on the cliff from the Lee 0NK. NG at her fate. Another villainous story, but I tried out new things, which is reincarnated after the novel ended. I have the Three Holy Trinity now too. A villainess became a heroine. A non-existent character who will actually became important. Whack. Spoiler. A useless villainess who is now a side character. Anyway, that's all. See you on 25th. Volume 2. Before we knew it, spring has already passed by. Summer is here, and it was another normal summer day for me to live as Adeliana Ivan Valentine. What are my routines as the daughter of a Grand Duchy family? Simple. Wake up at 7 o'clock, brush my teeth and shower, greet my parents and have breakfast together. Brush my teeth again, water my flowers by the window, jump on my bed, tell either Yvonne or Margaret to bring me homemade chips and a jar of rose tea, open an erotic book in a disguise of a historical book, then have fun reading it in my room until lunch. After lunch, the father-mother-daughter trio will have an afternoon snacks and tea under the tree shade in Mother's Rose Garden Quarter. I will report, brag, to them about my achievements. They will clap their hands for me and reward, spoiled, me with more golds even though I can't go outside the castle. We chatted for 1.5 hours until I get bored because my parents only talk about political matters, and I fell asleep and somehow magically woke up in my room. After I wake up, Yvonne will take me to the bathroom and bathe me. Afterwards, My parents and I will take a stroll around the castle. We will have dinner, and at 7:30 p.m., all of us relaxed in the guest room. Mother will read me a fairy tale book while father will sit on his elegant chair, destroying the fairy tale with harsh reality, but I like Dad's version more because it's bloody and more fun. Mother will hit him and scold me not to listen to him. Unfortunately for her, I had a pretty good memory, so I remembered everything Dad said. 8:25 p.m., Margaret will take me to the bathroom again and bathe me, changed me to my nightwear. I was supposed to sleep at 8:50, but as soon as Margaret left the room, I turn on the light and play around with my toys and silently sing Shinzu Sasashi Iyo. 9:15 p.m. I will sneak out of my room and run to my parents' room on the 3rd floor with my pillow and my shooting star pattern nightcap. It has become a regular event for my parents. They aren't surprised by sudden night visit anymore. At first, they would scold me. Second, they let me sleep but scold me. Third time is the second one, and until the 6th time, they aren't bothered about me anymore. I sometimes caught them doing hentai activities, but as a cultured adult, I politely excused myself and ran back to my room. At that night, I came to my parents' room and the light was still on. When I gently twist the knob to open the door, they are waiting for me on my bed. Father was the first one to greet me and pick me up. He'll lie down beside my mom and I will be the obstacle in the middle to prevent them from doing smoochy activities. Mother will either tell me a great bedtime story or hum lullaby for me sleep. I often fall asleep fast with lullaby more. If it were story time, I would stay awake and beg my mother to tell me more. It's also a normal thing for Margaret, Yvonne and Jamaica to find no one in my room, and it was normal to find me carried by my father to the garden for morning exercise in our pajamas. This is it, a daily ordinary life of Valentine Castle. Who am I, you ask? I am the daughter of the male lead and villainous Ares Ivan Valentine and Aphrodite Roland Valentine. The person who reincarnated into a novel book and misunderstood the plot and became the non-existent character in the novel. The person who will become the first heiress of the Valentine history, Adeliana Ivan Valentine. Volume 2. Another disastrous daily life of Beresford Empire. Chapter 37. Last day of my peaceful summer. Summer came by so quickly. It was so fast that I thought the goddess of this world made a joke by spinning the universe clock forward with times 2 speed. Thankfully, my parents, who are known as the richest family in the empire, there were no problems surviving in such hot weather, as our castle has magic stone in the attic to keep the mansion cool when it's hot and to keep it warm when it's cold. Hee hee, my life is the best, Tilda. I don't want to move away from my bed forever. We are best friend and my soulmate too. But these days, my tutor has no mercy. Sir Warren made me study 6 hours a day. Due to this, I couldn't stay with bedcunt 24 hours. There were no problems with my life nowadays. It was the peaceful time of the year. My parents would often seem to be with each other, including me, because I want to see if they smooched in secret. That would be impossible. Ares and Aphrodite won't do that in front of me. They would think that kissing in front of children made them naughty. It is regretful to say so. However, my pure and innocent heart had been stained ever since my previous life. Each day I had nothing to do aside from sitting in front of my cheap laptop and search for new codes. Those old good days when I don't need to find the real name of the doujinshi. Just typing numbers and it will load automatically. That website became more cultured and cultured each days. I wish I could still see some of the masterpiece, but here in this world also have degenerated masterpieces. I sip my tea from an elegant Sakura flower teacup filled with cold iced tea and smile like I'm thinking about my good life, when in reality, I'm actually thinking about degenerated high school DxD doujinshi. My, milady is sure mature these days. Are you thinking about your good memories? Margaret appeared behind me with a newly brewed tea in the Sakura teapot. I almost choked on my iced tea. However, I still get to maintain my elegance manner. Half of what she said was actually true, at least to me. I was thinking about my good memories related to doujinshi but not my family-related memories. I feel guilty, however. This must be kept as a top secret, even though no one here aside from Delafina and Serafina know about the word doujinshi. Yeah days. This is so troublesome. I'm thinking about my good memories. I hand my empty teacup to her and lay back against the sofa in the guest room. If there were any stranger or guest, Margaret would definitely scold me to sit properly. Since there is no guest, Margaret let me off the hook every time. She poured me another tea, but this time wasn't the same cigarette teacup. It was a normal see-through glass. The pink tasteless but fragrance rose tea with ice, my best drink in summer. Usually, it would be strawberry tea, but Jamaica didn't allow me to drink sweet drink carelessly unless I really craved for it or when there is a picnic. Margaret poured herself a tea too and sat beside me. We both relaxed together with the sun shines into our room. It was peaceful. Knock knock. The knocking sound from the door disturbed us. Margaret sighed disappointedly but still rise up to open the door. Turn out, it was our head butler, Xavier. Lady Adeliana, there is a guest. I will have to ask your permission to use this room for our guest to sit and wait for his grace to return, Xavier politely said with a smile. I nodded my head and hop off the sofa. Margaret held the tray in hand and rushed to the kitchen to brew new tea and to bring new teacups set. Xavier escorts me out to the front hall. There were numerous of maids whispering to each others along the way. Curiously, I tug Xavier's trouser and ask him, Xavier, who is the guest of my father? Did he come by telling my father beforehand? Oh right, Lady Adeliana has only met the young lady. The guest of his grace is his cousin, the great Archmage of Beresford, Lord Cronus Phantom Benjamin. Excuse me? M'lady's uncle? Lord Cronus Phantom Benjamin. Xavier repeated his name again. This is the first summer of my 6th birthday. Why is Daddy number 3 already appear? Chapter 38, Benjamin. Sup? The only person who spoke first was Serafina. She's wearing a sleeveless baby blue dress which was covered by a cropped black blazer with a white ribbon around her collarbone area. There is also a white ribbon tying around her waist. I apologize. I'm not good at describing fashion. I am using Noelle's clothes as a reference from Black Clover. A blue diamond shaped like snowflake brooch was pinned on her right chest. She tied her silver bluish winter hair into a headband braid and left the rest of her hair free. She also wears a Prussian blue headband over her head with a big fake white rose on its left side with small diamond in the center of the rose that is shining brilliantly. Probably much more brighter than my previous life's future. And the person she was standing behind was a tall man around 185 to 187 centimeter wearing a rather reggy outfit. He wore a long black pants with black cloak all over him. There is also a big topaz brooch with small diamond round. The brooch was a rose-shaped one. This man had a long silver hair which reached his neck. His forehead was covered by his bang, almost hiding his eyes which nearly turn him into a hentai protagonist. However, his golden eyes are shining really much brighter than a pure gold itself. He doesn't have any facial expression but he still look handsome. Isn't his appearance exactly matches with the description from the novel? Third male lead. Cronus Phantom Benjamin. Ring ding dong. Is he the third male lead? Oh, Lord Benjamin. Please allow me to escort you to the guest room. Our master and mistress have gone outside since morning. We have sent a servant to bring the message to them. Xavier, my savior, appeared in the right time. He professionally led the conversation even though the other side wasn't responding. Pardon my rudeness from earlier, I haven't properly introduced myself yet. Adeliana Ivan Valentine, daughter of Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Valentine. I believe this is the first time we met, Lord Uncle. And this will be the second time that we meet, cousin. Cronus then glanced down at his daughter, Serafina. She seemed to notice his stare as she responded. We met each other when Mama brought me to the palace. Adeliana and I are a good friend. What? They actually understood each other's? Are they using telepathy? How did she understand him with just him glancing at her? Xavier led us to the guest room I was using earlier. Margaret seemed to have prepared snacks and tea for all of us. Xavier was still presenting with us, however the whole room was still stuck in an awkward situation. Cronus sips his tea silently. Serafina and I only exchange a look. We could only eat in silence while waiting for my parents to return. Why did my parents have to leave today? I can't blame them either because I was the one who insisted them to go together and even told them that I can just stay at home. I regretted my choices. I should have acted normally like a whining child and go with them. But what is the point of calling it a date if they take me with them? Whatever, for the sake of my parents' happiness, I will do whatever I can. How do you do these days? Serafina started the conversation first, which shook me for a moment. Who is this? Is this really Serafina? Iris? To think the person who never even take a glance at someone's face actually start a conversation. Yes, I've been doing good. And you? Me? Everything's going smoothly for me. My first magic experiment succeeded and I now can use magic like every magician now. Huh? Serafina can use magic now? Well, that's natural. She's the daughter of the Archmage, so it would be weird if she can't use magic at young age. I haven't tried to awake my magic yet. Father said I can awake them at the age of 12 since I'm too young for magic now. It would be troubling if my magic suddenly ran out of control. It's fine for me in either way. I'm always good with both choices. Either learning it now or later won't cause a harm on me. I can't leave the house either, so learning it later will be much more greater. Good for you then. And then, the whole room was filled with silence and random cricket sounds again. A moment later, someone knocked on the door. Xavier, who stood by it, gently opened the door. Butler. His Grace and Her Grace is here. The guard who was sent to get my parents whispered. Xavier nodded his head and turned to look at Cronus. He seemed to understand what Xavier meant and stood up. Stay here, I'll be back later. And then, Cronus left with Xavier. I was still hearing Cronus' voice inside my ears. It's keep repeating, and holy shit. He sounds like some idol from South Korea. His soft deep voice left a deep impression on me. Is that really his voice? Oh, Amadsoso. I hopped to Serafina's side and shook her very hard. Bro, how come your mom haven't lost all her blood during their made-out session? His deep voice is too sexy. Your mom is the luckiest woman in this world. How the hell do I know that? If she indeed get unstoppable nosebleed during their adult session, I wouldn't have been born and listened to your bullshit by now. Unlike the same girl who had a cute smile on her face and an elegance air surrounding her, Serafina transformed back to Iris. She has an expressionless face and even lay down on the sofa with her skirt rolled up to her thigh, resting her right face on her palm. Teaser for next chapter, Aries x Aphrodite. I'll try my best to make it wholesome and romantic as possible. Chapter 39, Date. I'll try my best to make it wholesome and cute as possible. Earlier this morning. Are you sure you won't go outside with us? On a peaceful morning at 6:40 a.m., Adeliana Ivan Valentine was lying on her parents' king-sized bed between them. To the left, her eyes were greeted with her father's chest and 8-packs. On the right, her eyes were blessed by huge medium is premium in H-pound and eye melons of her mother. Adeliana currently is praying to God for giving her such happiness. As she was busy praying, Adeliana didn't pay attention to what Aphrodite asked. Adele? Yes? Adeliana was pulled back to her world. She was secretly wiping her morning drool away. Her etiquette teacher won't be happy to know she's drooling and sleep equals. Are you sure you don't want to go with us today? Aphrodite strokes Adeliana's blonde hair whose head was snuggling to her chest. Aries, who was watching her with his face resting on palm, smirked at his daughter's obvious action. Nope. I'm good with Margaret and Yvonne today. You two have fun, Adeliana said with her face still brushing against the soft fabric of her mother's robe. Aphrodite's scent always made feel so secure and warm. We're just going to look for some materials. Do you want anything? Strawberry jello with strawberries, power dust with whipped cream. Also, I want that cocoa shortcake with chocolate chips inside. Right. Please get me that cold mint strawberry drink too. Thank you, Tilda. In this world, she can get to eat whatever she likes. All the expensive snacks she wanted in her previous life now can be bought. You only want food, that's all? Aries raised his eyebrow. He was expecting her to demand expensive jewelry or latest design dresses by a fancy boutique. Yep, food is my paradise, plus all those foods I wanted are limited edition. They won't make more after the sale ends. Just imagine the bittersweet from the chocolate and the sweet cold drink that left a mint feeling in your throat was enough to make her drooled again. Unbeknownst to Aries, Adeliana already owned tons of jewelry, much more than a countess. Her jewelry either was given by her mother on her birthday or her maternal grandparents who loved to spoil her even more than Aphrodite. Adeliana was basically the king of Aphrodite and her grandparents. If she wants it, then she gets it. A cute little demon who manipulated everyone. Then, mommy will be get ready first. You two should get ready too. Aphrodite got up from her bed with her pale blonde hair falling down to her chest and cover face. In reality, you would look like Sadako, but even Sadako's hair is better than your morning hair. However, Since this is a novel world and Aphrodite is one of our main character, she looks stunning like a mermaid rising from the ocean. And yes, the author will be doing lots of breaking the fourth walls. Aphrodite's robe was loose around the cleavage area, resulting showing her cleavage, which was a feast of eyes to the father-daughter who were lying on the bed with the exact same position. Once Aphrodite was gone from the room, the talk began. You shouldn't look at your mother's cleavage. It's not good for your eyes. You shouldn't look at her too then. It would be fair for both of us. Why can't I? Because it would be unfair. I'm her husband. I have rights to look at it. Degrees. Ares smirked at Adeliana like he was about to win. I'm her daughter who was born and suck her milk. Why can't I look at her too? Because I've been deep inside her. At this point, Ares assumed that he won, thinking that his daughter won't get what he said. Hush. You mortal. I've been even more deeper inside her than you, and you will never reach that level of mine. After this, Adeliana escaped. She left Ares alone with his own thoughts. Wait. How did she know? She knew she will be interrogated sooner or later, so she will escape this one time. Once they had breakfast, Adeliana went to send her parents off. She was carried by Yvonne as she waved her small hand at her parents' carriage until they left the castle. Inside the huge carriage, both of them were in silence. Aphrodite was checking the shopping list, not noticing Ares staring. She was wearing a tight dress which obviously show her figure, so it was very attracting to Ares' eyes. You can't call him a pervert either. Why? She's his wife. Moreover, she's on another level of beautiful that even a male lead like Ares have to admit. Only to Adeliana, that she's pretty. Should I buy something for Adele and persuade her to sleep alone tonight? Ares had a plan in his head. He was very excited to spend the night alone with his wife. I should buy Adele a new robe. I want to see her in a bunny robe matching with her bunny doll. Omega, so cute. Aphrodite had unintentionally destroyed Ares' plan that he came up perfectly inside his mind. Both of them secretly overjoyed, but in an opposite direction. The carriage stopped in an alley where no one was seen. Ares reached out his hand to help her down. Aphrodite was flabbergasted by his unpredictable actions. She shyly accepted his hand with her mind was thrown into a void dimension where you could only hear her screaming. When she was about to let go of his hand, Ares tightly gripped it, making her scream mentally again. Wear your cloak, people might recognize you. And don't let go of my hand, you will get lost. He tossed the cloak he got from the coachman for her. Aphrodite didn't say anything aside from bashfully putting on the cloak. While in reality, Ares didn't care if someone recognized them. He was worried about people turning their attention towards her voluptuous and petite figure more. Just like he told her, Aphrodite tightly held his hand. If they were normally walking, Aphrodite's brain would have memorizing the items she need to get. However, since her hand was intertwining with Ares, her brain was AFK. People. This woman and a daughter, had making love but flustered over lewd hand-holding. So lewd. What do you want to buy first? Once they have arrived in the center of the plaza, Ares finally asked her, but I don't think it was an easy task for this man who has been killing people and holding many heads in his hand of his. During their walking, this man kept thinking of what should he said to her. He had mustered all courage to finally talk to her first. The cloak conversation was different. He only could talk first if there was a clear goal he had in his mind, or if it's a desire coming from his own head. I want to go to the children boutique first. Getting Adeliana's new dress is the first priority. Aphrodite, who went AFK early, suddenly went online back. As long as it's a topic related to Adeliana, Aphrodite will speak no matter what condition she's in. Aphrodite, whose brain was now taken over by Adeliana, dragged Ares' hand to the boutique. Ares was quite surprised by it but goes along with the flows anyway. Welcome. Good morning, Duchess. What's bring you to our shop today? The shop owner didn't notice Ares and only busy focusing on Aphrodite. Take me to night robe stall. Yes. Please come this way. The shop owner led them to the aisle of night robes. Aphrodite let go of his hand and went through the dresses. It was only then when the shop owner finally noticed Ares. At first, she was but until she saw his two ruby eyes, and that's when she knew she was fucked up. Your Grace the Grand Duke? I apologize for not noticing, Your Grace. Would you like a seat? The shop owner was praying for her life. Ares shook his head and continued to watch Aphrodite picking up dresses with smile on her face. He stood afar from her but close enough to see what is she picking. Aphrodite didn't notice the intimidating man who could kill with a look behind as her head was filled with Adeliana's grinning faces. I need to get a few things for myself too. Send all of these dresses to Valentine Castle. After you done packaging them, I'll leave now. Have a good day. Farewell, Your Grace. Come again soon. Aphrodite grabbed Ares' hand unintentionally and left the shop. During the whole time, Ares was led by Aphrodite to one shop to another one. The employees who witnessed the passionate hand-holding quickly spread words. Not even 1 hour, rumors already spread how the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess is on a shopping date. By the time they finished buying what they need, it was already 11 a.m. Only when they stopped by the cafe to get Adeliana's dessert, Aphrodite just noticed she's holding Ares' hand. I'm sorry, I must have been really clingy for dragging you with me. Aphrodite was in a panic mode. She was stuttering and kept avoiding his eyes. No. It was pretty crowded. It'd have been more troublesome if we get lost. Ares shrugged the matter off like it was nothing. Right. Despite sleeping with each others in the same room, they were still on an awkward term. Aphrodite was all happy about getting to hold his hand. It was so big and warm. I didn't know that holding hand make me feel this happy. Girl, you know what else is big and warm? My sausage grilled inside my pants. Degrees. Once they got their order, the Valentine couple left and take a quick stroll down the silent street where commoners were. It was silent but not the dead kind of silence. The peaceful yet cheery atmosphere around the street made Aphrodite curved her lips up. They walked past a couple who were laughing merrily. The husband held his adorable daughter in his hand while the wife was holding his hand. They are a commoner yet they are happy with it. Ever since she was young, Aphrodite also wanted to see how can commoners live with only a small house without many rooms or servants ready to wake them up or cook for them. They did everything by themselves, working for money, cleaning the house, cooking. Yet, they still have time for their family and manage to live peacefully. Even more happier than a princess in a castle. How nice. They were so lovely. Aphrodite mutters silently and still looking behind her at the 3 family members. Ares also did notice the family they walked past. Indeed, just like what Aphrodite thought. He also thinks the same way as her. They are one of the richest noble in this empire, living a castle with servants and maids ready to serve them breakfast to mouths as soon as they woke up. But he can't even make spare time for his family that much. Once the negotiation between the 2 empires under the term of agreeing to share the magic portal done, he will take a 1-year vacation. Unfortunately, no. Ares and Aphrodite stopped in front of an old antique shop at the same time. Their eyes land on the crystal-clear king chess piece on a display. For some unknown reasons, both of them are feeling rather mesmerized by one small king chess piece. Ares didn't think twice before opening the shop door. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. However, she was still a beauty. Welcome, dearest customers. What can I do for you? She wears a white shirt with long sleeves and a matching brown skirt reaching her ankles with red flowers pattern around the hem. Her wavy short reddish-brown hair covered her neck with a captivating smile on her red lips. Other than that, the shop owner also wear a pearl necklace and 3 rings, 2 on her right and 1 on her left. She is sitting on a stool with a white cloth, cleaning the clock. You know the character is important when the writer described her in full details. She was like a sophisticated noble lady came straight out of a painting from Victorian era. Yes, the author did mention about how there will be many broken fourth wall. We saw the king chess piece from outside and wanted to take a closer look to it. Aphrodite replied in a polite manner. The shop owner nodded her head and smiled. She rose from her stool in a classic elegant way before heading over the window where she displayed her items. She gently grabbed the chess piece and handed it over to Aphrodite. Is this for your daughter? The shop owner smiled sheepishly. Ares and Aphrodite were taken off guard by what she asked. Please don't get all over wary around me. I'm just guessing judging from you two. This lady had a fierce yet soft charm and this gentleman has a cold yet loving charm. I'm assuming you both would have a lovely cheery daughter. Aphrodite secretly sighed in relief but Ares kept his guard up high. This isn't a normal chess piece, dearest customers. This king piece is a magic seal. It came from a magical noble family who also used to have a daughter. However, since their daughter cannot inherit the family sword, They made this magical king piece for her. The male inherited the sword. The female inherit the king piece. They listened to her with silence. Aphrodite lifted the chess piece up high to hit the sunlight. As it hit with sunlight, the crystal shone really bright. Would you like this as a gift? It won't cause any harm to you. The shop owner smiled at both of them. Aphrodite nodded her head and handed back the piece. The shop owner went to the back of the shop and returned with a classic box with red ribbon. The shop owner sent them off with a smile on her face. Once they set their feet outside, the shop owner said, "I hope these pieces and the key will assist you all the way." "These key are, Your Grace. Lord Benjamin is here." From afar, a boy dressed in a knight armor ran towards them like his life depends on it. "Excuse me, I thought we bought one piece only." Aphrodite's sentence was cut off with a gasp. The antique shop behind them disappeared, leaving only an old building with broken windows. "What are you doing in an abandoned street like this? What if there was an ambush?" Upon hearing the word abandoned, Ares and Aphrodite look up to see their surroundings. The old yet lovely buildings they went past now only left with broken, wrecked and destroyed buildings. There weren't any human beings around them aside from themselves and the messenger boy. Aphrodite's hands trembled. Was she dreaming or imagining? "Ares, you saw her. The people and the buildings too, right?" Aphrodite mutters under her breath, enough for Ares to hear. Ares nodded his head. The box in her hand was still warm. She opens the box to see with 3 chess pieces. A knight, a queen and a king. They were all made from crystal. There was another small box in that box. Aphrodite opens it and there it is, a medieval Gothic key shaped in a crown with a pink tulle in the middle. There is also a really old letter beside it. Ares grabs it and opens to read it. "If the king is lost, thou shalt never let go of the knight and the queen." The king is important but powerless, so protect her. Hand her the key to assist her on finding the reason why she lost. I'm sorry. Instead of writing a sweet cute wholesome romantic chapter, I wrote a spooky one with spoilers. I can't help with dirty jokes too, sorry. This chapter haven't gone through proofread yet, so enjoy its miserable state. Chapter 40. The Saintess returned. Adeliana was informed by Yvonne about her parents' return. She nodded her head as an answer and dismissed Yvonne. She was left alone with Serafina in the guest room. Adeliana sips her tea while watching Serafina freely control the flying cookies with her magic. "Is magic that convenient for you?" Adeliana cracks a question out of curiosity and boredom. She's also wanted to learn how to use magic after seeing all the cool tricks Serafina showed her. "Yeah, I can do whatever I wanted with my power. I don't need to rely on parents with magic." "To be honest, I don't see anything good with attending the academy. Why should I attend it when I am able to control my magic?" Serafina lifts the teapot with her magic and pour the tea into her teacup. Due to her perfect magic controlling, Serafina can even control the magic to not spill the tea. "TCH, damn dead salmon fish, boasting to me with her perfect magic." Adeliana bit her lips in bitter jealousy. It's so cool. She's really want to do magic too. Should she sneak on how to use magic? There are tons of books inside the library. If she's lucky enough, then she might find a magic book. How are you gonna use your magic freely when you grow up if you don't have a legal magician license? Adeliana rested her back against the sofa and wrapped her arms. Serafina slowly put down the teapot. Her face was lost in dumbfounded thoughts. Even though she doesn't show it, Adeliana could tell what is going inside her head. "I didn't know we also need legal license to use magic in this world." "Well duh. If you're a knight, you also need to have a legal license for it. They are no different from jobs on Earth. Magician and knight are common jobs in this world. If you're a government official, you also need one. If you're a detective, you also need one. Magician, knight without legal license is considered to be an spy from other empire." Elizabeth Henry V was the one also created this law for Beresford due to spies invaded. It was even difficult for spies to disguise in with fake license because the Beresford Empire job license has a special identification magic with the owner fingerprint. So when you need to identify yourself, the magic crystal machine would scan the fingerprint to exactly know if this were really the owner. Once the guards found out you're a fake, you will be thrown into the prison, waiting for the punishment. As why nobles send their children to study in Beresford Academy, it's because they will automatically get an identity card and job license which allow you to become whatever you want. To become the head of Valentine, Adeliana need to graduate from the academy with highest grade to receive the identity card and job license to train as a knight in the palace and to learn how to use magic in Magic Tower. End of Block 1.